Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to your seats. Our program will now begin.
Hey, good morning. Thanks everybody for being here at day 2 at the 13th Annual Building Resilience Conference. I know some of us stayed out maybe a little too late last night. Some of us probably went to bed on time. Regardless, thanks for everyone for being here. We're really excited for today's program. One of the things that we're trying to do this year is engage each other in a few different ways. So as you saw out in the briefing center, you can post your thoughts about resilience from a public, a private, or a nonprofit perspective in chalk, whiteboard, or on just a note card. And then also, if you look at the QR codes on the tables as well, we really want your feedback on issues of the day that are really important from a resilience standpoint. That's going to become a little bit more important, not just in the programming that we do moving forward, but also the very last panel is somewhat dependent upon that, so I'd really appreciate your feedback. Also, just note, the T-Mobile Emergency Management Vehicle is available for a tour and an explanation of its capability during the breaks. So just to kind of plug that really quick. As we look forward to our agenda today, in a few minutes we're going to have a fireside chat with the Chief Sustainability Officer from Allstate on the business case of resilience. We'll also examine how to strengthen humanitarian response, as well as how to leverage the community disaster resilience zones announcement from FEMA. Then we'll also examine the NATO alliance and how the NATO alliance and its members are looking back in some respects to look forward on what resilience means from a societal perspective. And then we'll have a rare opportunity to have a fireside chat to explore the national security memorandum that was mentioned yesterday in the opening panel, to really talk about how CISA and the interagency will be working across sectors, but also bridging the divide between public and private sectors to make us more strengthened and secure. We'll also hear from small businesses. In a conference like this, it's very difficult to have small businesses actually participate, one for cost, and then also because they're really busy trying to run their business. So we're fortunate to have a conversation with FedEx this afternoon about how some small businesses prepared ahead of disasters, but also how they're faring after the disaster as well. And then again, as I said, the last panel will be somewhat of a reveal of what you think about different kinds of topics related to resilience, but also hear from some experts in the field, both from former government, nonprofit, as well as deep expertise in the area of resilience. One last thing, the weather's really nice today, fortunately, so that means we'll be able to get up to the rooftop at some point during the reception, so we really hope that you take advantage of that great view. And so with that, let's get started. Thanks very much.
The beauty of nature is what moves me. But just as beautiful as it can be, it can quickly change when a storm comes through. We're here to respond and help people get through to the other side. I've seen it, I've lived through it, I know what it's like. At first it feels like there's no way to recover from it. But then you get this glimmer of hope, the sun's gonna shine again.
Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of Building Resilience. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Marty Durbin. I'm our Senior Vice President of Policy here at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and really pleased to be with you here today. And even more pleased to welcome Elliot Stoltz, who is the Senior Vice President, Deputy General Counsel, and Chief Sustainability Officer at Allstate. And let me just say first, Elliot, not only welcome, but just wanted to thank you and thank Allstate for the partnership that we've had with you and a broader stakeholder of groups have really focused on trying to build smart, resilient infrastructure, and to see the passage of pre-disaster mitigation policies that help facilitate that, like the Storm Act and the Community Disaster Resilience Zones, funding from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and many more. But to start with, and to get back to basics, and as you know, after we might be a little bit preaching to the choir here, but I wanted to get your views on what's the business case for resilience.
Gosh, so that's a loaded question, but I want to start by saying, first of all, thank you, Marty, and thank you to the Chamber for including me and including Allstate in this event. Sustainability and resiliency in particular is a very, very important issue, and it makes me so happy to see us having this dialogue today. Resiliency is important to me, it's important to Allstate, it's important to our chairman, Tom Wilson. When I think back on the dialogue around climate over time, so much of it has focused on mitigation. And mitigation is clearly a very, very important issue, and we are very focused on mitigation. We have established net zero goals. We are talking a lot about mitigation. But that dialogue has almost crowded out the topic of resiliency. And we all know that mitigation has its limitations. There's a lot of uncertainty around how successful the world is going to be in its mitigation efforts. And these storms are increasing in severity, increasing in frequency. 10 years ago, we paid out on approximately 80 severe weather events each year. Today, on average, we pay out on approximately 100 events a year. So a conversation about resiliency is critical. We cannot wait. And in some ways, I think the dialogue around resiliency represents the maturation of the dialogue, the evolution of the dialogue to include both mitigation and resiliency. So I applaud the Chamber for recognizing 13 years ago that we need to be talking about resiliency. I think that was really foresighted. And it's interesting to me because I've also seen that evolution not among subject matter experts, but just among communities. And I'll give an example of that. I live in New England in the summer in a small community about half a mile away from a very low-lying beach. And that low-lying beach has a historic structure with a carousel, a merry-go-round in it. And after a storm a number of years ago, the community discovered that that structure had been compromised and it needed a lot of structural work done to it. And the dialogue a few years ago was all about how much was it going to cost, how are we going to fund it, what would the design look like, what would happen to the food concession stand. And to my surprise, actually, that dialogue evolved until last year the community recognized that it did not make sense to replace a historic building that might very well have to be rebuilt again in 10 years. And the community recognized that by 2050, that beach, because it's so low-lying, is not expected to be there. And it did not make sense to rebuild this historic carousel in a location that would not be there in 2050. Of course, I'm sad to see the loss of a historic structure, an iconic structure, but I was very proud to see the evolution of the dialogue to focus on what the situation going forward. So again, I applaud the Chamber for having the foresight many years ago to identify resiliency as a topic. So I work at Allstate, the insurance company, and I'm sorry to go on so long, but for me, it's very easy to talk about climate because when you think about it, climate change is at the core of what we do. If we cannot manage climate risk, we cannot live into our commitments to our customers and our communities, and we can't meet the expectations of our shareholders. So in terms of the business case, which was what your question was referring to, it's very easy for an insurance company to talk about the business case because it's really at the core of what we do. In 2022 and 2023, Allstate paid out more in claims than it received in premiums. Well, that's not a formula for success. So I think we can very clearly make the business case about the need to address the situation. It was interesting in terms of the business case. I read an interesting article in the paper yesterday, which was talking about the condominium market in Florida. I live in a condominium on the water in Florida, so I was, of course, interested in that. After the Surfside condominium collapsed in Florida a number of years ago, Florida enacted much more stringent building codes, which Allstate has been advocating for. We also advocate for consistent enforcement of those stronger building codes. And as a result of those changes, many condominiums in Florida, including my own, have had to engage in very costly structural repairs. As a result, that's resulted in assessments for homeowners, and homeowners who have been unable to afford those assessments have been selling their condominiums, depressing the condominium market. And I was struck reading that article. What more compelling reason can we have to build resilience than the loss of lives, the protection of lives? Yet this article was really focused on the business case. So I think we need to make the business case in order to convince folks that they need to be focused on these issues.
So let me ask you, obviously there's this clear and obvious connection between resilience and the climate debate and what needs to be done. But in your experience with Allstate, what do we need to be doing with it? What are the partnerships that we're going to need to succeed? Are there technologies? Are there tools? What's the data that might be important for us to be able to advance a clear agenda here?
So there are any number of partnerships that I think are needed. None of us in this room or elsewhere can address this situation alone. It will require public-private partnerships, and we all need to be involved. We would like to see, as I said, stronger building codes. We would like to see stronger enforcement of those building codes. We'd like to see greater preparedness, stronger evacuation plans, adequate staffing for first responders, changes in laws. There are any number of requirements that will require partnerships both with the public sector and the private sector. The one thing I like about resilience as opposed to mitigation, and mitigation, again, I want to emphasize, is critical that we all be discussing mitigation. But the one thing I like about resilience is who can be opposed to resilience? Everyone wants to be resilient. I think it may help us avoid more partisan discussions, and enable us to build strong public-private partnerships and partnership among peer organizations so that we can address the issue.
So as you and I were discussing in the back room, an opportunity to reframe the dialogue that sometimes gets a little heated on climate change around something that everybody can be for, and then build out from that.
Right, exactly.
I know Allstate, of course, has tons of data. You've talked about some of what has been paid out, but obviously that all gets built off a lot of data that you have on your customers and what's happening in various areas. How do you see that as a real tool, or are there additional research that would be really helpful that can again help to drive the dialogue and debate around this?
Well, I think getting back to the business case, I think to the extent we can show that pre-disaster preparation and mitigation can be much more effective and much more efficient than post-disaster recovery. I think it will help communities be more prepared. I think it will help communities rebuild more quickly. I think it will help small businesses be stronger. So I think we can make a very compelling case that pre-disaster preparation is really what we need to focus on. We, as you mentioned, Allstate has a lot of data. When you think of the number of people that we insure, the number of households that we pay claims on, we have climate scientists on our staff. We have a very robust risk management department. That is all very rich data that can help inform this dialogue and help advance these partnerships. So I certainly think that's very important.
As kind of wrapping things up here, I would say what I take away from what you're sharing with us here is there's reason for optimism. And for us that there are tools we can use and partnerships we can build and help, again, as we said, reframing the debate here to really drive this forward. So as I started with, I wanted to thank you again for the great partnership, and also just in the recognition of what the Chamber's been doing here. Remind everybody that 3 weeks from now we're going to continue this dialogue and get a little more focused on the policy agenda needed at our Sustainability and Circular Economy Summit. So if you haven't already seen the invitations for that, please reach out and let us know. We'd love to have you participate there as well. And then just please join me in thanking Elliot for sharing with us this morning.
Thank you.
Each day, people around the globe come together to make their communities stronger, to increase access to safe, healthy, and affordable food, to build skills and career paths for the future, to reduce waste and help preserve their environment, and to provide relief from disaster. When it comes to taking on the issues that matter to communities around the world, Walmart and the Walmart Foundation want to help. We believe by leveraging the strengths of our business to solve problems, we can not only strengthen communities, but also build a stronger business. Our global philanthropy goes beyond what the business can do and seeks to build stronger systems in areas that align with our business strengths and matter to customers, associates, and stakeholders. How? By building strong career pathways and economic mobility for frontline service workers, investing in solutions to support environmentally sustainable supply chains and promote worker dignity, leveraging Walmart's presence in local communities to support in times of disaster, build a stronger charitable food system, including donating hundreds of thousands of pounds of unsold food to local food banks. Each year for the last 5 years, we've given more than $1 billion in kind and in cash globally to help our friends and neighbors. And we're not done yet. We'll continue to be focused on impact. We'll continue to partner with others, foundations, businesses, community members, associates, and nonprofits. Because together we can help build resilient systems that are good for society, better for the environment, and help strengthen the communities we live in around the world.
Good morning, all. So staying on theme with building resilience, we're going to talk a little bit about community resilience in our opening panel. I think community resilience is often determined by a lot of different factors, but I think the video did a great job kind of teeing up how Walmart thinks about community resilience. From Walmart.org perspective, especially in our community resilience team, we think about the level of food security in a community, the strength of the social connections and belonging, but we also look at how resources are made available and flowing into communities to make sure that they are thinking about mitigation and they have the resources they need to bounce back better after a natural disaster or a human-made crisis. There's been a lot of approaches on how communities can think about community adaptation and mitigation, such as green infrastructure, urban planning. There's technology innovations and adaptations, such as smart grids, community innovations, land use codes, investments in pre-disaster mitigation. There's so many different levers, and I really appreciate the Foundation Resilience team kind of putting this prep work together, but even reading through it, it was making my head hurt. I'm like, think about these communities, these mid-sized, small communities who are still trying to define what resilience means, let alone think about all of these interventions that are available to them. So, adaptation is just one component of resilience, but today we're really going to look at how is philanthropy tackling business resilience in communities, and talk a little bit about the community disaster resilience zones. CDRZ was kind of just coming on the scene last year at this conference, but show of hands, how many people are familiar with CDRZ?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So that's a lot better than the last conference I attended. It was all regional planners, and there were 2 people in the audience that knew what CDRZ were. So you're already ahead of the game. But for those of you who are not familiar, CDRZ uses the Natural Hazards Risk Assessment Index to identify census tracts that are at most at risk for natural hazards as well as climate change, and then layering on social vulnerability indexes. So those designated zones are geographical focus points for different resources, both financial and technical assistance, to flow into those communities provided through both public funding, private funding, and philanthropy. So for us, it's really all about prioritization. I think for many years we've been talking about, we all know the return on investment when it comes to preparedness, but how do we focus those investments and where do we send it? And I feel like that's often the biggest rebuttal to kind of investing in preparedness, especially from a philanthropic lens. So Walmart Foundation has, for several years been thinking about investing in preparing in these communities. How do we provide capacity and technical assistance in underserved communities to think about mitigation, put the plans together, and be ready when the funding is made available to those communities to be stronger? And so I'm excited. I'm joined with several of our grantees who are doing the work on the ground and really can talk about the models of technical assistance that they're providing. I do want to highlight that later this afternoon, FEMA's Sam Medlock is going to hold a session over lunch. So you can learn more about the details and lessons learned over the last year with CDRZ and really where that program is headed. But for this conversation, we're going to look at how do we bring the different fibers together to provide the most to these communities, whether it's through capital stack or innovations or technical assistance. So with that, I am joined by Tanya Graham, Executive Director of the GEOS Institute. Joining us virtually is Catherine Basha. She is the Planning Director at Berkeley, Charleston, and Dorchester, South Carolina Council of Government. And Reese May, the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer at SBP. So Reese, SBP recently announced the expansion of your Disaster Resilience and Recovery and Resilience Fellows program to empower vulnerable communities across the Southeast United States, really to help them recover from natural disasters and boost their resilience for future climate threats. So I'd love for you to kind of just share how that program is transforming and how it's really building the capacity of the communities that you're serving to mitigate for the impact of disasters.
Well, thank you, Brooks, and thanks all of you for being here. Thanks to Walmart's investment, SBP is placing fellows in some of these at-risk CDRZ communities, focused on low-income populations and what we can do to try and build the capacity of these communities. We see tons of federal resources available, but we hear the kind of same story from local communities. We struggle to access these resources. We need to move along a continuum from being aware of what the risks are, to quantifying those risks and what we need in order to address them, to then accessing the resources that we need to do these mitigation and resilience projects. So SBP's hope is that in partnership with Walmart and the GEOS Institute and many others, some of you in this room, that by placing this sort of critical human infrastructure with low-income communities of small to medium size, that we will help them bridge the gap, access those resources, and that in doing so, resources that fellows help drive to the community will pay for the fellows themselves, so that not only do the fellows help for the 2-year period where they're in a community, but they become a permanent fixture, a local resilience ambassador, aware of what local resilience priorities are and capable of helping local government and other actors move those along that continuum that I mentioned.
So as I mentioned, Walmart.org has been making some investments in these communities long before CDRZ was enacted by Congress and now operated by FEMA. Reese, before we move on, can you share some of the examples from the 2 fellows in Louisiana and some of the successes we saw, which is why Walmart decided to continue to invest?
Sure. In Lake Charles, Louisiana, we placed our first fellow, Matthew Wheeler, a couple of years ago, and he was really instrumental helping Calcasieu Parish and the city of Lake Charles think through their HUD Choice Community Neighborhood Grant. So the city of Lake Charles was selected among the likes of Miami and Boston, a small city in southwestern Louisiana, to receive a $40 million Choice Neighborhood Initiative grant from HUD. Matthew Wheeler helped the city and the county take this plan, or the parish as they call them in Louisiana, and bring this to parts of the community that would be affected by this several hundred, 400 units of affordable housing that will be developed in that community. And rather than be something that's happening to this sector of town, they got to contribute to what the plans are. They got crosswalks on major thoroughfares and zoning that is more favorable for what the community has in mind. And so by taking the plan out and engaging with parts of the community that otherwise would not get to participate in this, we're making it a better plan. And we're giving community members an opportunity to participate in the more resilient and sustainable communities that we're building where they live.
Wonderful. So Tanya, GEOS Institute is obviously a leader in supporting social, equitable, and ecological sound climate resilience across the country. And you recently started the program with 72 communities around CDRZ and the community navigators. So can you share with the audience really about the program and how it aligns with the CDRZ communities to build resilience and hopefully meet those community needs?
Yes, and thank you, Brooks, and thank you all for having me here this morning. At the GEOS Institute, we build climate support systems so that communities can access the help they need to build resilience regardless of their size, their location, or their wealth. So in the Southeast Navigator Project, what we are doing is working with our in-state partners across North and South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida to bring navigators to the communities that have received these CDRZ designations so that they can help them access the help that they need to move their community-based, community-driven resilience plans forward. And so what that means is that the navigators come alongside that community and they offer assistance. And once that assistance offer is accepted, they find out, well, where is that community already? Many communities have done certain things. They're somewhere along that spectrum of building resilience. Then the navigator finds out, well, what does that community want to do next? What is its next major milestone? And then the navigator goes out into this chaotic landscape of funding and technical support and capacity building resources to find the highest leverage support for that community to help them move forward. They bring that information back and essentially help that community navigate those resources, help them take advantage of those opportunities, and they stay with them. The plan is to stay with them for the full 5 years of their designation. So in the same way that Reese was talking about the importance of those relationships, it's about creating that longer term capacity and staying with them. So we have the equivalent of five FTEs across the 4 states, and they each have a portfolio of communities they work with. So these navigators can help each community a certain amount. But what we see is that the additional capacity from programs like REIS's really makes a very complementary structure for what they're doing. Our role, the GEOS Institute's role, is to support the navigators that are working directly with the communities there. And we've been at this for a long time. I've been doing this for 16 years, and I don't remember the last time I was this excited about a project. And the work we do in this is very much supporting the navigators, but the work that they are doing is really making a difference. And they're excited, the communities are excited. They are working really hard. They've taken off like a shot, and we are working very hard to keep up with them to make sure that they have what they need.
Yeah. And for you all to kind of hear that excitement from the community, we're thrilled to have Catherine with us as well. Before, Catherine, I come to you with a couple of different questions. You know, I talked earlier about prioritization, but it's also about making the business case. And so on the screen, Esri has put together some maps for us. I'll highlight the one right over the third one over there. The yellow squares or shapes, geographical shapes there, are the CDRZ zones in the Charleston area, where you'll later hear from Catherine. On that map, you also see the dots of where we have Walmart stores, Sam Clubs, and neighborhood markets. So for us, it's not only about prioritizing these communities because they have their risk to natural hazards and their social vulnerability, but it's also good for our customers and it's good for our associates. Reese talked about the HUD Neighborhood Choice Award for Lake Charles. The region that was selected for that project is flanked by a Sam's Club neighborhood market and a supercenter all along there. So for us, we're just excited about what this investment means for the people that shop at our stores every single day. So Catherine, you're joining us from Charleston, and would love to hear from you kind of what you would say are some of the biggest gaps in your community that you're excited that these fellows and navigators are going to help fill as you're thinking about preparedness and your mitigation activities there in the Charleston COG.
Right. Well, good morning. Charleston, obviously, we often beat headlines for some impacts of natural disasters. Sometimes it's as simple as our, regular rain events that we're kind of used to what that does to our downtown. But across our region, we're called the Low Country for a reason. We are very vulnerable to not only hurricanes and floodings, but we have tornadoes, we have large forests that are susceptible to wildfires. And for the most part, the region has always focused on let the emergency preparedness departments in the counties kind of focus on preparedness, educating the public about the disasters and how they can individually be prepared, and then helping. Hold on 1 second. Sorry.
Government never shuts down.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, they don't. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah.
But they focus mostly on preparedness and on recovery. And it's been in the planning realm that we've had discussions about building resilience. And what we saw was that there's just not a lot of capacity. Our communities are at various different levels. Obviously, the city of Charleston is very focused on this, but Charleston County is just starting to look at it, and then our 2 outer counties are really at the very beginning stages of it. So with the help of having our fellow come in, now we are able to go into the communities, and our navigator has already started doing this, and identify where some of the smaller communities are in terms of their resiliency plans, what strategies are there that they can easily implement, or we can help them find the resources to implement and to start making those connections. So we're really excited to have both of them available to us to increase that capacity. Our organization has been trying to get this conversation going on a regional level So this is really the opportunity for us to bring that together.
That's great. Catherine, I'd love to stay with you. I think one of the things that we really appreciate about both of these models, and Tanya talked about the 5 FTEs across the 4 states and the 6 fellows, but you really prioritize hiring locally. And so where that local perspective is so important, and just that what that local knowledge has to really strengthen the capacity of the partnership, especially as we look at targeting really historically underserved communities in these CEDAR zones. And so, Catherine, I just would love if you could touch a little bit on what that has meant for kind of the fellow hitting the ground running in your community, like serving the different communities that she is, and how that interaction has played out, just having that local context already in mind.
Right, so our fellow, while she has had experience working with FEMA and has her own professional experience, she actually comes from one of our local communities along one of our rivers that can tend to flood with different events. And so Shayla has lived and experienced that just through her whole life in terms of what low country endures on kind of an annual basis. So that's been helpful. And then on top of that, our GEOS navigator is also from one of our communities, and actually she's from one of our communities that got hit the hardest by Hurricane Hugo back in 1989. So I don't know that she was around then, but she has grown up in this fishing village, and she knows exactly what it means in order for us to need to be resilient. That town was pretty much wiped out, basically buried in pluff mud for several years after that. And so it's come back, but just as a region, we've identified that we have an economic resiliency plan because it's always been focused on the environment, but we've realized that there's just such a nexus between the two things that we need to all work together. And while we have various different organizations that work on supporting the communities, when it comes down to neighborhoods like those that are in the Cedars, to basically say just in general, it's this very, very small area, but we are constantly being bombarded with flooding or whatever, that we can now get into those communities and identify those resources, and then go out and try to identify the resources to help address those concerns.
Yeah. No, thank you so much. I think those lived experiences are so critical and bring so much context to the role. So Reese, would love to kind of have you unpack a little bit. Catherine's talked about the need for that added capacity and technical assistance. And so, just would love to hear some of the lessons that you've learned from the fellows and how they're serving these new communities, and really what made SBP choose to go down this path and use this as kind of the intervention to help communities be better prepared and mitigate.
Great question. We're learning a ton all the time. Anytime you have occasion to hire between 6 and 12 people in 10 states to focus on urgent national and local priorities, I recommend it. It is a great way to learn things quickly. In terms of how we chose the strategy, Brooks, it was actually kind of 2 real things that drove it, and then maybe a third thing that I hope is sticky with this audience. The first is state and local leaders are asking for it. SBP began as a disaster recovery organization, and we have for a long time rebuilt homes for low-income survivors, and we found government leaders in the post-disaster space who say, hey, we're not exactly sure what we're supposed to be doing here. In the pre-disaster space, you're finding people who we informed them that they got the CEDARS designation when we called to say, were you aware that you're a CEDARS zone, right? So there's a huge lack of knowledge, not because local administrators are not smart or not informed, though in some cases they're literally not informed. It's because they just don't have the capacity to do this, so they want to learn. They want to have that knowledge. Second, we've watched as previous federal investments have not flown to small and medium-sized communities where so many Americans live and work. If you look at FEMA's BRIC grant, and I'm not being critical of FEMA. Every federal investment for resilience and mitigation is a good one, in my view. But the BRIC grant, for the first couple of rounds, distributed billions of dollars to a handful of major metropolitan areas along the east and west coast. And I live in New York City now, though my accent probably gives away I'm from Mississippi. This money doesn't make it to communities that need it. It makes it to communities who are sophisticated enough to apply for it. And so what we're trying to do here is make the small to medium-sized communities a little more sophisticated, a little more able to apply for this. And that strategy is, maybe it's not unique, but I think it's important for resilience because there's just no way around it. And what Catherine said is absolutely true. Resilience has to be a local priority. It can't be imposed by the federal government or by the state government. It's got to be something that a city council and a mayor cares about, that discretionary budget could be sent to meet cost match requirements, to get access. So what we're trying to do here in selecting the communities and selecting the fellows is really figure out how this community works. Because while every community is different, the way that communities work is almost always the same. There's government and there's industry and there are individuals and there are homeowners, and these forces push and pull on one another, and the sum total of those forces create what you can possibly get done in this place. And you know who won't know it? Me, some guy from New York City with a tie. But Shayla and Catherine, they will know it. They'll figure out what can get done in their corner of the world. They'll know who needs it most. And in that corner of the world, there are Boeing facilities and there are Volvo facilities. And Walmart's making the first investment by putting the fellows there. But what more can we get from social impact investment in businesses like yours that serve these areas, where your customers live, where your employees live? This is an opportunity to drive further cross-sectoral partnerships in so many American communities. And Brooks, at the bottom of the strategy was really, how can we do something in a few places that will work in a lot of places? Because as a nonprofit organization, I just can't go and be everywhere. But I can make an example in a community like Catherine's, and then we can find every community in America that's like Catherine's, and we'll share the example. And I think that is really what FEMA and the folks had in mind with Cedars. It's surely the reason we selected this model, and it's the reason we're so grateful for the work that Tanya's doing, that Walmart has done on this front, and that so many of you in this room are investing in with your dollars and your cents every single day. So that's kind of how we get after it, Brooks.
Yeah, that's great. I think it's a lot about the collaboration and the partnership, and obviously this conference is a lot about private-public partnership. And Tanya, I think with the navigators, you've obviously selected anchor institutions in each of these 4 states, and so would love to hear you kind of unpack how you selected those institutions, how you've built that partnership, and kind of what the public-private partnership looks like there.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, the partnership element of this is so critical, not just the funding partnership with Walmart Foundation, which has been the foundation for this entire project, but also those organizations that are in-state. So our in-state partners do the hiring. The GEOS Institute does not have anyone deployed in these states. So those 4 institutions were already selected because we had found them through our Climate Ready America larger initiative.
Do you want to mention the 4 institutions?
Yes. Sure. In North Carolina, it is the North Carolina Office of Recovery and Resilience. In Georgia, it's the Georgia Conservancy. In South Carolina, it's the Shy Institute at Furman University. And in Florida, it is the Florida Climate Institute, which is a consortium of universities. And so in each of these places, what we are looking for in terms of our partners, it's very specific. We need organizations that are collaborative, first and foremost, and that are well respected and trusted across their communities and across the state. We also need them to be supportive of the principles that we have around how we develop this program, and also willing to engage with the other partners respectfully and to share what they learn. And Reese, you mentioned how important it is that we are learning as we do this. No one really knows how to do this perfectly, and so we are building this bicycle as we all pedal it down the road. And so our partners have to be willing to tell us what they learn, and that means that sometimes we learn things that are not, we didn't learn that it worked out great. We learned that maybe it didn't work out like we wanted. And so our partners have to be willing to engage in that way. And when you talk about the public-private element of this, I think it's also critical that our partners in the federal and state government levels, they have programs. They're trying to reach these communities. They know that a community that is already struggling has even more problems when these major disasters roll in on them. But it is very difficult for them to get to the ground. And so by identifying with these communities what they need and helping them navigate, we're not only leveraging those programs, but we're also helping to strengthen them and helping to get them to their mission of getting to the communities that need them the most. So that partnership piece goes all the way through these projects.
That's great. Both of you have kind of touched on this, but would love to expand a little bit about it. You know, I've already kind of mentioned at Walmart, we really think about hyper prioritization, but we also talk a lot about scalability and sustainability. And so as much as I would love for Walmart Foundation's philanthropy to be able to provide this to every community across the US, it's not possible. And so, you know, we think about how do these models grow? How can we be kind of the influx of initial investment, but how are you thinking about scaling and really growing these programs? And Reese, maybe in your answer, you can talk about where the other fellows are going to be placed across the Southeast and how we're thinking, you know. I think initially when we started this program, it was in Lake Charles and Terrebonne Parish, but now we're thinking more regional and even state as well, and then obviously Tanya as well. So.
Yeah, SPP is going to place fellows in Texas, in Mississippi, in Alabama, in Florida, in South Carolina. Also, thanks to Liberty Mutual and UPS and Toyota, we're going to place some in Massachusetts and West Virginia as well. Tanya mentioned like what you need for a successful partnership. You need a willing local partner. You need a candidate for a fellow. And you need to be able to identify some resources that'll work in this community. Where I think the real scalability opportunity here, Brooks, is you guys are seeding fellows that are going to create lists of projects that are possible in these places, and those are all going to have capital stacks that it takes to get it done. In my view, where you have operations, any of those places that I just mentioned, there will be a time where you too can participate in the resilience and mitigation actions that communities are going to take. And I think there's no region in the country that doesn't have a major grocer or a pipeline company that delivers energy products to this part of the world. And all of those people benefit when communities are better prepared, when they make quicker recoveries, when they turn their power back on sooner, when they start spending money in their local economy quicker. So we think, Brooks, that the scaling strategy is really, you find area businesses that are focused on this population and introduce to them what the most forceful resilience and mitigations actions might be, and then let's figure out, those companies I mentioned are just the start. What can we do with areas who rely on these populations for their business? What's their responsibility to invest here? The answer is not nothing. And I think the Fellows Program will give us greater occasion to define what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Tanya, any comments on kind of scalability and sustainability of the navigators?
Absolutely. You know, this is a demonstration project that we're doing across the 4 southern states, and the point of it is to figure out how might we create a nationwide navigator network. We're looking to do this and to have it up and running before the next significant designation phase for FEMA. So FEMA's next efforts are going to be around tribes and territories, but sometime in that next 12 to 18 months, we're expecting another general designation phase. And so when that happens, we want to be ready with navigators in all 50 states, the territories, and serving tribal regions. And that means figuring out a roadmap for what that expansion looks like. we are looking at a couple of different ways. One is geographic expansion across the Southeast, so starting from our four states. But the other one is to help our navigator organizations in other states raise the money internally and then come into our support network through more of a franchise model. We have partners in almost all 50 states, the territories, and in some of the tribal regions already. So the next steps are really to finalize the rest of those partnerships and then to find the resources to expand the network. And that's, again, where we think that there's a real opportunity for wider partnerships. We tend to just look at government. How can government help these sorts of things? But in every state, there are major industries. There are entities whose financial reality relies on the resilience of these areas. And so that's really what we're looking for, is to develop opportunities for a variety of people to come in and bring in the support that they can do for us to be able to expand the network nationwide. But we are preparing for that larger expansion. We're taking what we learned over these last several months and building that into our system so that we can be ready for that quick expansion that we're hoping will come in the next year. We're expecting to be able to be ready for that by the end of this summer.
That's great. I should have mentioned in introductions, and we're so fortunate that Tanya leads GEO's Institute because Tanya does sit on the FEMA National Advisory Council, but is also the mayor of her town in Oregon. So she gets to sit at the national level as well as see it all play out locally. So it brings a lot of really good perspective to this work. Would love for you to kind of talk about some of the challenges that you're seeing, or just as you're looking at the different ways different communities are more resilient, where are the gaps that we aren't talking about? What has been unpacked in some of these partnerships with the local governments? What isn't being said, or what should we be talking about?
I mean, local communities are making really difficult decisions between resilience promoting actions that improve, say, stormwater drainage and paying to maintain the local fire truck. So if you break it down to the most basic component, that's probably one of the most awe-inspiring things that fundamentally I'm from a town of 2,200 people, but to see decision makers say, no, we can't do that because we have to have a fire service, just shows you the reality, I think, that a lot of local communities are facing. I don't know, Tanya, if you'd add to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things I think we see now with all of the investments that are moving at the federal level is that there's an assumption that there is a wide range of projects that are ready to go. Right. That thinking has been done. And those programs are aimed at communities that are under-resourced already. So what we know is that those plans are not sitting there. They don't have shovel-ready plans in these communities. And what we don't talk about enough is that there is a gap for a lot of communities where they need help to get ready to ask for the funding that's there. And how do we build the infrastructure that creates that pipeline of projects so that we can help them get in line for the funding that is really focused on implementation? Mm-hmm.
That's a good example, too. South Carolina, the legislature, I know you know this, but ticky-tacky thing, the legislature there passed a law and requires local municipalities, if they want to access state resilience money, to incorporate a resilience element into their hazard mitigation plans. Now, for the emergency managers in the room, this makes sense. This is way down in the weeds, but that isn't required. They don't have to have a resilience element in their local hazard mitigation plan. But now, to access state federal resources, they do. And so a bunch of communities in South Carolina are now about to be forced, and many of them are going to do it in a shoestring bootstrap kind of way, but they are going to be forced to think about resilience in their community. And that is maybe an important first step. The other thing I keep thinking about, and Tanya, you really said it nicely, is that the resilience and mitigation challenges that America and American communities are facing, retrofitting all of our housing stock in our communities to face climate realities. The reason I love this conference and I make time to be at it every single year is because here, government and business don't point fingers at each other and say, this is your problem to solve. The issues that are facing American communities, relevant to climate and many other things, They are too pernicious for industry to solve on its own. They are too massive in scale for government to handle without industry, and any effort will require non-governmental organizations and people who watch out for those who get left behind to make sure those forces are working together. But again, the reason I get so excited about this conference and the discussion is because no single part of that triumvirate can solve the problem here, only all three parts of it working together. And this is always a room full of people who seem to really buy that wholesale, and I appreciate it.
Well, I would also add that one of those, the conversations that doesn't happen is, what is the scale of the moonshot of the investment that needs to be put in place in order for us to be a truly climate resilient nation? So when we think about local government is always making decisions about things like infrastructure, transportation, building codes, emergency management, and the list goes on. And so we know that we need that section of our society, those 19,000 jurisdictions, to be mostly pulling in the same direction if we are to have a climate-ready, resilient nation. But what we don't talk about is what is the scale of the investment and what is the structure of that support that is needed for those local governments to get their hands on the rope. Right? And we don't have that conversation, and I think it's partially because of the magnitude of what this is going to mean. But we need to have that conversation so that government and industry and everyone else and individual residents know, what is my part in building this climate resilient nation?
Catherine, I would love for you to come off mute and respond to any of those comments or provide any additional context thinking about some of the gaps, challenges.
No, yeah, and I'll mimic what Reese had said, is that it's just been in the last few years that the state has, they created the Department of, or the Office of Resiliency, and in doing that, one of the things was to require all of our jurisdictions to have resiliency elements within our comprehensive plans. But we are all on different five-year cycles, so we're kind of working with the communities on putting together what that is, and that's kind of helping to build some awareness of the need to be resilient. And you know, we get a little bit of pushback about, well, how realistic is this? And then and once an event comes, then it becomes very much a reality for them. So we just really find that this whole kind of partnership is becoming the key for us to actually become a very resilient region. We, as I kind of mentioned before, after COVID, we did do a resiliency plan for the region, and that was one of the first opportunities that we had to really start pulling in the private sector to work with local government to look at how we can be economically resilient. And now this is becoming our opportunity to really kind of build up on environmental resiliency on a regional scale, having that conversation in terms of how we all work together, and then from pulling in our private partners to help with that as well.
Yeah. Catherine, I'm going to stay with you, and we're just a few minutes left, but since this conference is about partnership, would love to hear kind of your reaction when SBP came to you with the offer of a fellow, and also having the community navigator, kind of your reaction to what that partnership, the offer, I guess. But I think a lot about a partnership is also built on the trust. And so how, you know, what made you trust Reese and SBP?
That's a fair question.
I
think she didn't meet me is probably the answer. I think she met a very talented member of my team first.
Yeah, and when Hannah reached out to us, of course, the first thing was, who is SBP? You know, start Googling and looking it up, and you know, because sometimes we get, you know, kind of emails from people that we hadn't heard of before and aren't too sure what we are supposed to do with that, but. We had just finished on a regional basis putting together a grant application. And so one of the conversations that we'd had about that was how we were going to structure pulling together the partners we have an environmental committee through our organization, but how could we structure making this happen, and how are we going to have the capacity in order to do the implementation? And as I said, some of our counties and cities are a little bit further ahead, so they had some capacity and could kind of guide us in terms of making a plan for doing that. But when they reached out, we were like, oh wow, help. And as you were mentioning, one of the biggest things that our small communities and even our organization struggle with is who's going to write that grant application. And when our communities come to us, our first thing is, well, do you have a plan? Do you have any engineering designs? Is this just kind of a thought that you had? Is this a concept? So building the resiliency elements in their comprehensive plan, we've got the ideas and the strategies down. Now we'll have the capacity to help them kind of get those shovel ready, and then also to reach out and try to find the resources to fund getting those strategies implemented.
That's great. In your last few minutes, each of you, just closing comments on building trust, but then also kind of a challenge for the audience.
Building trust. That's constant work. You have to do what you say and say what you'll do, and mean what you say what you mean. I think we're aided along in hiring from the community people who are here, and they're not trying to do any tricks. They're trying to make the community where they live and where they work better. I think that is helping us. I think that's helping us build a lot of trust.
Any challenge for the audience?
Challenge for the audience. Search your heart, maybe, be a little cheesy. But then search your Rolodex. Get involved in your community. Does your community have a resilience element in its hazard mitigation plan? Maybe you don't know, but you can know it. You can know where your community falls on the continuum. And if you can't know that, you can at least know where each of you as individuals fall on that continuum. Are you aware of your risk? Do you know what it would take to access the insurance products you have in place? Do you know what kind of resources you'd need to put your life back together if it were interrupted by a peril that it might be interrupted by? That at its very core is what we're asking people to do. Forget, someone said it yesterday, the lady from CISA said it yesterday, that we want to get to a place where buckling up is, or cybersecurity is as recent and front of mind as putting on your seatbelt. Resilience isn't sending members to Congress yet, so it's not that front of mind yet, but we need local communities to talk about it. If resilience and mitigation actions aren't a Main Street issue, then all the federal allocation in the world won't matter. So I'd challenge each of you to think about how you can talk about and think about and move around about resilience in the places where you live and work and call home.
And for the GEOS Institute, we build trust with the communities we serve by making sure that we are never in direct contact with them. And that may seem a little strange, but what we know is that when someone knocks on the door of a Cedars community in a state, that knock needs to come from someone that they either know already or that they can quickly learn is from their region, knows more about what it is that they're struggling with. And so we only come into direct contact with the communities we serve if our navigator invites us in to help with a technical support issue. So that is a critical, important piece of this. When that knock happens in Florida in particular, it's coming from an extension agent. The extension agents that are working with the universities, and they already have those trusted relationships. And when you can come in from that point, you can get to work right away. You don't have to spend the time it takes to, well, who is this person? Why are they calling me? As Catherine was mentioning. So you can get going right away. And that is a critical part of this, because Cedars communities, by their definition, they are under-resourced. And what that means is that these census tracts, these particular neighborhoods, there are trust issues there, and rightfully so. And there is a need to meet them where they are, to gently handle that reality, and to help them move forward in a way that is appropriate for where they're at. And that means developing relationships. It means making sure that, that you give that, kind of create that space and create that structure. In terms of a challenge, I would say we need to recognize that all of the federal appropriations that could possibly be made are not enough. And so I know there are mechanisms being developed for investment, but these small communities need to know that if they're going to think through that big project, it can't be just so that they can maybe outcompete their more affluent neighbor for a BRIC grant. It has to be that beyond that, there is some way to invest and finance these projects.
Yep.
Wonderful. Well, I do want to give a quick shout out and thanks to the FEMA team who's worked so hard on the CDRZ grants. Thank you for helping us prioritize because it is really important for us. So, do encourage you to learn more at Sam's session during lunch, and just huge thanks to Reese and Tanya and GEOS and SBP. Really appreciate the partnership. Thank you all.
Thank you, Brooks.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Richard Ferreira. I go by Reggie. I'm the director of the Disaster Resilience Leadership Academy and also executive director of the Consortium for Equitable Disaster Resilience, referred to as CEDAR. Please do not confuse us with the CEDARs. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning. Really appreciate your time. I want to thank the Chamber, and I also want to thank the Walmart Foundation and Brooks Nelson for the opportunity. I promise, you know, university professors tend to do death by PowerPoint. That's not the purpose of this morning. So again, I want to thank our funder, the Walmart Foundation, for supporting our work. So the Consortium for Equitable Disaster Resilience was actually birthed out of Hurricane Ida. One of the aspects we've been looking at for the past 15 years after Hurricane Katrina is really disaster recovery and how communities are able to access resources post-disaster. So as you all are aware, funding is available. As you can just see the slide behind me, funding is there, but oftentimes communities do not know how to access funding, you know, due to several associated barriers. Through my personal research, I've been looking at resource allocation and how communities can actually access resources post-disaster. There's been a lot written on barriers in general, but not looking at disaster recovery barriers. And some of the community work we've been doing in Louisiana and globally as well, the Disaster Resilience Leadership Academy has had a footprint in 38 countries around the globe. One of the things we constantly come across is how are people able to access resources. You are able to access one of our most recent research briefs here via the QR code. We've had an extensive search on literature we've done. So basically, we wanted to see what are the barriers communities experience. We've had a team of roughly 20 researchers that actually includes practitioners. And what we've done is we've looked at the landscape of the past 25 years and the associated barriers communities experience. We reviewed roughly 110 research articles that were peer-reviewed, and something we came across was that, you know, there's actually not really a solution-focused approach to research when it comes to barriers in general. We identified 29 barriers, so 29 barriers that communities are struggling with in accessing either tangible disaster resources or funding in general. We identified 5 main themes, you know, and as a South African, you know, originally we were like, yeah, we're going to call this the Big 5, but that would go over it like a lead balloon in South Africa. Just a little side joke there. But yeah, we've identified 5 themes. So the first theme that we came across in the literature that communities experience post-disaster is confusion and difficulty in navigating the process. There's cumbersome paperwork associated. It takes time to complete paperwork. I understand from a compliance standpoint, oftentimes it's needed, but the paperwork can really be demoralizing for communities in general. And then it's also just difficulty in navigating bureaucracies for communities. Exclusion, and this was a long one, and a lot of these sub-themes that we've identified is familiar to a lot of us, but language came about. You know, there was cultural differences that came about. Technology. In Louisiana, technology is a big issue for us, especially as it relates to broadband access. So oftentimes, if there's a requirement to fill in a form online, a lot of communities can't access the particular platforms. Work duties, oftentimes people have to do work during the day and then they're not able to get off or be able to access particular platforms. Transportation is an issue, the geographic nature of resources where they're allocated, and then just a lack of local capacity. Discrimination, and this is not a new one to a lot of us. The socioeconomic side of things is really problematic. You know, race, age, gender, immigration status came about, and there's a fear and distrust, unfortunately, oftentimes when it comes to government. There's basically a trust deficit for a lot of communities that they're experiencing. So how can we go about building up trust with communities when it comes to post-disaster recovery resources? Political control and media is another theme that came about in our work that we've reviewed for the past 25 years. Oftentimes, politicians and the media have control in terms of how resources are allocated. There's also oftentimes narratives surrounding recipients, that they're helpless. And then oftentimes politicians, their lifespan are not very long, in terms of 4-year terms, so they have their own agenda and oftentimes not really focused on the community. Then one that some of you might be familiar with is the ecosystem of aid. So there were several issues that we came across in the literature. There's a lot of programmatic changes. There's a state in the Northeast that had over 100 programmatic changes in a year. So just imagine if you work in that type of setup, how confusing it can be. We found that staffing changes was a big issue, and linked with that, staff morale as well. You can imagine if you work in a program that there's been over 100 programmatic changes, how problematic that can be, and also from a service delivery standpoint, how that impacts the community. Then lack of staff diversity is also a big issue. And then there's just a mismatch of timelines. And why is that mismatch of timelines concerning? So delays in terms of the mismatch of timelines. And these statistics are not new, but we found them in the literature. Roughly 61% of American households have not enough money to float for 6 months if they've experienced a disaster. Roughly 50% don't have enough money over a 3-month time span. 32% don't have $500 available immediately, and then roughly 14% don't have $100 available right after a disaster. And this is problematic. One concept we came about with is the precipice of precarity. Oftentimes communities and households are put in situations where they have to make tough decisions. Do I put a roof over my house, or do I tend to my child's medical bills? There's several stories we've came across, and we need to really work to address these. So how do we stop the cascading effects? So how can we stop the dominoes from falling and ensuring that we can assist communities that they're more resilient in the face of disaster when it comes to their recovery? We need a solution-focused approach. As I mentioned, out of the 110 articles we reviewed, and even with our own research that we're currently still conducting, focused on the ecosystem of aid and communities, there was only one article that focused on, or one study that focused on solutions, which is very problematic. So we really need a paradigm shift in how we go about providing assistance to communities. So in terms of solutions that we found, and like I mentioned, this wasn't just the ivory tower research approach we've taken. We have several practitioners. There's some of them actually sitting in the room that participated in our work and provided input. It's very important that we include all members of the community. Meet the community where they're at. Equal access to resources is very important. You know, take that extra step in ensuring that the most vulnerable in your community know where they can access resources. Serve applicants first. Compliance is important, but ensure, you know, that we have compassion and empathy when it comes to working with communities. And then lastly, you know, communities should have a sense of control, trust, and their input should be valued. Like I mentioned earlier, there's a trust deficit, you know, so there's a lot of work that needs to be done during blue sky days that we should focus on. So what's next for us at the consortium? We're really trying a solution-focused approach. We actually received another round of funding from the Walmart Foundation, so thank you for that. We're actually going to be looking at assistance programming just by show of hands, and please reach out to us afterwards. Is there anyone working in IA or IHP programming in the room? Okay. Yeah, and obviously looking at the ecosystem of aid and, you know, what can be done to improve the ecosystem in general. And then lastly, a shameless plug, please reach out to us and also reach out to universities in your communities. We're more than willing to work with practitioners. It's very important to build out those relationships. And thank you for your time this morning.
Gandhi said, live as if we were to die tomorrow. If I had to rephrase that, I would say live as if we were to die today. The global challenge of climate change that we face today has to be addressed today and not tomorrow. Good morning, and thank you so much for inviting me to share resilience at scale work cities are doing in Middle America. In fact, I'm not just joining you as mayor of Greenville, Mississippi, but also representing 104 additional cities along the entire length of the Mississippi River Basin, all the way from Bemidji, Minnesota, the headwaters of the Mississippi, all the way down to New Orleans, Louisiana. We are all part of a group of mayors, bipartisan group of mayors, called Mississippi River Cities and Towns Initiative. I would like to zoom out to a larger discussion involving the entire midsection of North America. Although resilience and adaptation city by city is crucial to reduce risk for the jurisdiction, if we want to truly realize systematic reduction of exposure to climate disasters, we have to scale up our work to a larger regional approach that includes areas outside cities. The question, what is so important about the Mississippi River Corridor? The 10-state Mississippi River Corridor is a linchpin, ecological linchpin, and central connector to a larger 31-state Mississippi River Basin, which also includes a portion of 2 Canadian provinces. The basin produces the main stem river, transports over 90% of U.S. grain and over 40% of the total U.S. agricultural output. 1 in 12 folks worldwide on Earth consume commodities produced on the Mississippi River Basin. The Mississippi River and its wider system of tributaries truly compose the most critical hydrological and ecological superstructure to maintaining the planet's food web. If we have to think about it, the food that you ate today, the breakfast that you eat on yesterday, and the food that you eat tonight comes from the Mississippi River Basin. Those raw products move down the Mississippi River Basin and gets to a factory or plant to create that finished product. The main stem itself also is essential to U.S. national security, domestic freight, export economy, manufacturing, and the freshwater economy. In fact, the freshwater economy of the Mississippi River produces about $450 billion annually, with companies in sectors like manufacturing, agriculture, and recreation. Over 20 million people across 50 cities depend on the Mississippi River for drinking water. All this economy and continent-wide environment services are in jeopardy. Persistent and record-breaking disasters have all worked to compromise the Mississippi River Basin. And compromising the food on the Mississippi River Basin compromises the food that folks eat around the world. The main stem corridor has sustained over $246 billion in actual disaster losses since 2005. Soil health is all at a 30-year decline. Invasive species have degraded over a third of national fish populations. Nutrient loading has diminished the water quality, and 80 million pieces of plastic litter is found in the region every single day. We have taken this message all over the world since our first COP in Paris in 2015, and I went to COP 26 in the UK, COP 27 in Egypt, and also COP 28 in Dubai, where these mayors across the corridor have been urging the world to prioritize the food most producing river basin, the Mississippi River Basin, to gain the most ground on climate resilience. So what is the solution? Cities along the Mississippi River, in particular, are in a unique position to accomplish local projects for the global good. Shown here, you can see where mayors are working with partners to deploy nature-based infrastructure projects at scale across the corridor. Mayors are committed to preserving the services provided by the Mississippi River Basin for their own cities, the nation, and the world. There's too much at stake to not act decisively and not act today at scale equal to the problem that we face with climate change. Succinctly, the solution resides in restoring the ecology of the region and in portions of the Mississippi River corridor that will yield the most resilience to climate impacts for the most vulnerable areas in the near term. Mayors throughout the 10-state corridor have entered into a multi-year, multilateral agreement with Global Conservation Authority Ducks Unlimited as the primary delivery partner. 100,000 acres impacting 10 states. Mayors and Ducks Unlimited team have assembled a pipeline of projects comprised of 100,000 acres of nature-based infrastructure that will directly impact the 10 states and 45 cities, but will benefit all 124 mayor-led communities along the Mississippi River corridor. Just in Greenville, Mississippi, we have a median household income that lags behind Mississippi and the country. Our median household income is about $26,000. For the state, it's $39,000. For the country, it's $64,000. A 30% poverty rate. These are the type of projects we can do at scale because gray infrastructure is costing us too much with the rising costs. I can't keep putting the burden on my folks in Greenville, Mississippi, an elderly lady that just received an SSI check where she has to decide whether she's gonna pay her water bill or whether she's gonna get her food. So these projects at scale are nature-based projects. They're ecologically safe and they're environmentally safe, but they're the only projects that we in small communities on the river can do at this time. So you can see the map. The projects are 100,000 acres of nature-based infrastructure. They're concentrated in the mid-continent confluence zones shown here. These zones include some of the most vulnerable communities like Greenville, Mississippi, and most vital ports as well. What will the pipeline of projects do? City mayors along the Mississippi set out to accomplish 3 major goals in restoring America's great river, the world's largest navigable river, the world's largest food-producing river basin. 1, systematic reduce climate risk across the Mississippi 10-state corridor that would heal the basin from the center out. 2, improve public health and city environmental factors of soil, air, and water. And 3, ensure the sustainability of the cleanest and most beneficial economies along the Mississippi River Basin. These projects are comprised of wetlands, marshes, forests, reconnect floodplains, backwater areas, and reconnected floodplains, sequestering over 230,000 tons of carbon and further securing the world's largest food-producing river basin on Earth from climate impacts, this pipeline of projects is designed to restore the most important riverine system in the world and secure our city's future. I'm reminded of a story of a 4-year-old of a mayor who was coming to speak at the Chamber of Commerce. And as he was preparing his talking points, he wanted to keep her busy so he can talk to the world leaders and the companies that really make up the food that we eat. And so he gave her a 10,000-piece puzzle of the world, hoping it was going to keep her busy all day. In less than 7 minutes, and we know 7 is the number for completion, she had completed this 10,000-piece puzzle of the world. And he asked her, how did you do that? How did you put Africa together, and North America together, and Asia together, and Europe together? And she said, Daddy, you know, on the other side of the world is a picture of the man. And once the man is right, the world is right. What that says to us is we each have our individual part to live today as if we're gonna die today, not tomorrow, to solve this problem, this global climate problem that we face around the world. And once the world is right, the man is right, the world is right. We invite each of you to join us in this work. It will only be successful if each and every last one of us do our part to solve this global crisis. Mississippi River Cities, Towns Initiatives and DU have already secured $22 million in Jobs Act money and Inflation Reduction Act funding, but we're just getting started. Our mayors will be gathering in Baton Rouge this year in September, and we invite all of you all to come. Every company that hears the sound of my voice, we have a corporate advisory board. We want you to be a part of that, to not only tap into this wealth of information with these mayors, but also the opportunity to solve the world's problem by and through the world's largest food producing river basin. If your organization is invested in manufacturing or agriculture, supply chain, risk management, or touches food products or water at all, then your business depends on Middle America, and this work is creating value day in and day out for these cities, the corridor, the Mississippi River, Middle America, North America, but more importantly, the world. You know, being born a man or a woman is a matter of chance. Being born a man or a woman that makes a difference is a matter of choice. We want you to make the choice today to join these mayors to do this incredible work. Thank you for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin a 15-minute networking break. At this time, we also encourage you to go and visit the T-Mobile truck outside the front doors on H Street. We will resume our programming at 10:45 a.m.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to your seats. Our program will now begin.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I believe we're the session before another break for lunch, so we appreciate everyone's attention, and this is one of the most important topics that we think at this conference today about strengthening humanitarian response. We're joined by a great panels here that really combines expertise in government, private sector, and NGO linking the two. As you may know, there's about 300 million people this year that are impacted by different humanitarian events. We've seen massive flooding in countries like Brazil, Afghanistan. We've seen, of course, major earthquakes in Turkey and Syria, huge conflicts like Russian war in Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan. There's no shortage of global crises. And all of our organizations collectively are working to address them. We have the panels here today. We're going to really try to go beyond the headlines and provide you with some actionable insights that your organizations can use to do more good around the world. So we're joined here today by Marcia Wong, who's the Deputy Assistant Administrator at the USAID Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance. We have P&G Claude Zakowski, who's Program Director for Global Disaster Relief Program, and Steve Smith, who's the CEO and President of Airlink. We really want to get into the discussion today by looking at some of these global risks. In 2024, the Global Risk Report from the World Economic Forum identified a few really key destablers that we see. So these growing conflicts, extreme weather, social discontent, polarization, and then also structural forces that are underlying them. So climate change, demographic bifurcation, geopolitical shifts, and technological acceleration. So what we'd like to ask the panelists to start us off is, how are your organizations assessing these global risks, threats, and challenges as they relate to your humanitarian mission? And also, what are playing out right now in humanitarian terms for 2024? So we'll start with Marcia from USAID.
Great. Thank you so much, Jennifer, and good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for your attention today. Even as Jennifer was speaking, I could feel more white hair like popping out of my head right now, so bear with me on this, because I probably will leave the stage with a couple more. But again, the backdrop that Jennifer painted is a tough and challenging one for the humanitarian, if I may, the architecture writ large, and certainly for USAID and the Bureau that I represent, and also the responsibility of being, at this moment, the largest humanitarian donor, bilateral donor in the world, comes with those responsibilities. And if there's one thing, if I can ask you to hold in your mind when I speak to the work that we are trying to do, we are about influencing, we are about leveraging, and we are about prospecting. So please hold those three action verbs in your mind. If I can add some more fast facts to the context that we're working in, and it's sobering, but it does not mean that we step back from it. If anything, it means we step forward and together in this space. The Internal Displacement Monitoring Center, a partner of BHA, sent out its latest report on internal displacement at 75.9 million people. That has doubled in the last 5 years. We're projected at another 140 million people by 2030 in need of humanitarian assistance. There is a $41 billion funding gap. This is also against what Jennifer described as natural disasters, which increasing frequency, severity, they know no boundaries, they know no calendar, they certainly don't respect a budget planning cycle, and I'll get into the resource side of that. Then protracted crisis, the compounding effect of climate and conflict, some of these new trends and challenges emerging in these spaces that humanitarians and private sector have to work with. The application of artificial intelligence. In one place, a drone may be providing medical care, malaria tablets in Goma. And another place, if a drone's flying over your head, the person on the ground is going to try to shoot it down. Authoritarianism, demographics, so a multitude of these trends. And what it requires of the humanitarian organization is to understand, analyze these, and for the humanitarian implications. Resources. It is a shrinking space in terms of the resources that are coming forward from the bilateral donors. I would like to thank you as U.S. taxpayers and our Congress for providing a supplemental this year. If I can just give you, just from USAID's perspective, where we've been in the budget trajectory, but then think about all those other donors out there who are coming in a lot less. So we were lucky, and again, thank you, all of you, taxpayers. $12 billion was the operating budget for USAID BHA in 22. Buoyed, regrettably, by the food insecurity, the Congress said we have to address famine. Ukraine. 23 dropped to about 9.8 for us, and then 24 we were walking in with almost a 50% cut. And when the biggest donor in the world had to almost cut by 50%, the reverberation of that was going to be massive. And we saw UN agencies, international non-governmental organizations that work in the humanitarian space contract massively. But the needs are just doing this. Now with this supplemental of $9 billion plus, some going to the State Department's Populations, Refugee Migration Bureau, $5.6 billion coming to us. We are back up in, again, about $9–10 billion. This sounds wonderful, but if it's up against these funding gaps of a projected $41 billion, drop in bucket. So again, what do we do in terms of the influencing within this space, the leveraging of what we have, and the prospecting? So if I can move you into all of these, if I may, external pressure points on the humanitarian system now, and speaking from where we are as the Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance, we undertook a fairly massive internal look. And it's hard when you're just in motion and you're responding day to day, like my colleagues do too, to step back and say, we have got to do this better and different and more effectively. None of this will be unfamiliar to you, but what I want to stress is that there's an intentionality and a stronger focus on to be as strategic and as effective as one can be. So when I describe these 5 pillars, you might go, yeah, but there's intentionality, there's focus, and again, through all these pillars I'm going to describe to you, partnership, the influencing, the leveraging, the prospecting, partnership, and the locally led humanitarian action runs through it all. First pillar, rapid onset. It's those floods, it's the hurricanes, we have data, we'll talk about that more. How do we predict, how do we prepare? The second one is, protracted crisis. It's a different contextual, it's long-term planning. Who are the actors, including the private sector, that have to be in that space with us? The third is when we start moving out of the protracted crisis, and it's a start-stop, we know, but then it's the recovery, it's the resilience. And again, private sector, walking that with us, being there already with us. The fourth is the influencing. I'm talking as USAID, BHA to you now, but they're a huge architecture of humanitarian response around the world. Global, multinational, multilateral, local. So how do we influence in that to convene, to coalesce, to make sure it's effective and not fragmented? And the fifth is partnership, again, the thread that runs through all of this. It's global, local, it's partnership with development, it's partnership with peace builders, and it certainly is partnership with private sector. The USAID administrator referred to the private sector engagement as being at the heart of the business of this agency today. And it gives me special pleasure to be up on the stage here with Stephen. I'm not going to steal too much of your thunder, but let me just have a little bit of a brag moment. Airlink was critical when the cholera was emerging in Haiti. And Haiti is one of those crises that is not grabbing enough of the headlines. Sudan, the Gazas, the Ukraines. But there were regrettably tens of these crises and conflicts. This one is gang violence. It's not in state armed groups. But cholera was breaking out, and we recognized with all the fragility of that state, if we did not contain cholera, the ability for it to spread to other islands was a dramatic moment for us in the government. I sent down a disaster assistance response team like October 2022. But Airlink was a critical element in bringing together, and Stephen, I hope you'll elaborate more, bringing together commercial aviation and logistics suppliers, and then over the course of weeks, what was it, 290 tons, over 38 flights and a humanitarian air bridge out of Miami to Port-au-Prince. It was a critical moment for us to address this, and I want to thank That, I want to thank Airlink, but that is a crystal example of partnership moving fast with us to respond as effectively and strategically as we can. So thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Marcia. And moving to P&G, we all know all the wonderful products that P&G provides, but it's really amazing to see how P&G is able to respond to these crises and set up, laundry centers or portable restrooms. So I'd love to hear how P&G is assessing the current global risks, and how do you choose where you're focusing your efforts?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for having me. P&G is a global consumer products company. We have operations in about 70 countries around the world. So we are continually assessing and evaluating how we can best respond to a number of crises around the world. We're really guided by three principles. One is protecting our employees. The second is serving our consumers, and the third is supporting communities. And I'm very fortunate that that's the area that I get to spend my time doing at the company, which is working with partners, many of whom are in the room, to determine how we can most effectively respond to natural disasters and humanitarian crises around the world. So we obviously do this with financial support, but I think where we're most uniquely positioned is in the products we make. Because after people's basic needs have been met, food, water, shelter, it's all the other daily essentials that people look to. They need diapers, they need fem care supplies, soap, shampoo, razors, deodorant. It's these things that people use every day that help give them a sense of normalcy, help them throughout the recovery, rebuilding process. So we work with organizations to pre-position and to make sure that we're getting those products where they're needed, when they're needed. The other thing we've done is expand into bringing services to communities. So Tide Loads of Hope is a program that's widely known here in the US. We started that after Hurricane Katrina. We've actually grown and evolved that program. We started with one truck. We now have 3. It gives us the agility and the ability to go to more places, even at the same time if we need to. We've entered into a partnership with Walmart to develop shower and restroom trailers. The same principle is we can bring these into communities when there's a lack of electricity, water, and give residents and responders access to these services. And we've replicated the Loads of Hope model. It's not just in the US. We've used it in countries around the world following the earthquakes in Morocco and Turkey. And when we can't bring trucks to certain places, like following the wildfires in Maui, we've worked with local laundromats to enable us to provide these free services free to the residents in that particular area. And one of our biggest initiatives that is purely on the international is our Children's Safe Drinking Water program. We have a water purification technology that takes really dirty, contaminated water from any natural source and turns it into clean drinking water in 30 minutes. And we've been able to utilize this technology and distribute it in more than 100 countries around the world, working with more than 150 partner organizations over the years. And it's uniquely suited to be used in emergencies because it's easy to be transported. You can use it with very simple things like a bucket, a stick, and a cloth. And we pre-position this around the world. We're using it today in response to the Brazil floods. We've used it in Malawi with the recent cholera outbreaks. So it's a way that we can leverage an innovation and a technology to help do good in the world.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Claudette. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce and U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, we know the incredibly important role that the private sector provides. But if we can't get that aid to the end user, how good is it? And that's where Airlink comes in, who's really redefining the paradigm for supply chains and logistics in the aid business. So Steve, love to hear how you're assessing these global risks, and tell us a little bit more about your company.
Sure, thanks so much, and it's great to see everybody, and it's great to see so many partners here. So Airlink is a 501c3 organization. We are a market-based solution, and we connect NGOs with transportation providers to move passengers, relief workers, and also cargo relief supplies. We don't have any of our own planes, so we leverage airline networks from all around the world. All of the airlines that we all flew on, maybe some of us flew on to get here today, we pull those together to help move NGOs. 200 NGOs we partner with, 50 airlines worldwide, and in 2023 we supported programs to deliver aid to over 12 million people. And the organization's really focused on two sort of sobering statistics. 73% of all humanitarian aid budgets go to some portion of the supply chain, which is pretty crazy, right? And transportation is a significant portion of that. The second statistic, 60%, is that oftentimes when aid is sent into after a disaster, it's either the wrong aid or it's sent at the wrong time. So you can imagine how much of a clog that becomes in the system. And so really we're focused on delivering the right aid at the right time to the right place. In terms of how we're assessing the risks, Airlink's model has changed over time. Humanitarian events are clearly on the rise, and they become more protracted. We're very much focused on, as I'm sure we'll all agree, empowering local communities to inform our responses, and we do that through deliberate selection of our NGO partners, make sure they're vetted. NGOs pay nothing to be part of Airlink, by the way. That's a service we provide to them to help move these things. And it's really about bringing resources and capabilities globally to help support those local communities. Now, conflict is a major driver of humanitarian need. We're all aware of that. We're seeing the news every day. Interestingly, pre-pandemic, Airlink really didn't respond to any conflict-related events. But now you look at our biggest 5 programs, ongoing programs, are in Gaza, are in Sudan, Haiti, Afghanistan, and Ukraine. And while there are many similarities across those disasters compared to natural disasters, access to shelter, food, medical care, clean water, you also see, and we can see on the news, there are increased and additional risks for safety and security of people that are operating there. There are also heavy geopolitics that are at play, which certainly turn up in natural disasters as well, but in a big way for conflicts. Even in climate-related emergencies, and given the economic challenges that the NGO community faces in terms of fundraising, getting support, plus added to that is that a lot of disasters that are in the media take attention away from some other things that are happening elsewhere, right? And so it's increasingly difficult to resource the things that you think that can really make an impact and address some of the biggest situations. I was last week in Geneva at the UN Humanitarian Partnerships Week, and I was speaking with a friend who has, I have one friend, and he has 40 years of experience in the humanitarian sector, and he was lamenting how, many organizations that used to be developmental in focus have now shifted to response, right? And at the same time, all the work that he had done, he and his colleagues at the time had done in the 80s and 90s, had all been undone by these massive spike events that we've experienced, these conflicts, COVID, and I think that's right when you look at the COVID pandemic, 2014-15, and then, or not COVID, Ebola, and then you look at COVID. It's not just those situations that impacted us. It destroyed healthcare systems all around the world and brought down infrastructure. So yet we still have to respond, and we do and play a key role in mobilizing the private sector. And it's really all about, or Airlink is really all about bringing that market-based solution to support humanitarian relief. That doesn't mean it's free of charge. There are costs. But it is a sectoral approach that really leverages the capabilities across the world. I'll give you an example that an organization we worked with, Care Australia, had cyclone relief supplies from India, but they had no way to get them to ultimately Tonga. Now, we had a relationship with Korean Airlines that we were able to provide support to get those supplies from India to Australia. Then some good partners, DHL, helped us repackage those, put them in smaller planes, and then Fiji Airways flew them the last leg. And so building partnerships in advance is, with airlines and logistics companies for us is tremendously powerful. It's really focused on addressing that 73% cost of all humanitarian programs. And we can act as a consolidator, find solutions where there aren't any, and it's really important. But to one of Marsha's points about focus, the Global Humanitarian Overview for 2024 states that there are less people going to be targeted for humanitarian intervention in 2024 than in 2023, but yet there are more people that are in need this year than there were last year. So that means that the humanitarian sector is realizing we can't do everything, we can't be everything to everyone, so we really need to focus, and I think that that's a key area that the humanitarian sectors focus on, and that's what Airlink's doing too.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And building on all your remarks and stepping back, every humanitarian crisis is unique. Every disaster is unique. Flood, fire, conflict, looking at the geographic and also demographic impacts. But in terms of developing recommendations that we can use to strengthen humanitarian response before, during, and after conflicts, are there certain things you can draw, Marsha had mentioned on the budget side, that we can try to galvanize support either through governments or private sector, NGO community?
May I?
Yes, please.
Okay, if I can kick off on that one. And thanks, Stephen, for the more white hair. But if I can stress a little bit on the before. And this gets into the preparedness and the anticipatory action agenda. But it is, if we can do our homework on the conflict dynamics, mapping the local capacity there, mapping with all of you what you have, what you're present. Thank you for the warehouses. Having these conversations early. A disaster, again, with the severity, El Nino, La Nina, we know weather patterns are taking place. We've invested hundreds of millions, 650 million over the past decade or so into early warning systems. We were partnering with NASA, NOAA, World Meteorological, United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction, data analytics, predictive forecasting, all of that. And how do we drive it quickly into the hands of those who are going to be responding? And so the real-time response of moving this data out continues to be a challenge. I think I can probably provide everybody in this room some data, and you will adjust accordingly. But when I put it on a small national disaster management agency in the Pacific Islands, and they don't even have the capacity to analyze it, I'm giving them tools, but then what to do with it. And so you can imagine the frustration that occurs that we haven't built up the analytics side of our partners to understand the data that we're dumping on them. So it's these other unintended consequences of sharing capacity that we have to be very, very conscious of what gaps we may be creating when we do provide tools. So again, if I can put that emphasis on before. Supply chain management and logistics. As you said, Stephen, huge amounts of the cost. So again, as humanitarian organizations, and there's logs, clusters, and that, but again, the sharing of knowledge of best practices, different skill sets, interoperability of systems, data dashboards that we feel comfortable sharing with each other. The greening, and I have to tiptoe that one in. USAID is a supporter of the Environmental and Humanitarian Charter. 350 organizations have signed up to this. We are moving things out through air and other means, but we also recognize the impact that can have on these communities when we drop our materials there, we leave things behind. So there's also knowing that, how do we prepare in a better way that actually leaves a community stronger and greener, if I can put that there. The one thing I also wanted to stress to all of you is, again, the local capacity angle of it. We recognize at AID, we are a big bureaucracy. Anybody here who's had to partner with us knows that it can be quite cumbersome. But we are irresponsible if we at the same time are not responding to the people who feel the effects the most. And it is those frontline communities. And we are working diligently, writ large as an agency, but certainly within BHA on, even if it's rapid onset, we should know who's there. be it the National Society of the International Federation of the Red Cross Red Crescent, be it a women-led civil society organization that helps with hygiene products to the local community. We should know who's there. And Stephen, even if they are working in the development lane, can they pivot into the humanitarian lane with us? If we can keep these organizations, including small business, being part of the, kind of the product line, moving goods back into the community, if we know that and we can strengthen them, then after a disaster takes place, then we're into the recovery stage, they're at a higher base to build back on, rather than having the erosion take place because we didn't do our homework.
Great, well, thank you so much. And please, Claude, jump right in.
Yeah, I'm going to reiterate a lot of what you said. We spend a lot of time before building partnerships, listening to our partners of what's needed, how we can best prepare. We're obviously not a response organization, but we work with those that know how to effectively and efficiently respond. And so much of that is just being prepared, both at the national level and the local level. We've developed relationships over the years in local places where we know there's a high probability, high frequency of disasters. Because as you know, getting things from point A to point B is not always simple, especially in times of crisis and disaster. So we've learned to develop new networks, new partners, so that we can pre-position things in communities, in regions that we can access very quickly, and we can get into the places where they're needed. And so we're really grateful for those partners that we have, and for those systems that we've put in place, because the bottom line is we want to be able to respond and get resources where they're needed as quickly as possible.
That's great.
Okay.
I think for me, strengthening humanitarian action, I think it's a bit of a conundrum that we're faced with, right? How do you bring in funding for responses without just chasing the headlines of the big responses? And we all agree, we've all just said responses must be locally informed. And that's why, as an organization, Airlink, we're being selective with our partners, with our NGO partners, and we're focusing on where we can really make an impact. But I would say that, unfortunately, the humanitarian sector is very fragmented, and it's very competitive. And I think one of the things I think would be good for organizations to ask themselves, nonprofit organizations, private sector as well, is are we really adding value here? Are we really adding value and making an impact to this response? Something we've adopted is and it's not perfect, but a decision matrix around, okay, do we have the resources to respond? Can we make a material impact? What would happen if we didn't respond? Is there enough of a delta? And so if the answer to some of those questions is no, then maybe we just shouldn't play. That doesn't mean we don't care, that doesn't mean we don't want to support, but we can't do everything and be everything to everyone. And I think from a perspective of how businesses can engage, it's pretty straightforward, but sometimes you just need to be reminded of this. Know your partners in advance, right? Don't try and reinvent the wheel. There are a lot of great organizations out there that already have systems and structures in place. Invest in those systems. And I think, please don't put up big reporting and administrative hurdles. That detracts from the work that they're trying to execute on. Try and have those conversations in advance. But also think about staying focused. I remember back 2014-15 for Ebola response to West Africa, we had a big donor that came in, nobody on the stage. We had a big donor that came in and was very focused and helped us set up the first air bridge from the US to West Africa, and it's a tremendous success. We went back to them, and it was widely recognized that we weren't prepared. We need to do better as a community for logistics. We went back to them and said, hey, can we build this for the future? And they said, well, no, sorry, we're now going to focus on the homeless population in a big city in the US. And that's great. But the thing is that now, fast forward, we've had this pandemic, COVID, and what was that? That was a logistical problem, right? That was, how do we get these KN95 masks? How do we get the vaccines around the world? And so having some consistency in focus can really help, I think, make a difference, as opposed to, being sort of pot shot around different places. But I would end on one of the most difficult things for us is when you sit back and you look at all the responses that we're active in, is there are some responses that are really so bad and they're not in the news. These are like Sudan, these are like Afghanistan. And the problem is there's very little interest, there's very little donor interest, and all NGOs are struggling to respond to those. It doesn't mean we don't care, and we are responding to the big ones in the news, Gaza, Ukraine. But these other major humanitarian events really are getting no focus and support. And so when you think about where can we make the most impact, that's probably it. However, it's so funding starved. So that's a real tough one. But either way, it's important to build these relationships in advance.
Yeah, there's such an important emphasis on the before, and the window of time that we have to impact the during and then moving into stabilization, of course, is very different. But as we look at some of these lessons learned from these partnerships, and how do you see humanitarian organizations becoming more agile and developing collaborative partnerships, specifically looking at climate change and climate risk with vulnerable populations?
May I? Great, thank you. I really appreciate the word that you use in terms of agile. And the exercise of prioritization, if I can call it that, and thank you, Stephen, for mentioning the humanitarian overview. With the needs growing and the resource base coming from traditional donors shrinking, it's asking all of us to make those hard decisions. And when you do talk to a counterpart in a UN agency or an INGO or a local business person saying, I was used to providing 100 meals to 100 families, and now you're asking me to provide 10 meals to 10 families, what about the other 90 now? And that gets to that building resilience part. It's like, have we not done our job in any way to graduate people from needing these meals into being able to cook them themselves? That's a very, very simple story there. And I think that's where the partnership comes in. And again, we're a humanitarian bureau, but all our conversations are more and more assertively and aggressively with development actors, with the private sector, with the conflict prevention and the peace building communities, because I feel like we can be there, we've been there, we're probably going to be there, and regrettably we may still be there afterwards, but we're helping clear a little bit of this runway. And we need the private sector and the development to come in this runway also, bringing resources, technical assistance, and just be willing to share that knowledge and help lift these communities. There's a world of, for lack of a better way to describe them, the forgotten crises. For us at BHA, yes, huge amounts of attention. We have 4 what we call response teams stood up. There are presence out in the field on Levant. We have teams in Cairo, in Jordan, in Israel, in Sudan, Afghanistan, Ukraine. These are our big ones, but regrettably, we have 40 different offices around the world, pre-POD warehouses in other regions, because there are such things that we refer to as steady state crisis. That distresses me to have to say those words in the same sentence, that they are crisis in steady state. And so we can keep doing this, but it's like, no, shrink the need, talk to these other partners, drive their resources in, have a shared goal of, yes, BHA's mission statement is life-saving, alleviate suffering, and build resilience. But we definitely have a shared goal with the private sector of, we want to protect your market, we want to protect your consumer, we want to protect your supply chains, and livelihoods. We share those goals. I don't think it's difficult for us to be in that same room to recognize we may be coming from it from different perspectives, but there is a shared objective here. Eventually, at the end of the day, it's the communities in need. If I can pivot a little bit to climate, because BHA, we're a humanitarian bureau, but we are also a climate bureau. I have it on T-shirt somewhere in my office. We talked a lot about preparedness and anticipatory action, and then the actual response. But we know there are communities living in the here and now of climate shock. And when it's compounded by other fragility, weak governance systems, authoritarianism, conflict, it's just a double vulnerability for them. We're trying to swing climate resources to these communities that have to adapt to these shocks. A challenge to my bureau, and I'm going to put it out in front of all of you to help us be creative in this. We committed at last COP to put up to 5 years, up to $200 million to help communities with adaptation needs. it is really hard to bring our money directly down into local organizations. But Stephen, I promise you, we are working our best to clear that runway of those bureaucratic, suitcases are piled up on top of it. The second phase, moving out to put more resources out. The first phase was 60 million. The second phase, can't tell you yet. But I need to be more creative and think of the partnering that can come in. If there's a local organization that can do this and this, but doesn't have the analytics to do monitoring and oversight, what private sector can help with skill sets and skill building? So I want to crowd in technical expertise. I want to crowd in resources. We can trigger a little bit, and this is leveraging now. How can our money create more resources for these communities? So watch this space. In the second phase of this, we would like your innovation. We would like your ideas on how to do this in a way that's more inclusive, keeping the communities at the center, but more inclusive with those who want to help respond. So thank you for allowing me that moment, Jennifer.
Great, thank you so much, Marcia. I think you've given us a lot of really great food for thought, especially on the technological side and what type of programs and toolkits that we can create for vulnerable communities. Clyde, I'd love to hear from you and how P&G sees some of the lessons learned of how communities can be helped in the climate space.
Yes, thanks. I think everyone can relate to the fact that we are just seeing the needs increase more and more, especially these vulnerable communities. And the challenge really is there are the big disasters that everybody is responding to, and there are the ones that people aren't as familiar with. The Afghanistan, the Sudan. We've been supporting Sudan, and I personally believe that if we're going to play in the disaster relief space and have a program and a commitment to this, that we're going to help address as many of these as we can, even in areas where we have no business, we have no operations, but there's still an important need. And I think our partners help keep us honest. They come to us and they tell us, here's an area, it's not getting a lot of attention, but they're in desperate need of clean water. And so the answer is always, I'll see what we can do. So we want to partner with others, and we want to be in places where our resources can be used and where they're needed.
Great, thank you. And Steve.
Well, I think that we're all agreed that preparedness and planning and connecting in advance is really important. At this point, we know who the most vulnerable populations are. We know certainly from a climate perspective. We understand the trends that affect weather patterns like hurricane seasons, monsoon seasons. And so for Airlink, we've identified and vetted and are working with NGOs and also training their logisticians to prepare them to respond. And they're either local organizations, local NGOs, or they are international organizations that are supporting those local organizations. Then for us, it's the key discussion is with the stakeholders. Who are the coordination bodies, the airlines, the logistics companies, donors, to really provide a dynamic response capability, not talking about, what might we do if this happens, but actually saying, what will we do? Where are the supplies going to come from? How can we support? Especially we have a big investment in for us in the Asia Pacific region, and thinking about the complex geographies of all those island chains of trying to get supplies to. And even though our name is Airlink, it would imply we mostly operate on airplanes, and that's true. We will also get involved, and we have gotten more involved in other modalities, so whether it's ships or whether it could be ground transportation. But one of the things that Marcia mentioned earlier, we had a great dynamic relationship with BHA. They had, and I appreciate her vision and their vision, we had a pre-arrangement that we would have funding to support responses in and around hurricane season. Now, the hurricane season didn't materialize, thankfully, as we might have expected, but then the cholera epidemic did in Haiti, and we were able to have that flexibility to reprogram those funds and set up that air bridge that helped a tremendous amount of people, tremendous amount of organizations that supported dozens of NGOs, UN agencies as well. And so, and we provided a common service for supplies to get there over a number of months. And so, you know, engagements like that and flexibility it can really make a difference.
Great, well, thank you. I think you've provided us a lot of really good insights on how companies and organizations can have better preparation through partnerships and really looking beyond the headlines at different conflicts where you can have an impact. This budget flexibility and agility is so important. And I wanted to just dig deeper a little bit on that. Like, what are the dynamics, Marcia, if USAID has, depending on the calendar year, let's say, how does that work? We know hurricane season's coming, but when these unexpected events happen, how is, you know, U.S. government able to surge in different support?
I think it's important to recognize that it's a given, that it's not an if, it's a when. Again, one hopes with all the investments that we've made in early warning systems, we're very much in support of the Secretary General's early warning for all, that we have, you know, some heads up on floods, we have some heads up on hurricanes, that we can move quickly, and again, building on the investments that have been made. So here's for instance, you know, hurricanes in the Asia Pacific, Philippines, we're seeing it coming. You know, we're managing what they call the managed retreat from the more vulnerable coastal areas. What was wonderful to see when, you know, we're standing by as BHA for ambassador in consultation with the foreign ministry and the natural disaster responders, civilian authorities in the Philippines, when they don't send a cable or there's not a phone call in that first 24 hours because they've got it, the Philippine civilian authorities have it, to me it's like, a moment of success, because the years of investment into their capacities, the data getting out to them ahead of time, their ability to do a managed retreat from shoreline, I can sleep that night, but that's not always the case. That's really not always the case, because we know that investments in capacity is uneven. It takes a coup, it takes conflict, it takes, you know, regrettably a natural disaster or a man-made disaster that can wipe away those capacities. So we have, over the years, have built a response fund, and we try to keep it well augmented with resources, because when there is a Pakistan flood that covered, you know, almost 2/3 of the country, we were able to mobilize $100 million in that first stage of response, and that came out of this response fund. But is it a well that runs that deep all the time? No, of course not. So at the same time, the emphasis on keep investing in that capacity, you know, that you cannot not do that nowadays.
Very good. I'm curious to hear how your organizations respond when, you know, you're tapped out, but you need to help.
Oh, sorry, that was.
How are your organizations respond when, you know, you're kind of working on all cylinders in other areas, but you see a major crisis and you may not have the budget, but you know you want to respond?
Yeah, with tremendous difficulty. I mean, it's very challenging because, you know, I think as I see it, we had, you know, for humanitarian organizations, we had during Ukraine and then COVID. Significant funding across the board. That's not the same situation we're in right now. Funding's much lower, things are much harder. And so we really need to think about prioritizing those resources, and that's where we get to this decision matrix as to, can we really make a material difference, right? We all, and so I think it's fighting that urge to have to respond to everything. Really easy to say yes, really hard to say no.
Yeah.
And so I think that it's really all about prioritization, because the demand has been for years outstripping you know, the supply in terms of funding, and there will never be enough funding, I don't think. It doesn't matter, and so we need to figure out different ways, and I think the folks in this room can really play a massive part in that to sort of add another element, not just, hey, we need more funding, but you know, how to bring the commercial sector in to use the skill sets that they have.
Yeah,
so
I think
the power of partnerships.
Yeah, a lot of opportunity to bring together partners, even partnerships that aren't obvious. As a private company, we're happy to partner with other private companies. I mean, we're open to working together because I think there's a lot of power in that collaboration and joining forces and resources together. You know, we can do more. So.
Wonderful. Please.
If I can have, one more note, and I'm going to take you back to my action verbs about the influencing and the leveraging, the prospecting for partners. So, drive attention to those. But it's that leveraging, and thank you all for recognizing individually we're all scrambling to do good, but where are those comparative advantages, and recognizing that and championing those, like, you can do that better than we, let us direct our attention elsewhere. The UN Connecting Business Initiative is a good example, something that we support at the UN level. 16 local business associations around the world, 275,000 local businesses are networked with information sharing, knowledge sharing, best practices. It's these places that exist, so don't spend too much energy creating the new unless it's going to be a total game changer. But what exists, can we leverage it better and smarter? So please, but on the prospecting, let us know. Let us know what you see on the ground that deserves to be leveraged, and let's see how we can work on that together. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you all so much. And definitely we should all keep in touch with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation and continue to work with our strong partners here and in the audience because we know that the power of partnerships will help us be more agile to respond to so many of these humanitarian crises. So I want to thank you all for your insights and thank everybody for your attention here today.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vince Fossey. I'm Vice President for Cyber Policy and National Security Policy here at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. I'm delighted to moderate this Fireside Chat virtually on boosting NATO's resilience through cooperation with the private sector. As many of you know, NATO has expanded northward over the past couple of years to include, and we're delighted that Sweden has ascended to the NATO alliance in March of this year. Building on the robust defense capabilities of the member states of Sweden and Finland. This reflects a holistic security model that both countries have a comprehensive security and total defense modules involving all society levels, enhancing preparedness and resilience across various threats. Since 2014, NATO has focused on enhancing member states' resilience with significant steps taken since 2016 and the establishment of the NATO Resilience Committee in 2022. The Nordic model offers insights for countering hybrid threats, citizen preparedness, and public-private partnerships which can enhance NATO capacity to counter intensifying disinformation campaigns. This morning, I'm delighted to welcome the Director General for Sweden Civil Contingencies Agencies, Charlotte Petri-Gornicka, to today's discussion. For those that don't know, Sweden Civil Contingencies Agency is responsible for helping society prepare for major accidents, crises, and consequences of war. Charlotte was appointed to the role of Director General in 2021. We've had the pleasure of hosting her here in Washington, D.C. on several occasions, and I missed you, I'm sorry, last week while I was out in San Francisco. But the partnership with NMSB and the Chamber has been terrific. She has over 20 years of experience in international development, including at both multinational and national level institution. She leads a workforce of 1,200 from Karlstad in Sweden. So, good morning, Director General, and good afternoon. First question for you, ma'am. Why is MSV supporting NATO's public-private partnership seminar?
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. And of course, it's great to be able to say that we are an ally. Although partnership is always something we treasure, to be an ally is what we wanted, and here we are. So, I mean, there is facts behind our, decision to really engage with private sector, because when we continue to build capacity to be resilient and to really, deter through a whole of society resilience, we cannot do that in a Swedish context, and we know in an international context as well, without the private sector. And it's not about inviting private sector to our meetings to tell them that they are important. It's honestly the other way around. Because when we look at what's needed to keep emergency supply flow, to make sure that we have everything delivered to our citizens, somewhere in that value chain, private sector is involved. Maybe 85% of what is produced or serviced to society is private sector. And people work for private sector. It's also a way to reach to private sector. So there is a really, real reason for making sure that we work together. And of course, when we enter into a NATO context, we bring the total defense concept, if you will, and by that we also want to bring to the table how do we work together with private sector. So that's the kind of reason why, and it's really something that the private sector also is pushing for, to be not just have one seat at the table, but at least as many as we. So.
Thank you. And could you talk a little bit about how MSB is working through both the Alliance and member states across Europe on this whole of society resilience public-private partnership model?
Well, what we did, first of all, in a Swedish context again, and before I forget to mention, I actually want to also bring in our fantastic colleagues in the US, FEMA. I know that there are people there from FEMA, and we just signed an MOU where we're going to continue to work in engaging private sector or work with private sector. So FEMA has a model. We work on a little bit from a different point of departure in Sweden. So what we had to do was to kind of reach out to the private sector to start a dialogue on roles and responsibilities, contributions, the name of the game, if you will, if and when we're going to be really robust as a country, how do we work together? How do we form the partnership that we want to see without blurring lines of government and private? It's actually a bit delicate. So we needed a dialogue. And when we started to do that as part of reaching out to whole of society, we realized when we came together with our colleagues in NATO, we were in Riga last year at a meeting, and we were telling our colleagues there about how we work with individuals, how we inform individuals through brochures and all of that. And I mentioned that we have started a dialogue with private sector. And there was a great interest in that room in Riga to kind of do that journey with us, based on the reality that we talk about private sector, but not with private sector when we build the resilience. So the model that we started is kind of inspiring work in NATO. So we decided to take an initiative, being Sweden in this. We were still just a partner at that time, but we said maybe we should invite people to a seminar on private-public and focusing on emergency supply and the flow of value chains and so on, and with the CPG group in NATO. So we did that. We thought, we would have a few people, but it was overwhelmingly the response was so big. So we had 240, I think, people who came to Stockholm in March this year. So the way we work served as a kind of inspiration to NATO as a whole. And we did discuss things that we need to work with, and also conclusions that we can bring forward in a NATO context from that seminar as well.
Thank you, and I just want to acknowledge that I think Sweden is one of these great leaders, especially with our European partners. You have a seconded officer here in Washington, D.C. I'm not sure if Ella is actually in the room, but she is a wonderful extension of MSB here in the United States. And for those that would like to learn more about your work, the agency's work, I'm happy to connect you with Ella. And Director General, a final final question for you. Where would you like to see public-private partnerships on the context of MSB and through the Alliance go into the future?
So I really want the private sector to not be invited, but actually really contributing to the resilience we need. And for that to happen, private sector needs to find its way in. One of the most frequent questions that were asked and debated at the Stockholm seminar was, agencies, ministries around the world, you're so hard to work with. There's so many entry points, there's so many agencies, there's no coordination, so we don't know actually how to engage. So and it sounds so easy, doesn't it, to have one entry point as a portal to, engage. So, and then obviously the engagement needs to be used for something. And I would say focus on emergency supply. There's no such thing as a Swedish company. Well, there are some, but it's not so easy today that you can talk to a Swedish company about Sweden. We are so interdependent, and therefore we need to look through how do we continue to have societies working in heightened alert or war, and continue our trade. How do we do that? And who's providing what? We need to start to bring that discussion to the table and find solution. And the third thing is that we need dual use. We need innovation and technology to work for us. And the energy and drive in private sector to contribute. Of course, business has its reason to survive. We know that. But it can be combined with, do good. And there's so much unused, if you will, potential when it comes to innovation and new technologies. We need to pilot ideas and bring best practice to the table. And of course, NATO with all its working groups can really make this visible and inspire change. So I want to see that.
I'm glad you asked brought up on innovation and technology. I wondered if you could offer maybe a final couple of thoughts on what are some of the immediate gap areas that you see both in Sweden and in the NATO alliance that maybe the private sector could help fill. Forward looking towards this summer, that the 75th annual Leaders Summit will convene here in Washington, D.C. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce is honored to host a defense industry forum that will be focused on cyber, AI, but also forward-looking on technologies. So from your seat, where do you see immediate needs and how can they connect with you and the Alliance? What are the best ways for them to plug in?
Well, I think one of the thing that NATO offers is Diana, the kind of possible financing for innovation. And I like to see, tangible pilots and really at the surface, not talk about Diana when the meeting is over, put it in, front and center. And I know that there are companies working with super interesting AI ideas and 3D printing and, really bring that to the forefront and make sure that the kind of entrepreneurs can really, meet the big partners and perhaps also the financing opportunities that are there. The entrepreneurs, they witness all the time about how difficult it is to engage with the bureaucrats. So I think if we can leapfrog that in a NATO context, that will be surprising and also very, very appreciated to leapfrog a little bit the bureaucracy here.
Wonderful.
So I'd like to see that.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Folks, please join me in thanking Director General Gornicka for her time this morning, and look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Likewise. Bye for now.
Good morning. My name is Joel Thomas. I'm the founder and CEO of Spin Global. We're a public benefit company that exists to disrupt disasters from neighborhoods to nations. And I'm thrilled to be back here at this event with this illustrious panel that we're going to hear from, with a goal today to raise awareness about what nations are doing to build resilience through private-public partnerships. So really appreciate the fact that Charlotte was able to dial in remotely and really set the scene for what we're about to talk about and dive in deeper as we look at some of the challenges of forging strategic and responsive private-public partnerships at national level in the context of collective defense. A little bit of background. Last year I spoke on the nexus of geopolitical risks, threats, hazards, vulnerabilities, looking at Ukraine, COVID, Russia, China, the polycrisis of climate insecurity. We talked about the need for national responsibility and collective action on the basis of shared responsibility, shared risk and vulnerability, and mutual need and mutual benefit. In just 2 months, NATO is going to convene here in Washington, D.C. for the 75th anniversary of the alliance. NATO is not only a military alliance, there's actually a huge focus on this topic of resilience. In fact, the language coming out of NATO is that resilience is the first line of defense. And what that looks like in the NATO context is the implementation of 7 resilience baselines. Things like continuity of government, assured access to energy, communications, transportation, food and water, mass casualty, healthcare capabilities, and uncontrolled population movement. There's also a focus on implementation of what we call host nation support. So if there's an Article 5 declaration and there's war or conflict, is a nation prepared to host not only their nation and their operations, but to actually host allies in country? And so there's really a total defense all hazards approach. About a year ago in Riga, the NATO Resilience Symposium, the topic of private-public partnerships became a focal point. It led to the establishment of the CPG seminar that just occurred in Stockholm 2 months ago. These events represent a commitment, a renewed commitment from the Alliance to pursue the idea of building national-level resilience through private-public partnerships. So it's really a special moment that we're in, and one of the key outcomes of that event in Stockholm was the commitment to develop non-binding guidelines for the allies to build strategic and responsive partnerships at national levels. While we heard yesterday, we heard about last-inch service delivery. That language is not unfamiliar to our allies as we've consented to protect and defend every inch of allied territory at all times. And yesterday we heard about trust, and it was really great to hear about the luxury we have of trust in this country, and it's not always easy. But there was this sort of comment and notion that it was sort of easy to build trust. I think we're going to hear some different perspectives today, and hopefully some recommendations on how to overcome barriers to the lack of trust that exists in certain contexts. And following this panel, we're actually going to have an executive roundtable discussion with representatives of private industry to have a discussion, a deeper dive on the security of supply. But for now, we're focused on fostering societal resilience through collaborative partnerships at the national level. And I'm joined by an incredible panel of stakeholders on this stage. From right to left, we have Vera Parkko, who's the Counselor of Homeland Security Affairs at the Embassy of Finland in the US. We're delighted to have Vera as she's getting ready to move back to Finland soon. She's also the vice chair of the NATO Civil Protection Group, which is the host of the event in Stockholm just a couple months ago. Scott Moreland is the functional lead for emergency management and resilience at the Institute for Security Governance, which is an institute nested within the Department of Defense, focused on providing security cooperation, bilateral support to nations around the world. Deke Rowe is the principal director for defense continuity and mission assurance at the Office of Secretary of Defense, and Andrew Seifert is the senior counselor for infrastructure security at CISA. Thank you all for being with me today. Before we dive into the substance of the conversation, I want to take a moment just to get some initial reactions to what Charlotte just shared. I think we were really in a strategic moment of significant importance, and I would just love to hear maybe a moment or two, what's significant about this moment? And we'll start with Vera and maybe work our way backwards.
Thank you. Great to be here. Our dear friends in Sweden, we are very happy that they're part of the NATO alliance, of course. That was our first goal as NATO members as well. We are very good friends with Sweden, but not when it comes to ice hockey. Otherwise, we are the best friends. I think Sweden is doing a great job in setting up, in a very modern and new way, their total defense system. And I think the seminar in Stockholm we attended, the NATO seminar, was great proof that they're doing a wonderful job in engaging the private sector and planning together for this strategic moment, which in Europe is, especially in Northern Europe and in Eastern Europe, it's something that, of course, it's very close. The war in Ukraine has really, I think, woken many people up, also in Europe. And I think this is the moment to kind of build in a new way, build societal resilience together with the private sector. And I think the Swedish model is something that we might all learn from.
Thank you. Scott.
Yeah, I'd first like to start out with a shout out to Charlotte and the MSB. I've had the pleasure and privilege of working with Sweden on a number of different exercises, Viking exercise from 2012 to 2018, and more recently, actually, MSB has been gracious enough to send some of their personnel experts to work with us on some of our work abroad, most currently in Ukraine, where we're helping the Ukrainians set up a national framework for resilience, and one manifestation of that is their national exercise program. One thing I want to touch on that Charlotte said that I think is sort of reflective of the conditions today, and that was the point she made about how essential the private sector is to the provision of goods and services, not only on the day-to-day, but especially in a crisis or conflict situation where disruption of those goods and services is a very real probability. I will tell you, Sweden practices what they preach when she says it's not enough just to invite them to come participate in our government discussions and our government planning. They very much take private sector involvement and investment and participation very, very seriously. And that's manifested not only in collaborative planning, standing and robust coordination mechanisms with the private sector, but they also train together. And that's, again, my world, and that's where I see a real good public-private partnership reflected in Sweden, and that's in collaborative training.
Thank you.
Well, I think it's important to quickly note the celebratory fact that our alliance has grown by 2 nations, Finland and Sweden, quite recently. But we need to be realistic as to why that happened. The changing security dynamics in Europe, the old threat that spawned the NATO alliance to begin with has evolved, has changed dramatically, and the threats have changed dramatically, requiring a different approach. And that, frankly, you cannot participate in collective defense if you're not part of the alliance. So thinking through that issue and then starting now on, what are those threats? How are they manifesting themselves against the alliance? And a lot of it are not, frankly, traditional, well-known military threats. It is threats against our infrastructure, it's threats against our civil society. And so this new approach to thinking through resilience from an alliance perspective, again, the threat is well known. The manifestation and the vector that it is presenting itself is very new and requires new approaches.
Thank you. Andrew?
Well, foundational to CISA's mission as the National Coordinator for Critical Infrastructure Security and Resilience is the public-private partnership. That's always been the case, as well as resilience, ensuring the continuity of the critical infrastructure that we all rely on. And the shifting global risk environment raises the imperative for resilience based on all the things we heard, not only from Charlotte, but our colleagues here. That imperative for resilience in Europe, of course, is intense because of the conflict in Ukraine and the other types of threats and hazards that emanate from it. Our job is to focus on how we make that same imperative true here in the United States. The homeland is no longer a sanctuary. That's something that we frankly took for granted for a long time in terms of adversarial risks, but we're seeing these transnational cyber attacks, these sophisticated risks, on top of the normative threats and hazards that we've been dealing with in terms of terrorism and targeted violence and extreme weather events. The frequency and the intensity of consequence of all types of threats and hazards that affect our critical infrastructure are increasing. And that's why we have to leverage the public-private partnership, strengthen resilience, so ultimately we can withstand and recover quickly when those consequences do happen.
Excellent comments. Really appreciate your reflections on sort of setting the scene for this moment. And as you talk about strengthening resilience, I think it's important to realize there's nothing new under the sun, so to speak. There are new contexts, new environments, and so I think it's important to sort of look at how is it working? Where does it work? And I think we have a great example here with Finland, and I know the Nordic countries are often quite viewed as examples within the alliance of how to do societal resilience and private-public partnerships. And I'm wondering, Vera, if you could comment, what is it about the Finland model that's so outstanding that you can share with this audience, and what are the conditions or the enablers of success, as you would call them?
Yeah, well, thank you for asking me this question, because this is my favorite topic, of course. Love to tell you about my country's strengths. I'm also a diplomat at the embassy, so that helps. I think our model, you have to remember when you think about Finland's security of supply model, that it's a product of decades of work. After the Cold War, we never forgot that our border with Russia is 830 miles long, and the threats have been always very real to us. Many European countries scaled down. We maintained, and now we're of course scaling up our security of supply system. So the need for preparedness has always been there, and also the need for engaging with the private sector and planning together with private companies to achieve a level of preparedness that we need to prepare for threats. In terms of security of supply, Finland is also a kind of island. There's the Baltic Sea. If you look at the map, Baltic Sea, we're very reliant on maritime transport, so it's very hard for us to get by in terms of security and supply if that is severely disrupted. That's why, for example, we maintain stockpiles of grain and pharmaceuticals. The private companies make agreements or have agreements with our national emergency supply organization. Private companies, public officials, both military and civilian, also NGOs, they plan together in a pool-type structure. It's a network of voluntary cooperation, but it works very well in assuring security of supply in various fields, critical fields to society. For example, telecommunications, logistics, energy, food. The idea is to really take care of security of supply and the survival of our society in case of something very severe happens. And before we can rely on aid from abroad, we have to take care of ourselves for a certain amount of time. That's what we prepare for. That's the main kind of goal for this cooperation. And I would also say that the conditions and enablers are, of course, very different. For a small country with 5.5 million people and 3 million saunas, I think, yes, this is a very important part
Finland,
of our resilience. Folks. Yes, and the happiest country in the world, maybe related to the saunas. But I think it's something that we have a homogeneous society. It's easy to work together. Everybody kind of knows each other. But I would say that these personal relationships, personal networks between organizations and personally, I think that's the backbone of cooperation in this field. When you plan together and when you know key people, it's easier to work together in crisis. When you know each other already in peacetime, I think when everything is still okay, you establish networks, you establish also agreements, and I think we have a good structure of kind of institutional enablers. We have legislation, we have regulatory things in order, but also the kind of voluntary cooperation that is built over time. And that's something I would like to emphasize. It doesn't happen overnight, but it can be done if you plan together. And also, one last thing, I would say that trust is the key component here. And that is created by working together and also establishing a kind of preparedness mindset or common awareness of the threats we face. In Finland, of course, we have national conscription. Many people have kind of a personal relation to, it's a kind of a patriotic duty. You kind of understand that your acts or your role in the system, your role when you're defending your country. And I think that's something that we've also talked about at NATO level, citizens' engagement with defending the country and resilience. I think that's something that I would also mention as an enabler for the success of our national system.
Excellent. Oh, thank you very much. Really a lot to chew on there and unpack. And as we look at one nation and how we're doing that, I'd like to turn my attention to Scott here, who provides a lot of support under a bilateral capacity building support model where the U.S. is providing support to our allies. And Scott, really my question to you is, what do you see as the key elements of cohesive and coordinated approach to building national and collective resilience through private-public partnerships across the civ-mil spectrum, really focused on resilience, crisis management, and host nation support?
Sure, and I'm going to riff a little bit off of some of the things Vera said. I think in Finland's case, and certainly as we talk about the U.S. case, we're talking about nations that have very stable governance, very high-functioning societies, a reasonable amount of public trust in government. In many of the places in the world where I work, including some of our own allies, that trust is not presumed. So we have to look at what they can do in cases where governance may be a bit more fragile, transparency is a bit questionable, and some of those relationships are suspect from the public eye, right? So I think there's kind of three pillars, if you will, upon which any nation can build resilience. And those three pillars, to me, are, to reiterate Vera's point, trust, the ability to talk to one another, to coordinate with one another, and the ability to touch one another, to feel like we're a part of one body. And at its foundation, let's talk about trust. Human beings can trust at a number of different levels, but trust really starts to break down. You've got family trust. That's usually very, very strong. You've got trust in your neighbor. That's also very strong. And you generally have trust in your community. Beyond that point and how broadly you define community, it becomes somewhat transactional. And so you have to find reasons to trust one another. There has to be some perception of mutual benefit, right? So that's I think one thing that's foundational is somehow identifying and articulating mutual benefits so that there's incentive to trust at those higher levels. Talk to one another, mature coordination mechanisms, established roles and responsibilities, and a clear understanding of who has the authority to act and who has the capability to act. And if there's a mismatch there, what we're doing about bridging that mismatch, making sure that those with the authority are connected to those with the capability to do what needs doing. And then finally, touch. We need to develop persistent, habitual relationships with one another. Businesses are part of their communities, and they need to feel like they're part of their communities. Again, fairly easy in places like Finland and the US. In other parts of the world where the private sector is perhaps coming from the outside and isn't homegrown, there isn't a small business culture, if you will, that's a little more challenging. So you have to find ways to make yourself feel included in and welcomed by the community in which you operate.
Absolutely, and there's a lot there societally. We take for granted the sort of democratic platform that businesses have to engage with government here. Many countries coming out of post-communist frameworks, they're looking at how do we establish trust institutionally between business, industry, and governments in a way that's not corrupt, transparent, democratic, clear, able to engage all facets of society. So lots there that we're going to get into even more. I want to sort of step back from the global level and come to the U.S. context. I'm going to come back to you, Deke, but we're going to start with Andrew as we pivot. What's your reaction to sort of what Scott shared on the global scale? And furthermore, trust, I think about the role of information sharing. It's such a critical component here, and how do robust sort of unclassed and classified information sharing capabilities and frameworks serve as sort of linchpins to foster that trust and transparency that's needed to work together?
Well, in summary, what Scott talked about in terms of building capacity for resilience with international partners is what we're doing here in the United States. And we talk about building capacity for resilience. Trust is obviously table stakes, right? Mm-hmm. So we have to help communicate risk transparently, provide risk insights. We're doing that with things like the declassification of some of the cyber-related intelligence that we've shared on things like Volt Typhoon from China that you've talked about yesterday and throughout this conference. We're doing it in terms of things like our Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative, where we're working at the operational level of information sharing more than just at the summary level with major companies to share actionable risk insights and cybersecurity related intelligence. And it's also working across the layers of resilience, right? So resilience building at the national level has multiple contexts. Yesterday, my colleague Elena Clark talked about our Secure Our World campaign, right? That's really working at the individual level of resilience, making sure that individuals are practicing good cybersecurity practices, because individuals can affect the resilience of the collective, right? When we talk about collective defense.
Yeah.
My colleague David Mussington talked about trust and our obligation as national coordinator to enhance the quality of our transparency, our stewardship of vulnerability information, for example, that's voluntarily shared with our agency. We have a duty to protect that information, to protect the interests of our private sector partners, and that is the currency of trust, the quality of that stewardship and the information sharing. And later today, to get kind of a step back about the moment we're in, right?
Yeah.
Later today, Brandon Wales is going to talk to you all about the new National Security Memorandum on Critical Infrastructure Security and Resilience that was just signed. Now, that's a really important thing to pay attention to, and so listen carefully to Brandon. The previous document is about 13 years old, and a lot has changed that you all have been talking about here in the conference, and you know about from the risk conditions that your organizations face. Our job over the next 5+ years is going to be implementing those policy principles, changes, not only in the risk environment that we're reacting to, but how we approach the public-private partnership, driving it to be more about the operational level of collaboration. And one of the key ways that we're doing that, in terms of building that national resilience, is working on some very critical issues that affect things like the NATO partnership, things like our military's ability to mobilize and deploy forces, not just abroad in a global contingency that we all hope to avoid, but even something more regular, like the ability to support civil authorities in communities throughout the United States to respond to disasters.
Yeah.
Those missions, whether it's national defense, continuity of government, emergency management, all the things that you mentioned are in those NATO principles, they're very similar to our perspective as well in the United States. And one of the things that we're laser focused on right now through our Shields Ready campaign, which provides key principles that are applicable to any organization to build their resilience, and some of the more sensitive work that we're doing with partners like DEEC at the Department of Defense, is laser focused on those critical infrastructures that must work in a time of crisis, that enable our ability to withstand and recover quickly, whether it's a major flood or hurricane, or something more serious like a domestic or global contingency that requires our civil military teams to work together. It's a team sport. We say that about cybersecurity in our agency. I'm sure you've heard Director Easterly say that. Resilience is a team sport too.
That's right. That's a really great comment there. And I think when we talk about team sport, what sport are we playing? I think people come here from different perspectives: humanitarian, emergency management, national security. I want to talk to Deke. You spend your space in the national security mindset, and when we talk about sort of the sport of and the role of playing together, and the role of private sector and even NGOs and contributing to sort of national security, why are private-public partnerships critical to this conversation. And if you could also add, is this a new idea? Have we done this before? Are we reinventing the wheel, or is there something different that you want to highlight now?
Well, thank you very much. And yeah, so it's left to me to talk about the scary stuff in this role. So national defense relies upon the ability of the Department of Defense, really any nation's Ministry of Defense, to use critical infrastructure. The vast majority of the critical infrastructure we need to mobilize and project power are civilian-owned. We need them to be resilient. We call that civilian defense critical infrastructure. And it is incredibly vulnerable. The U.S. government, through the FBI and through CISA and others, have been very clear that potential adversaries, predominantly the PRC and Russia, have spent an inordinate amount of time studying, mapping, and infiltrating our critical infrastructure. And it's not just cyber. It is also our banking systems. It is also strategic purchasing of capabilities, investments, and whatnot. And why are they doing this? The reason they're doing it is to first, in time of crisis or even conflict, create a lack of confidence in the American public on our ability to defend our interests. Second, and probably more practically, to delay decision making and delay the U.S. military's ability to mobilize. So it is a clear part of their strategies to ensure that in the worst case scenario, the United States cannot defend its interests. It is critical that we work together to deter our adversaries by creating the resilience and the confidence in our own systems, our own capabilities, our own infrastructure to prevent that from happening. Is this new? Nothing under the sun is new. Sun Tzu, for those of you who read ancient military strategies, talks a lot about attacking your adversary's weak points and attacking away from their center of gravity. There's nothing new about this. What is new is the information capabilities, the over-reliance on cyber-enabled everything. Think about the phone in your hand and what you use with that, everything from banking to communication, and the ability to quickly undermine a nation's confidence in its own abilities if needed. We are working very hard in the Department of Defense to understand what those interrelationships are, what those things that we rely upon in American society and across our business partners. Our closest relationships are, of course, with the defense industrial base, but for the fact of the matter is we don't generate most of our own electricity, we don't have our own rail networks, we don't have our own communication networks. We rely on utilities and our partnerships with industry to enable everything that we do. So we're seeking to align our authorities and authorities of others across the U.S. government to work with our partners at the state, local, territorial, tribal, and business layers to understand where we need to work on building that resiliency, where our adversaries are finding, frankly, those vectors, those attack surfaces that could undermine our ability to conduct our own operations. What we do now is critical. The public-private partnerships that we build now are not just in the national security interests of the United States, they're frankly in the interests of our society and our economic well-being. It is so deeply integrated across sectors that the Department of Defense's interests in maintaining its own ability to project power cannot be disentangled from our own economic well-being. And that's also not really new, but it is more, I think, more enhanced from the last period where we had to think about this, which is the Cold War, pre-internet. For this audience, I want to actually leave 3 key messages. One is that we need to take this threat seriously. It is in the interest of all of us as a society, as a government, and frankly across our alliance to ensure that we are taking this seriously and addressing it appropriately. Number 2, rather, is that I implore that the business community work with and support USG efforts in seeking to mitigate these concerns. Working through our partners at CISA, at FEMA, and again at the state, local, territorial, and tribal level to engage with local your local Defense Department installation or with other U.S. government entities to ensure that there's a clear understanding of what those dependencies are and where we, the U.S. government, can bring resources and attention to helping mitigate some of these issues. And finally, countering the narrative that this is not an issue. I think that there is not a sense of urgency as to the real threats that are there. The Volt Typhoon release from CISA should have been a wake-up call and a call to action in our society and with our partners and allies abroad, that not only is this real, but it has real implications. Most of these intrusions and most of the activities that we have been public about are latent. We don't see them we don't see our potential adversaries acting on them now, which means we have time and we have the ability to work on mitigating those issues now. Understanding that failure to do so in crisis could be incredibly detrimental to our own interests.
Excellent. Thank you, Deke. I think you really made the case strongly for why NATO interoperability should matter to civil society, the private sector in the U.S., and why this audience should care about this conversation. As a follow-up, I'll start with Scott and then want to go to Andrew. What steps is the U.S. taking to become more NATO interoperable in the context of resilience and PPPs, and how can partnerships adapt to address the increasing complexity of threats and challenges that we're facing, both nationally and internationally? Scott?
I actually think, Joel, if I can deflect,
yeah,
I'm gonna punt that one to Andrew because I think he's in a better position to answer it.
I'd be happy to. So a couple things. One, we are raising the alarm. We're signaling risk communication, so important to preparedness and building resilience, right? We have to have that understanding, that common understanding, so that we can then have the collective action and unity of effort.
Yeah.
The second thing is that we are strengthening our partnerships. The power of partnerships is the underlying trust-building currency for the public-private partnership and resilience at all levels, right? And we're doing that in a couple key ways. First, we're strengthening the relationship and the institutional partnerships between the critical infrastructure security and resilience mission, not just CISA as an institution, but across the whole ecosystem of the public-private partnership, and with the emergency management community. Very consistent with those NATO pillars.
Yeah.
And what we see a lot of our European partners who we've been meeting with very actively recently, and will continue to strengthen those partnerships as well. So that's one, emergency management, critical infrastructure, bringing those communities together. The Shields Ready campaign, which we launched with FEMA, is really the most prominent and active embodiment of that. But of course, we've worked together for now decades, and even before the Department of Homeland Security, in incident management to restore critical infrastructure, but we've got to strengthen that. Another one is with the Department of Defense, getting back that civil-military connectivity that is inclusive. When we say civil, that just doesn't mean the US government. That means all levels of government, all facets of the private sector. Kind of going back in time, we talked earlier before the panel about kind of what's old is new or back to the future. You know, we're talking about sort of civil defense type things in NATO, and one of the first reactions might be, geez, do we need to know, is something going to happen? And here's what I would say about that. It's prudent to be prepared, and preparedness is wonderful because it's agnostic to what might happen.
Yeah.
It provides benefits to your organization day to day for the disruptions that are probably more likely.
Yeah.
Severe, climate change-induced natural disasters, extreme weather, things like that, ransomware, things like that. If you follow the principles that we promote in Shields Ready, which is understanding your critical assets and those dependencies, right, that Vera talked about, the security of supply, assessing your risks, including these emerging risks like Volt Typhoon and other sophisticated cyber activity, but also other things like that industrial espionage, the insider threat issues that some of these belligerent foreign adversaries are pursuing in the United States.
Yeah.
And then third, having a plan and exercising it. These are normative values in the emergency management community, and we want to encourage our private sector partners, if they don't already have a strong resilience program, and I know many of you here at this conference do, but promote that amongst your industrial and business networks. You've got to have a plan.
Yeah.
So you are going to be prepared to withstand an incident and recover quickly, even if a disruption occurs. And then the last principle, you've got to exercise and adapt that.
Yeah.
Right? It's not enough to just have a plan if it sits on a table and you're not getting your employees engaged and your business and community partners engaged.
Yeah.
So that Shields Ready campaign. And then last is the more operational side, the slightly more sensitive work with a subset of critical infrastructure that Deke talked about, that defense critical infrastructure and other really, really important infrastructure that enables things like our national essential functions, which are what all levels of government need to perform in a moment of crisis. Again, that does not necessarily mean a military contingency in Europe or Western Pacific or something like that. More regularly, that are just things like natural disasters and other types of cyber attacks and whatnot. So that work, which we call critical infrastructure resilience planning areas, is occurring in about half the states and territories, hand in hand with the DoD, hand in hand with our FEMA partners, our sector risk management agency partners, but more importantly, with the owners and operators of the critical infrastructure. And that doesn't just support, again, the DoD's mission. Infrastructure supports the community. It supports the business interests. So when we make resilience investments and we support that through capacity building, like we're doing abroad as well, we're enabling benefits on multiple levels. Yeah. It's not just for the DoD, although that is a very important benefit.
Although if I could two-finger that, preparedness is in and of itself deterrence. So, you know, the NATO alliance is about military deterrence and our finely tuned, very capable military capabilities. But in today's threat environment, that is not enough. So a society that is prepared, resilient, and has proven that it can bounce back from any kind of threats or incident, to include conflict, is a society that our adversaries will think twice about undermining or attacking. So yes, I 100% agree that everything in this space has multiple benefits, to include just making American society and our allies' society more resilient to any natural disaster or incident, but more importantly, in the longer term, makes us safer.
Absolutely. Great comments. And I think you all have covered a number of key items here that lead me to, we've got just a few more minutes here, some brief reactions. Especially in the CivMil conversation, you talk about what we're doing in the U.S., collaborating. There's certain mindsets that are there that enable that. And I'm curious, Scott, you do work internationally around the globe. And Vera, I'd love to hear both of you briefly on this. What mindset changes have you seen occur or that need to occur that have both enabled this cooperation and that are still a hindrance in the global scale?
Yeah, I'll try to be pithy so Vera gets a chance to respond as well, because I think those are important questions. So I think first of all, and I'll hit on something I said before, this sense that we're one community, and we tend to look at in a crisis or conflict at those that are affected by that conflict or crisis as victims and part of the victim set rather than part of the solution set. Yeah. And I think resilience at its core is empowering folks right down to the individual level, as all of these speakers have mentioned, to be part of the solution, to be that household level deterrent, if you will, to where an adversary will think twice because they don't want to awake that sleeping tiger, right? So I think that's number one, is that. And then to build trust, you got to train together. You've got to work together habitually, and really that's how you'll know you can rely on that partner, whether that's a private sector partner providing an essential good or service, whether that's someone within civil society who's gonna stand up and volunteer or at least take care of themselves in that moment of crisis, or whether that's that government agency that has that responsibility. So the only way you're gonna build that trust is to train together, is to work together, is to have standing relationships that you're regularly exercising. And I think I'll leave it with those 2 points to give Vera some time to provide some insights as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, really good points. I think I really like the all hazards idea that Andrew talked about, also the kind of, being ready for all kinds of contingencies, and it works. I think it has to work from an individual level to a systemic level. And I think the mindset change, I think, has changed. It has changed both in NATO and also European Union, for example. it used to be talking about these. I've talked about these things for a long time, and quite often it wasn't that interesting to many people. But now I think, to be honest, it's clear in Europe and also here across the pond that these threats are real. We have to work together to deter them, and that everybody has a role. It's kind of being part of something bigger. It's not only your role, your individual role, but it's also kind of the meaning and being a feeling of being part of something bigger to deter these threats.
Excellent comment to close on. We are at time. I want to thank my panelists for really rich conversation and contributions to this dialogue. I think as we leave today, I hope we can all appreciate and have more awareness around how the nations are viewing this concept of building resilience through private-public partnerships as a priority, specifically in the context of the NATO alliance, but also beyond that. I think there's a lot of opportunity to build on and extend our work here collectively, a lot of multinational firms who sit in multiple forums. So we wanted to sort of tie up this conversation and bring us back to this idea of it takes the whole society, right? Not just the whole government, but military, civilian organizations, private sector, NGOs, individuals, and families. So it takes all of us to achieve collective resilience. Anyways, with that, thank you all for your time and attention today. Yeah.
Hey everyone, thank you for joining day 2 of the Building Resilience Conference. My name is Will Powell. I'm an associate manager with the Resilience Program here at the Chamber Foundation. We are going to start our transition to lunch. Please wait to get your lunch till you reach the room you are participating in. 2 quick reminders, the QR codes at your table, please do utilize the conference questions. It helps us get the results from both day 1 and day 2. We do have a few new questions for today, so if you could go back and submit those questions, that'd be great. Secondly, it is a nice day outside. The T-Mobile van is back today. If you didn't get to check it out yesterday, please do so before the end of the day. So we'll go to lunch, working lunch sessions now, and enjoy the rest of day 2. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining our lunchtime working session on a conversation about community disaster resilience zones. My name is Des Alexander, and I'm the Senior Coordinator for Global Resilience here with the Chamber Foundation. I would like to introduce the moderator for our session. Her name is Ms. Natalie Anclade. She is the Executive Director for Build Strong America, and she will be guiding us through this session with our illustrious FEMA facilitators. As a reminder, this is a working session and we are counting on having a lot of audience interaction. So we have QR codes on the table for you to answer our questions through Mentimeter. So please be able to utilize those throughout the session. And without further ado, I will allow Natalie and her fellow facilitators to join us on stage. Thank you.
Oh no. This is gonna be, I've already broken my mic. I have no buffer on this mic, so that's gonna be really tragic for everybody. Sorry, guys. Thank you for joining us for your working lunch. We're really excited to have this incredible panel from FEMA, or last night we heard from DHS saying we need to start claiming them more as DHS. So from FEMA, we have this wonderful panel to discuss the Community Disaster Resilience Zones, or CDRZ, because everything in the federal government is an acronym. So we are going to talk about that today, with some of our goals being, we want to get a greater understanding of CDRZ and learn how CDRZ has enhanced resilience in these communities and what is the future of the program. So today we have with us Ms. Jerry Bennett. She is the Acting Director of Hazard Mitigation Assistance at FEMA. Mr. Nicholas, or Nick Schufro, he is the Acting Assistant Administrator of Risk Analysis, Planning and Information Directorate for Resilience at FEMA. In case you missed the acronym, it's RAPID. And Samantha Medlock, who is the Assistant Administrator, Office of Resilience Strategy at FEMA. So we will kick it off with you, Sam.
Great, thank you very much. And good afternoon, all. It's amazing to be back with this extraordinary group of leaders across the sectors. I am watching for a clicker, but we've got some slides we will advance.
Oh boy.
But while they figure out that really quick technical solution so that I can advance the slides, I'll just kind of dive right in. Again, I'm Sam Medlock, Assistant Administrator in Resilience Strategy at FEMA. My organization is where the Community Disaster Resilience Zones effort is housed in terms of integration, oversight, and implementation. We've got really the whole CDRZ team here, but I want to provide more of an overview for you. To give you a bit of background, the Community Disaster Resilience Zones Act was signed into law by the President in September 2022. Since then, the teams across FEMA primarily, thank you very much, in Mr. Schufro's shop have been organizing to designate specific census tracts that would be community disaster resilience zones. But let me back up a little just to kind of walk you through what we'll cover. So first, we'll just provide a high-level overview of community disaster resilience zones, or CDRZ. We'll get a little bit into the designation methodology and where we are currently. And then again, Mr. Schufro is going to give you a deeper dive there. We'll talk about some of those implementation next steps and get into some of the discussion. And speaking of the Act itself, I do think it's important to note that nearly 30 organizations stepped up to provide the leadership and advocacy around getting the Community Disaster Resilience Zones Act into law. And it was really geared toward addressing some of the major challenges that we all see throughout the cycle of disaster response, recovery, mitigation, and resilience. We recognize that there are communities and places where they are more at risk and where they are more in need and where there are real barriers to be able to access the resources that are available in terms of technical and financial assistance, and not only through the federal government, but also across sectors, including in philanthropy. So the Act is really geared toward bridging those gaps, bridging the protection gap, and bridging the gap in resources. We know, for example, for every federal dollar that is spent in hazard mitigation, it can provide on the order of a $6 return on that investment, or even more, especially if we're talking about things like building codes and standards. And as I noted, disasters don't affect everyone equally. And so the CDRZ Act is really designed to position the federal government and our partners across sectors to work better to respond to that. The Act itself provides some pretty important directions specifically to FEMA around the capabilities that we are to build, which again, Mr. Schufro will talk more about the technical and analytic capabilities with the National Risk Index. But also to direct and prioritize the deployment of federal technical and disaster and grant assistance into those areas at the nexus of greatest risk and greatest need. In terms of the ways that we've been able to design some of these benefits, I want to kind of preview for you briefly what we'll hear from Jerilee Bennett on. But what we've been able to do in FEMA, specifically with our Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities program and with our Flood Mitigation Assistance program, to be able to direct that prioritization with real intentionality in ways that can actually bridge the funding gap by, for example, adjusting cost shares and providing more competitive footing for those areas that are identified as community disaster resilience zones. But here's where we are at the moment. So again, the law was signed in September 2022. In the first phase through spring and summer 2023, FEMA worked through the initial methodology through a robust interagency and public engagement process with more than 20 engagements. We received more than 600 comments in response to our request for information, for example, all seeking feedback on the methodology that we were proposing for that first tranche of designations of the census tracts that would be community disaster resilience zones. In fall 2023, in September, we announced that first 483 census tracts for the initial community disaster resilience zones, again in September 23. Our current focus now is on developing the methodology and additional designations for tribes and territories. Again, I'll leave that for you to say more about, but I would say stay tuned. More news coming. We're also continuing that robust engagement across the interagency, working with nonprofit organizations, with community development organizations, with philanthropic organizations, as well as with the private sector, all toward deploying the kinds of technical and financial assistance that we know that these zones most need. Looking ahead, we want to devise ways of developing project evaluation and how we measure success. So this is where we really want to have the opportunity to interact with you all, so more coming there. And then, of course, we want to learn from these first designations, the first 483 that we've done, the upcoming designations for tribes and territories, and feed that learning into future designations. So let's get into this first group. And I'm going to summarize this because, Nick, I think you'll say a little bit more about this. But we do know in the first 483 census tracts that were designated, we used a process of using the National Risk Index to identify those that rank in the top 50 nationally and in the top 1% within their state. And then we used the climate and economic justice screening tool to refine those designations and make sure that those first 483 zones that were being designated were not only the most at risk, but also the most in need. Here you can see where we ended up, and then off to the side you can see a zoomed in version. Because these are census tracts, some of them are quite large geographically because they're more sparsely populated, and some of them are basically pinpoints on the map that you see because they're more densely populated. But here's where we've gotten some of the confirmation in terms of the demographics. In all, the first round of the Community Disaster Resilience Zones, or CDRZ, represent about 2 million people. 76% of these face 3 or more hazards that are rated relatively high or very high. 84% of these have high social vulnerability ratings. More than 400 have median household income levels that are below the national average and an expected annual loss that is above the national average. And they have more than 7 times higher annual expected loss. We also see a pretty balanced distribution between urban and rural, between coastal and inland. So this, I think, is really confirmation for us that in many respects, the first 483 zones that were designated really represent what we were tasked with doing. So let's get into some of these next steps. Not only is FEMA going about the implementation of our authorities as a federal agency in a fairly programmatic way, we also have to note that CDRZ is not just a program that FEMA is working to implement. It is a movement. It is a campaign. It has tremendous investment of interest and action, not only from FEMA, but across the federal interagency. So Jerry will talk a little bit more about specifically the changes that FEMA has made to prioritize our work, but I really want to zero in on what the federal interagency has been doing and what our partners across the federal government are already committed toward around, for example, with NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and the Climate Smart Communities Initiative program. EPA across the full suite of their environmental justice and thriving communities initiatives around the EJ TIC-TACs, the technical assistance centers, the grant-making program, and more. EDA with the Economic Recovery Corps, USDA with the Rural Partners Network, a full suite of programs across SBA, USDOT with the Protect program, and Housing and Urban Development with the really innovative Green and Resilience retrofits program that is aimed not only at advancing resilience, but also getting at sustainability and reducing greenhouse gas emissions from public and affordable housing. So we really see across, and more coming. So we really see across the federal interagency a tremendous amount of leaning in and really leveraging the promise of what CDRZ is designed to catalyze. But we also are going beyond federal programs. We know that if we had all the data in the world, if we had the ability to deploy robust technical assistance through federal programs, it's not enough. What we've really got to be doing is partnering with the private sector and leveraging the capabilities of employers in these zones, of private sector partners and the role of private capital, of insurance and reinsurance, of risk analytics to go beyond what we're able to achieve here in Washington. And also through the role of philanthropy. So we already heard earlier today about the many things that we see moving through, for example, the Walmart Foundation and their partnership with SBP and others. So this is an opportunity not only for FEMA to be getting at the mission and what we've been directed to do by Congress, percolating this across federal programs, but really deepening public-private partnership and going after blended finance opportunities, going after innovative funding and finance, and importantly, the deployment of technical assistance. We know that for so many of our community disaster resilience zones, they wouldn't even know where to start in developing their resilience planning, their climate adaptation and preparedness planning, their hazard mitigation planning. So it's not just about moving funding, it's also really about working hand in hand with these community leaders, with major employers, and finding ways to get that intentional deployment of resources toward those that are most at risk and in need. So I'm going to wrap up there because I think we really want to kind of move through more of the work that my colleagues have been leading and then really get into that rich discussion with you all. Thanks very much.
Great. Thank you. Nick?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
But set the stage for you.
Thank you very much. So as we've heard, one of the things that Ms. Medlock said was that we're really trying to target resources to locations with high vulnerability and to natural hazards, and where the communities are not the most affluent communities. And we heard this morning there was a panel, Reese, you were on it, and Brooks and others. We understand what CDRZ is about, but really the question that our group was tasked with, and once again, this is the Risk Analysis, Planning, and Information Directorate. We wanted to leverage some tools that we had in our quiver for helping to identify where the census tracts should be. And we used the National Risk Index. And how many people here are familiar with the National Risk Index?
Oh, good.
Good. So good number of people. So the National Risk Index, just sort of backing up a little bit, started in 2017, 2018, when a couple of folks in our Region 8 in the Denver area said, wouldn't it be nice to have a snapshot of where the riskiest communities are, the communities most at risk to natural hazards. And we've come a long way, but I think one of the first things that Ms. Medlock mentioned was that we did put out a request for information. And she mentioned that we got 600 comments on NRI and on CDRZ, and of that, 300 comments were around NRI and opportunities to improve NRI. So as we go through, I'll talk a little bit about some of the intended improvements that we have. But we did release the first tranche of 483 CDR zones in September of last year. And we had a deadline that we had to meet. And I think we did a pretty good job given the amount of time that we had. But as in anything, there's always opportunity to improve. I live in the state of Connecticut, and so I was in a session in Connecticut hosted by an organization talking about flood risk mapping, and we were in the city of Bridgeport, and the first question I got was, why did Connecticut, which only has one CDR zone, pick a more affluent community when we're in Bridgeport, which is very prone to natural hazards? It's right on the coast. It's not necessarily an affluent community, and it really should have been one of the zones. So there's still opportunities to improve, and as we go through, we did get a fair number of comments on NRI, and we grouped them together, and as we're going through, one of the things that we are open to is opportunities to improve our NRI, which is the basis for the CDRZ designations. And so as we go, and as Ms. Medlock mentioned, we are on the cusp of announcing our tribal and territorial designations. We expect to see that very shortly. I won't say when because we're still going through the approval process, but we have a methodology in place for both, and it's different for tribal nations and territories. But we will be using some of the feedback that we got from our initial tranche of 483. And then as we start to ramp up for the next tranche, which we expect sometime in next year, that we will take some of the enhancements and recommendations that people have made, and we will combine them with some enhancements to NRI, the National Risk Index, and we'll be able to come up with the second cohort of CDR zones, which we think will be slightly better than what we came up with the initial one. But big picture, my directorate is responsible for supporting Ms. Medlock's overall implementation of the plan. And so we focused on the methodology, and the methodology was, okay, let's figure out where do we need to target opportunities, investment opportunities, where do we need to identify areas where there's a need. And so our initial, and if we go back, I'll go back a slide or two, we chose, actually, it's actually
a little bit higher.
Yeah.
I bet you'll be able to do that.
actually, this is fine. We targeted the NRI scores that ranked top 50 nationally or in the top 1% of each state. So we came up with an initial designation of about 800 census tracts. And that's across the nation, and we determined, and this was for the states, so not the tribal nations and not the territories. And from that 800, we said, okay, which are the ones that really are not viewed as disadvantaged according to the White House Council on Environmental Quality, CGEST. And so that's how we got down to the number for 483. And we also then, there was a slight discrepancy in terms of identifying hazards versus where there was social vulnerability. So we added on some additional census tracts for Alaska, North Dakota, and Wyoming, just to make sure that we actually captured those that were most at risk. And we, as was heard before, we looked for the blue teal, or I guess blue teal is the same color. Aqua, the teal. These are the census tracts, and they are varied. There are census tracts in every single state across the nation. And as we heard before, depending on the size of the population and the density, these can range from a city block in an urban environment to hundreds of miles in a more or less densely populated area. And we have, as we heard before, we have a couple of snapshots. So we have the Detroit area, and then we also have the Charleston area. And this shows that these are census tracts. It's not one census tract per state. There are some states that have multiples. So if you look at South Carolina, there are multiple census tracts, and that is consistent with the methodology that we used. We do know, as we heard, that it's pretty balanced. So I think 36% are in urban areas, 33% are in rural areas. And as we're looking forward, as we're looking at these numbers, and this is where it really, if you look at this chart, which was prepared for us, if you look, what we've really done is we've looked at the median household income. So to the left of this graphic, it's lower household median household income. And then when you look at the expected annual loss on a dollar basis, those that are in the upper quadrants are where you would expect more losses. And so we've done a nice clustering. This is our initial assessment of where we want to identify CDR zones. And we have identified those that really are, they're lower household median incomes, and they're expecting to see more in impacts. And that's really what we were looking for. So the clustering is nice. The color shows sort of where they are in terms of the expected annual loss. And I think we did a good job in actually identifying these. And in terms of those that are in the upper left quadrant, on average, they are expecting about 7.5% more of expected annual loss on a given year than those that are non-CDR zones. So I wanted to talk a little bit about, I've mentioned a couple of times that we are going to make some improvements to this. I'll break these into the National Risk Index. There are a couple of areas where we know we need to do some more work. So as an example, the National Risk Index doesn't really have a good methodology in place for looking at tsunami risk. And part of the challenge is that the states on the West Coast, which are more prone to tsunamis, Alaska and Hawaii, haven't developed a consistent methodology. And in fact, NOAA, which has 2 tsunami early warning systems, one in Alaska and one in Hawaii, have very divergent views on how to assess tsunami risk. So it is a little bit of a challenge. And right now, we're working with a national tsunami hazard mitigation program. And we are looking to figure out a methodology where we can take this into NRI and actually improve our forecasting and have better data going forward. In addition, we also have not really captured as much as we want riverine flooding. So we have captured coastal flooding, and we're looking at figuring out how to improve our forecasting around riverine flooding. We also are working, so a lot of our data is historical in nature. It's based on previous events, it's previous planning and development, and so we're now starting to look at trying to work with NOAA and some of our other federal colleagues to try and include climate-informed science and figure out where there's going to be risk in the future. So these are things that we're doing. We're also looking at building codes, and we're trying to figure out, as we're doing calculation around historic loss ratios, we're trying to figure out how do we better incorporate acceptance of strong building codes, strongly enforced, which we heard a lot about yesterday, and we do believe that it's important to do. So the designation process is something that is still fluid. As I mentioned before, we got about 300 comments on ways to improve the methodology for going forward, and so we're going to do that. And I think with that, I will end my comments and pass it on to Ms. Bennett.
All right. Thank you. Nice to be with all of you today. As Natalie said, I'm our Acting Director of Hazard Mitigation Assistance. And at FEMA, Hazard Mitigation Assistance includes actually a suite of 5 official programs that we make available for various forms of hazard mitigation. We have our Hazard Mitigation Grant Program and Hazard Mitigation Grant Program post-fire, which are the post-disaster programs. We have our new Safeguarding Tomorrow Revolving Loan Fund capitalization grants, which we are currently in our 2nd cycle of making available. And we have our Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities program that Sam mentioned, and also our Flood Mitigation Assistance program. And those 2 programs are Justice 40 programs, meaning that the current administration has set a target for FEMA to make sure that 40% of our benefits go to disadvantaged communities. CDRZ is a great way for us to focus even more that investment, not just on disadvantaged communities, but high-risk disadvantaged communities. When we got the charge through the CDRZ Act to incorporate the new concept, FEMA decided we don't want to just do the minimum. The law said the minimum was, under the BRIC program, just the one of our 5 programs, the CDRZ communities could get that 90% cost share. Well, we did do that with our FY23 Notice of Funding Opportunity that we published last fall. But we chose to go above and beyond because, as Sam said, we wanted to set a really good model for other federal agencies and encourage them to do the same, to choose, make a policy choice to put more investment, more priority on these CDRZ communities. So with our announcement for the BRIC program in the fall, and also our Flood Mitigation Assistance Annual Program, we put not only that 90% cost share for BRIC, but also priority points, additional priority points for CDRZ communities. Whereas a CJES community would get 30 under BRIC, a CDRZ community would get 40 points. And for flood mitigation assistance, the point structure is different, but also a similar boost if the community is located in a CDRZ zone or if the project primarily benefits CDRZ community areas. We also added a priority for our direct technical assistance program. And direct technical assistance under BRIC is a new initiative. Well, it's a newest BRIC. BRIC has been around since 2020. But we started out in the first year with just 8 communities under direct technical assistance, where FEMA would make an agreement with the community to work with them to help them more competitive in the annual competitive grant cycle. So we provide a facilitator to the community, we help connect them to resources wherever they may be in the starting point. If they just know that they have a flooding problem, say, but they really have no idea what the solution should be, or they don't have any kind of a plan, we can start with them at the beginning point, help them with their hazard mitigation planning process, help them with project scoping. If they have a general idea, they have a plan perhaps, but they don't really know how to formulate a project concept into an actual project application, all the way through the process of helping them with their project application materials, engineering design studies. We also, through our Mitigation Framework Leadership Group, are working to help connect federal agencies together so that we can have reach back. We have a place-based coordination task force where all of the agencies meet on a regular basis, and BRIC TTA is one of the primary players in that group, so that if we have a facilitator in a community whose need is really, they may have FEMA needs, but they might have needs that are actually more suited for HUD or the Economic Development Administration. Through our through our connections with our both the through that working group and also through the TCN. Help me out here with my
Thriving
acronym.
Communities Network.
Thriving Communities Network. Yes. Through those connections, we can help those communities to get the right connection at those agencies or at the state level of the organizations who are administering those programs. So the idea is that the communities don't have to do all the hunting and searching of all the different federal opportunities out there. The facilitators can help them to find the assistance they need. So we put a priority on direct technical assistance for our FY23 NOFO. We are currently evaluating that cycle right now, and we do expect early this summer to make an announcement. We started with 8 in the first year. We moved up to 28 more in the next year. We added around 60 last year, and we're planning to name at least 80 this year. And with those past years, we already had 11 communities that happened to be in CDRZ because we didn't have the CDRZ designations during those previous cycles. But we're already getting an opportunity right now as we're working with those 11 communities who are currently CDRZ to talk about them, about what it means to be a CDRZ, how they can take advantage of the designation, how they can use it to leverage our funding programs, particularly BRIC, but possibly our other programs as well. So we're very excited about the opportunity in FY23, since we've given priority points for our DTA designations, our direct technical assistance designations. We're expecting even more CDRZ communities in this next cycle. The other thing I want to mention is our benefit cost analysis process. All of our programs more or less have a requirement that the work be cost effective. It makes sense, right? We want to make sure we're making good investments in communities, so our hazard mitigation grants should be for cost effective projects that are going to get a return on the investment. Well, for CDRZ communities, we will provide support, direct support, to help them with their benefit cost analysis. That has been named for us by disadvantaged communities as a high barrier for entry for our programs. So we want to make sure that it's not stopping a CDRZ community from getting the grant assistance that they need. So they can come to us and say, we're a CDRZ community, we have a project application, but we really don't have the capability to do our own benefit cost analysis. We'll do it for them. And as of last week, we will do that for all of our programs. We added it for the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program just last week, so we're really excited about that new feature. Yay! Took a long time.
Hear, hear.
Yeah, that's it.
Well done.
All right, just wanted to see if there was anything else in my notes that I wanted to cover. Benefit cost analysis. Yeah, I think those are the main things I wanted to cover. We should leave time for our Q&A.
For some questions.
All right.
Okay. We are going to pop up a Mensa-meter so you guys can scan the QR code on your table. We'll pop in some questions. We'd love to get some feedback, some answers to the questions, then we can kind of poll our panel. The first question is coming, I think. I got it, but yeah, is it? Okay. How will CDRZ support greater investments in people, not only infrastructure? Oh, it's going to be on the, okay. All right, so what do we think? How will
Sure, I'd be happy to kind of kick us off. We know that, for so many partners across different sectors in philanthropy and even across the federal government, we are all rowing in the same direction. We recognize that there are gaps, that there's real need, and from a humanitarian standpoint, certainly we from the federal government must take action. But I think that employers and and certainly philanthropy, but just folks in these communities, local leaders also see this need. And so at a higher level, one of the ways that that the designation of this place-based opportunity is it really helps take at least some of that guesswork out and catalyze that deployment of technical assistance, of financial investment, of planning, because we know through the pretty robust processes that Team Rapid is leading, that these are the areas that are among our most at risk and in need across the United States. And with the forthcoming designations for territories and the co-designations with tribes, I think we've done even more of that math for those that are really on the front lines of climate impacts, of disinvestment, and of just longstanding chronic need. So just by doing the designation themselves and by really pointing to these place-based opportunities, hopefully that in and of itself is bringing folks to the table. And again, we already see that with the work that GEOS Institute and the Cedar Southeast Navigators Network is doing in partnership with Walmart, SBP Disaster Recovery and Resilience Fellows Program, and many, many others. FEMA may not even be at the table for that. That's what I mean when I say that it's a movement, but we already see that it's catalyzing action.
Great.
Yeah, so I look at the need to build resilience, and I think there are generally 4 roadblocks that I see. One is that a lot of our programs are cost reimbursable. The second is that many communities don't have the capacity to make the match, and whether it's a 75-25 or 90-10, there's still that whole need to get that funding together. There's an awareness of what's available, and then there's also the capacity of the local folks to actually put together a winning proposal. And so when I look at that out at the audience and the foundations that are here, the companies that are here, we're one hand shaking hands. And so our role has been to identify, as we just heard, is really to identify where there are vulnerable communities that are not the most affluent communities, but there's a lot of risk. And so a lot of what we're doing and what we hope we can do is to get different foundations to support, to get financial institutions to invest, and to whether it's investing in individual capacity to be able to apply for the programs, or building projects. And we had a discussion yesterday afternoon about bundling projects and making them more economically interesting to financial institutions by having larger projects with lower financial costs. This whole concept, I mean, this is a way of bundling together projects, and it's not necessarily the federal government's role to actually do the bundling or to provide all of the technical capacity. We can provide some technical assistance. But having said that, our role, and not to take away from the whole program, but our role is to identify where the risk is and where the communities are most at need. And I think it's the audience's role to come in, and now that we've identified where there is risk and vulnerability, is to come in and say, okay, we can help out and help shake hands.
Yeah, great. I think the only thing I'll add in terms of how the CEDARS concept is helping people, any investment in resilience in a community ultimately does help the people of that community. Building codes make buildings safer, less likely to collapse in an earthquake. Many of our grant programs help to move properties outside of the floodplain or to elevate them. In the end, the investments, whether they're coming from the federal side or whether we're able to attract private investment or make changes in the way private development is occurring in a community to make the community more resilient, that is helping individual people.
Thank you. I just have one quick question. Build Strong America was one of the many supporters that supported CEDARS, so we're really excited to see that it is moving along in the process. You guys met your intent of the law, designated the zones, and that was great, and now you're fostering it more, so that's great to see that you didn't just meet the intent and move on, so that's awesome. But Nick, I just have one question. When you mentioned bundling projects is, and this is just me asking, is there any like statutory issue that would become a problem, or, because we're a huge voice out here, and you can't advocate, you can't lobby, you can't do any of that, but this room can. So is there anything that prohibits us or you guys from doing bundling of projects? Or?
I'd have to, well, first of all, we wouldn't be suggesting the project.
Okay.
So it's the communities working through the states that then suggest projects to us. We don't actually go out and say, do this, do that. That's not our role, okay?
Right.
And I would have to check in with our Office of General Counsel to see whether there are any statutory prohibitions. But think about it. So before I came to FEMA years ago, I was a mortgage origination broker. And in the 1980s, mortgages were not there was no secondary market. And in the early 1980s, we started to bundle mortgages. And there were some problems that came out with bundled mortgages, creating the secondary market. And I won't
that's a whole other presentation.
That's another presentation. But having said that, if you had a mortgage in the 1980s and you wanted to sell it or you wanted to dispose of it, there wasn't a way to do that. And then when they were packaged together, they became more attractive, and financial institutions started buying aspects of the mortgages, the bundled packages. So let's use this as the cedar zones. Some way or another, somebody in this room is smart enough to say, okay, we can package these projects, and there might be a flood project, there might be an earthquake project, there might be, we heard that a high number of these cedar zones have 3 or more natural hazards that they face. So is there a way where a local community can say, we have 7 projects at $300,000 a piece, or there are a number of projects, and a financial institution or foundation is not necessarily going to come in because it's just too small. Transaction costs are too high. Is there a way where we can bundle these projects? Somebody takes these out and says, let's make this a project that's now $11 million, which is of much more interest to a financial institution to invest. So can't answer the question of whether or not we are prohibited from doing it or allowed to.
We'll take it for the record. We'll get back.
Yeah, we'll get back. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that actually is a good segue into our next Mentimeter question. Hope you guys are following along out there. How can capital be stacked from the private sector with federal funds to be most impactful for community resilience?
So is this a question for us or for our Mentimeter
Our Mentimeter people, and we can see, oh gosh, we could see some of the responses and see what they're saying. So let's see. Oh gosh, I repel technology. So this is, well, it says test.
I put you on the spot.
I know. No, it's fine. I think I was supposed to do this anyway.
I just knew that none of us wanted to talk about stacking capital.
Yeah, I can.
But we have all these business.
Well, it's interesting. It's a great question because
for the whole room, I think.
Yes, absolutely. As one of the organizations that supported Cedars, there was a greater path for it. There were 2 more legs to the stool, and one of those was incentivizing private investment into Cedars communities. Congress being Congress, that has not happened yet. Hopefully it will, and that's why I say, like, they can't lobby, they can't advocate for things to make these programs better, but we can. And so that's something that we can go and say, hey, we have these 483 communities, but whatever happened to that incentive piece? So we can start putting capital in. So some of the some of the answers about this are the thinking around supply chains being the lever for private sector investment is key. If businesses rely on the community, it's people, it's infrastructure. They have a stake in resilience projects. I'm just going to read them, and if y'all have any, want to comment on that, go for it. Somebody said NA, so not applicable.
One thing I would just drop, as we're all sort of thinking this through and we're compiling responses. I was in a community not long ago where a major name we would all recognize, like 20% of their supply chain moves through an area that is breathtakingly vulnerable. And they are only just now kind of waking up to these kinds of issues and thinking about workforce resilience, thinking about supply chains. So that's where I think that there's also a tremendous amount of opportunity as employers, as manufacturers, as the economic engine of community is really engaging with resilience folks and floodplain managers and hazard mitigation officials and community leaders around the siting and design of housing, around important public buildings like schools. If you have your floor, your shop that is still up and running, but your folks, your people can't get there because the school is closed or the bridge is washed out, that affects you. And so we're starting to see CDRZ even kind of prompt these conversations around community resilience and workforce.
Yeah, great, thank you. Anybody else want to?
I'll just go back to the point I made earlier, which is there's a cost share, and a lot of communities can't come up with the cost share. And there's a cost share, and most of our grants are reimbursable. And so even priming the pump and saying, okay, there's a cost share of 10%, this foundation is going to give some assistance to a community, that will enable them to get over the starting line. And from there, we can actually do the project. But if you can't come up with a 10% cost share, then you're not eligible for the programs.
Yeah, that's a lot of the comments on here are private sector grants as match for Fed grants.
Yep.
I'll just jump in with one other opportunity. It's not specific to CDRZ, but our new Safeguarding Tomorrow revolving loan funds, those are going to be state, territory, or tribally run revolving loan funds. So FEMA is providing under the Infrastructure and Jobs Act seed money for these states and territories, such as the District of Columbia, where we all are today, to get their revolving loan fund going, but it's only $500 million over 5 years. So if those states and territories want to keep those revolving loan funds running, aside from the 1% return on the loans they make, which is a tiny amount of capital that we will rebuild over time, attracting private investment will be very attractive. And perhaps if private investors encourage those revolving loan fund operators to invest in their CDRZ communities when they use their private investment in the revolving loan fund, that might be a good way for private investors to kind of step into, but not have to manage it on their own.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. Another good idea is that you don't necessarily need the tax incentives or anything like that. You're bringing more jobs to your community, so that's a great, building your community more resiliently will bring more jobs is a great point. Okay, let's see. The next Mincemeter question is, what role can technology play in enhancing disaster preparedness and response with CDRZ? And I will figure out how to do this. I'm a strong, independent woman. Okay.
So I'll jump in to start off. So as I mentioned a couple of times before, the NRI started in Region 8, Denver area, and it was an idea of let's just have a snapshot where we can look and see where there's risk. And it's evolved significantly, but having said that, it really doesn't look at future risk. And we all are aware that the environment is changing, climate is changing, and so there's an opportunity to build that in. And so as we're looking at future designations, future cohorts of new CDRZ zones, there's an opportunity to look at flood risk, to look at wildfire, extreme heat, hurricane winds. There are a number of different perils that we can look at going forward and incorporating those into some of our tools like the National Risk Index. We also have RAPT. I don't know if anybody's heard of RAPT. Raise your hand if you've heard of RAPT. Okay, which incorporates 100 different layers. So we saw examples, and what you're looking here is the CDRZ zones, but being able to overlay where the hospitals, where the schools, where the community centers, being able to actually see where there are infrastructure assets at risk, and then being able to project future climate, so sea level rise, things like that. Those are the types of tools that can help us in the future in designating CDRZ zones. And if anybody ever wants to hear about RAPT, please send me an email. I'm happy to get you connected.
Go geek out on RAPT. It's awesome.
It is.
Right.
I'd also very quickly add the notion that there is instrumentation that is out there through whether it's the NOAA networks and tide gauges or USGS and stream gauges, a lot of it around the different sort of ranges of the hydrologic cycle, where are we getting too much water, where are we getting not enough water, water quality monitoring instrumentation, and there are an awful lot of blind spots that are out there among these networks where there's great opportunity to partner with the private sector to capture this real-time information that can be used for public safety, triggering evacuation and other things, but it also generates a body of information that helps us understand the conditions on the ground, and particularly for our rural CDRZ, too many of them are places where we have no eyes. We have absolutely no idea what the conditions are out there. The last thing I'll mention, though, is that same instrumentation can also be used for the design of triggers-based insurance contracts like parametric insurance, catastrophe bonds, and those sorts of things. So that's a great public-private partnership opportunity, but a role that technology can be playing around, you know, geeking out on insurance contracts or saving lives when we need folks to evacuate.
Yeah. Speaking of geeking out on insurance, I think Dan Kanuski's speaking tomorrow, in case anybody can.
It's a good plug.
Yeah.
So just, we heard some very compelling discussions yesterday of Lahaina, and we are looking at wildfire. I mean, obviously it is much more prevalent, more frequent, larger events. And so just to follow up on your comment, we just announced a program where we're putting out sensors to track wildfire and other fires. So there are structural fires, there are urban fires. I mean, who would have thought that, you know, Boulder, Colorado would be subject to an urban fire? And so there are ways of taking technology and seeing where there's risk and having early warning systems and saving lives.
What did the audience think?
Yeah.
They say reduce cost of cable access to news and weather channels. Young people don't watch TV
Love it.
because they can't afford it, and there's no more free TV, even through an antenna anymore, which is true. Like, now we have 50 streaming things that are $50 a month each to replace cable. Work with providers to improve coverage for hard-to-reach communities of basic cell and internet service. That's a good point. Predictive analytics can be leveraged, and planning and real-time data can be used to support execution activities. Improving understanding of risk, a lot of understanding of risk. Use AI to comb through risk and needs data, as well as connecting with projects and private sector investors in the nearby region. So that's kind of bundling of projects. Great idea.
Like it.
Any comments on these comments? Measuring success is a good one. I know that FEMA is very hamstrung by a bazillion laws that require them to do this for this grant, this for that grant, and it's not terribly consistent, which is frustrating for everybody, more so for everybody inside FEMA. I can say that, y'all cannot.
Yeah. I'll mention a couple of things. I think it's early days, right, with AI, but FEMA is exploring how we can incorporate AI into the things that we do and the services we offer. So we're looking at whether we could improve the hazard mitigation planning process using AI, whether we could improve our help desk for our benefit cost analysis, or just our general program help desk at all. So I think there are a lot of opportunities there. Yeah. Obviously, we have to tread carefully because the prevalence of poor information is still pretty high, but we're looking into it. We're stepping into it and trying to figure out how to make the best use of AI investments.
That's great. That's great to hear. All right, I guess we can go to the next. Okay, maybe I can't. All right, well, can hit on some other questions, I guess. So we've heard a lot of feedback about the CDRZ program. So what are some of the challenges, but we're very action-based here. So what are the opportunities to those challenges ahead in the CDRZ program?
Yeah, do you want to start off?
Said it before, I'll repeat it. Better tailoring of future designations.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
You're here.
Yeah.
I would just note that there are a lot of blind spots that are out there, right? And there are, you know, by their very nature, there are just a lot of communities that there's not a lot of modeling that's been done. There's not a lot of mapping. There's not a lot of planning. I think one of the biggest challenges is getting a good understanding of conditions, including future conditions, and then building capacity. But I think that's all pretty, pretty apparent.
Yeah. I think one other challenge I would add is, 483, right, is a lot, and then we are planning to add more very soon. And FEMA has been building up our capacity in our regional offices, and states are working to add their capacity to work with CDRZ, but we want to do a lot for these communities, but in truth, we can't help them all at the same level all at once. So figuring out how we can partner with organizations like Build Strong. We have an MOU with our Direct Technical Assistance Program so that we can expand our reach, working with universities, et cetera. We can't do it all ourselves, so finding those partnerships where we can help the CDRZ communities to figure out what it means and how they can make the most of that designation is another challenge.
Yeah, and nor should you do it all.
Exactly, right.
FEMA's got enough on their plate.
We're setting a model. We're setting a model.
Yes.
Also setting a model with our MOU with Build Strong.
That is a great, okay. Great points. Another question. Can we microphone? Yes, does anybody have any questions for us besides the Mentimeter, make this more interactive? Don't make me start calling on you. Okay.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. My name's Hannah Troutwine. I'm with SBP, and I'm wondering, do you see success of a CDRZ zone, being that eventually they won't qualify to be a CDRZ anymore and we'll actually see a phase out of those zones?
It's 100%, and I'm so glad that you mentioned that, because I view that as a challenge and an opportunity. How would we in the federal government define success around an aggregation of the results that are being driven on the ground out there, when what is viewed as successful for each community disaster resilience zone and the jurisdiction it's within really must be very tailored. And we should not be in the business of defining what's going to be successful for Detroit and how to define success there, or Charleston, or the folks on the Mississippi River, or anywhere else. I think that that's one of our challenges, because we in the federal government like to take a very formulaic way of saying, we met the charge, we exceeded the charge, we're a little short of the charge. But in this case, we must be very fluid and really work with people where they are, and working with folks on the ground in a very unfamiliar sort of grassrootsy way to identify what success looks like, and then have the flexibility to tell that story to the folks that we're accountable to on Capitol Hill for appropriators, in OMB, in the White House. And then certainly our partners and stakeholders who are looking for us to succeed for them and with them. So I don't think that we're going to come up with a single way of defining success, except maybe exactly the thing that you nailed, which is this no longer qualifies as a CDRZ.
It's the beauty of data, that it'll eventually roll out. So, all right, I've lost Des.
Thank you all. Great panel. Quick question. I know that you have done a lot of work with the NRI and so forth in identifying communities at risk. And several years ago, you may recall there was a DHS National Center called CREATE, and that was a Center for Risk and Economic Analysis of Terror Events. And I had the opportunity to work with some students from DHS CREATE, and they did the opposite of what you did, what you're doing. They identified communities that were resilient. They identified traits and a variety of other components, including income, and they found that some of the more resilient communities were actually lower income, and they wanted to understand why those communities were resilient and so forth. And I was wondering if you guys would be interested in looking at their study in the near future, because I think it was actually one of the students presented and was selected for the DHS, the top 10 students research or whatever for that particular year. I think if you guys look at also communities that are doing things right in resiliency, that might strengthen your program a lot too. So I actually have the students' poster up that they sent to me a long time ago. So let me know if you're interested.
Yeah, so I'll I'll give you a concrete example. There was a book by Eric Kleinberg who talked about the extreme heat event in Chicago in 1995 that killed about 735 people. And it's an interesting read because he compared and contrasted two different neighborhoods. And socioeconomically, they were about the same. So they were not affluent neighborhoods, but one of the neighborhoods had a much higher mortality rate during this heat event. And it wasn't, more air conditioning units or, better built homes, but there was this whole social cohesion. So one community, people checked in on the elderly, the homebound, those with medical issues, and they were the ones that were able to, for some reason, they had a much lower mortality rate because they were able to check in on people. So it is, sometimes it's financial, but sometimes there are other reasons why communities do better. And the message from the book was if you can promote social cohesion and community engagement, then you're going to have a much better outcome if you're hit by an event. But we'd love to see the study.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Over there.
One more? Okay.
Great. Thank you so much for the discussion. Sarah McTarnahan from Urban Institute. One of the things that excites me and my colleagues at Urban about the CDRZ designation is that it's hyper-local. It can really help us target attention, resources, capacity to those places where risk and social vulnerability intersect. But a census tract isn't a political jurisdiction. It isn't a social community boundary. So I'm just curious to help those of us in the room that are trying to get up to speed. How should we be thinking about tracts as a place? Who should we be thinking about within tracts? I mean, just looking at some of the maps around the room, there's such an overlap within county governments, city governments. So just to unpack a little bit what it means for a census tract to be the center of attention here.
Okay.
Yeah, spot on. Boy, one of the grand challenges for FEMA and our federal partners around the designations, but particularly the kind of implementation is the the census tract as a sort of unit, right? I would encourage folks to think of the polygons on a map and not look at them as a bright line where the interesting things and the opportunities are only within the polygon, but really think about where in place-based work and place-based opportunity and place-making that fits in the wider construct of the community, of the neighborhood, of the floodplain, of the wildland-urban interface, of where are folks, where is that a workforce linkage, what are the critical assets or infrastructure or important public buildings that are in those areas, and maybe take a more regional approach, because a lot of the benefits that we designed in FEMA, as Geraldine noted, is not just it must be within the four corners of the polygon, but it's a project that benefits that landscape. So while we're excited about the polygons and we're all about that, I think we really recognize, just in terms of how communities function, that taking a more kind of functional view would be a really great way for folks to engage there. But welcome others' thoughts. Yeah.
So there's a continuous improvement process, and we have a defined role, what we can say and what we can't. But we were assigned by Congress to look at census tracts, and there are other designations that we could have been given, but we hope that things are refined at some point in the future. Having said that, we're working with census tracts, and that's the way we're looking at the issue.
I'll just add that, as mentioned, we encourage applicants to provide either a narrative or using WRAPT or another easy tool to provide us a benefiting area map, so that they could show us, here's what our project does, here are the areas that benefit, and whether it overlays a CDRZ zone and how much population is within that CDRZ zone. I think it's an opportunity for larger jurisdictions. It's not the case for all CDRZ zones. For those who have more than one CDRZ area that is within their jurisdiction, to target their own resilience planning efforts. So I think it can be a tool that can be, beneficial, even if it is not naming the whole jurisdiction as a CDRZ.
All right. Those are great points, I think. Oh. Okay, yeah. Sure.
Jose Gilmontanez, Federal Coordinating Officer for FEMA. It's great to see you, Jerry. So when I'm out there after a disaster, coordinating multiple entities, working hands-on with communities, I've heard recently they're getting tired of the word resilient and resilience. So with this great benefit and opportunity that we're getting out there, as you said, Samantha, this is a movement. Could you give us just some quick, maybe some bumper stickers that we could just put into our own talking points so we are a shared movement so that we can come back and say, you know what, there is some value and benefit as we're moving with the Cedars and resilience?
I think if they're getting tired of it, then we must have all collectively met our mark of making it plain language, right?
Right.
So every day that it's boring.
That's right.
Just kidding.
So we heard a little bit about building the business case. That was one of the presentations earlier. And building the business case is really incredibly important. I come from an environmental background, and we used to talk about health and safety and environment and greenhouse gas emissions. But when we talked about the fact that it was a reduced operating cost to achieve the same objectives, that was where it really resonated. So if communities don't want to hear about resilience because they're tired of a buzzword, if it's going to bring more jobs, it's going to provide, the schools are going to be open, people can go to work, there are, other benefits, economic benefits, I'd leave resilience on the side and just talk about the economic benefits of what we're doing.
And I think it's also about dignity and strengthening the fabric of community in ways that have proved to be just intractable. Year over year, reform after reform, there remains this gap, and there will never be enough public money to bridge that gap. Even though we've made tremendous progress with bipartisan infrastructure law, deploying a lot of capital, moving a lot of money, Inflation Reduction Act, and so many others, the federal government will not, and I would argue in our constitutional democracy, should not, be where it all begins and ends. And yet, CDRZ and resilience is really about that whole of community, whole of government approach that works across sectors and is about strengthening the fabric of community and preparing community for the changes that are already here and those that we know we can no longer avoid in terms of climate. So it's about economic sustainability and creating strong, prepared communities. I think that's something that we could probably all get behind.
Yeah, and I know I was joking earlier, but I actually think we should double down on the use of the term resilience because it's not a technical term, and it's cross-cutting and interdisciplinary. And coming out of the COVID pandemic, I think every single person across the world has been thinking about their own personal resilience. And the schools are talking about resilience of kids and their mental health needs. Communities are talking about economic resilience. We're talking about disaster resilience, which is interwoven with both. So I just think it's such a great, adaptable, and useful word that's cross-cutting, and we should double down and use it still.
Hear, hear.
Yeah, completely agree. Like the insurance commercials, it's just, you always have the jingles in your head, just keep resilience stuck in your head. Okay, I think that is time. So we'll wrap up? Yes. Okay. Well, I thank you for joining us. It was a pleasure to have a conversation with FEMA about the CDRZ program. And if you guys have any questions, especially about WRAPT, reach out to Nick. And yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Natalie. Great job.
Well done, my friend.
Likewise, likewise.
It's so fun to be on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, our general session programming will resume at 2 p.m. Please be in your seats for the start of our programming at 2 p.m.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to your seats. Our program will now begin.
All right, well, good afternoon, everybody, and it's good to see you all here. It's my pleasure today to be talking with Brandon Wales, Executive Director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA. I'm Chris Roberti. I run the Cyberspace and National Security Policy Division at the Chamber. Many of you know Brandon. He's a fixture on the cyber emergency preparedness, recovery, resiliency front. But in addition to his current role as Executive Director, he's also served as the Acting Director of CISA during a very critical time for the agency. He's been around since the beginning. He's also served at Big DHS as the Acting Chief of Staff and also Deputy Chief of Staff. So he's got a wealth of knowledge about DHS, about the interaction between government and the private sector in this area, and so it's really a pleasure to take a few minutes and speak with you.
No, thanks a lot, Chris. Really happy to be here.
Great. So we're going to jump right in. So at the end of April, President Biden issued the National Security Memorandum 2022, which is part of a comprehensive effort to protect U.S. infrastructure against all threats and hazards, current and future. So I think it's a very interesting document. So why don't you walk us through the contours of NSM 22 and give the audience a sense of why it's important and how it fits into the overall government planning on resilience and security.
Yeah, so NSM 22 replaced PPD 21. It was almost NSM 21. We missed it by a few days. And I think as you look at it, it is an evolutionary document, not necessarily revolutionary. It is not introducing sea change into the U.S. government's critical infrastructure efforts. But in a number of important ways, it wants to make sure that the federal government is executing this mission to keep pace with the current operating and current threat environment. And I'll note that if you read NSM 22, right at the beginning, when it starts talking about the principles on which it's based, the first one is the notion that critical infrastructure security and resilience efforts are a shared responsibility between the public and private sector, among the private sector, internationally, because a lot of our supply chains don't know borders. Cybersecurity is a borderless domain. We operate a lot of our infrastructure in partnership across the US-Canadian border, US-Mexican border, et cetera. So, but that shared responsibility is really important. And I think that you can see that thread pulled throughout the entire document. In just a couple of important ways, this document, in a lot of cases, reaffirms the important role that both CISA and our sector risk management agencies have. This memorandum, for the first time, codifies CISA's role as the national coordinator for critical infrastructure security. It doesn't mean that we're in charge of all the agency's efforts, but it does mean that we have a unique responsibility to make sure that we're moving in the same direction, that we've outlined the ways in which we're addressing critical cross-sector risks that sit at the intersection of these various critical infrastructures, that we can be clear about where there are gaps in our current architecture and the tools that we want to bring together to make sure that we're addressing them. And it requires a lot of work over the next year by the federal government, both sector risk management agencies that have important work to assess risk within their sector, to develop more detailed sector risk management plans, and unlike PPD 21, requires them to identify specific gaps in their authorities that need to be buttressed in order to give us the type of comprehensive security outcomes that we want. And then CISA has the responsibility as that national coordinator to take all of those inputs across all the sectors and knit those together into a broader national risk management plan for critical infrastructure. And we'll note, none of that work can be done without the private sector. None of that work can be done in isolation by any one department, any one agency. It is going to require that community coming together to make sure that we've accounted for critical issues and that ultimately, whatever we do resonates. It needs to resonate out there in the communities at the state and local level, in the private sector, because so much of our efforts are based upon these voluntary partnerships. If it doesn't resonate, we're not going to get the type of action that we need.
Yeah, and thank you. And I'd say when I was reading the document, there's a few things, or a lot that actually that sort of jumped out at me. And if you haven't read it, I think it's definitely worth it. It's not that long. It's well written. But I think one of the things that there is a sort of a theme that has gone away from this, private sector, you're on your own. Like that was sort of like 2009, 2010. There was this sort of, that was the thing. If there's a cyber attack, good luck, cavalry's not coming, was a famous statement. Would you agree with that, that there is I guess a feeling or I guess a sense on the side of the government to try and engage more? You're in ways you're expecting more out of the private sector. We've got, but at the same time, there seem to be elements of where the government would be using some of its authorities and resources to provide information to help critical infrastructure sectors enhance their security and strengthen themselves. I mean, is that an accurate reading of the document, would you say?
Yeah, and I would say that what we have seen over the last several years has led us to even change the vocabulary we're using. And you've heard us talk less about public-private partnerships. You've heard us talk less about the basics of information sharing, all things that are important, but don't sufficiently capture the urgency and the nature of the relationships we want to have, which get much deeper. And so I think you've heard us talk about operational collaboration or persistent collaboration, because this is born out of the idea that no single agency, no single company can execute this mission in the physical security realm and in the emergency preparedness realm or in the cybersecurity realm, and that we need close relationships on really tangible issues to work through these issues, that the federal government has unique authorities and capabilities, but in many cases those need to be augmented and supported by the work of industry that has unique insights, unique expertise that we don't have, and that can help us paint a better picture of what is happening and help us operationalize solutions. And for me, that's really the core of this. We don't want to just admire a problem. We don't want to just study a problem. We want to actually get to improved security outcomes. And I will also point back that this works together with the National Cyber Strategy that the White House released last year. And it had a couple of major policy pivots. And the first one, I think, is the most important, which is put the burden of cybersecurity where it can best be borne. And today, that is mostly being borne on end users and a lot of small and medium-sized businesses, et cetera, that are really unable to deal with the nature of the current cyber threats. And that we need to move that to both the government and to larger companies that have the ability, particularly in the technology space, to help enable a more secure cyber ecosystem more generally. And so if you look at those in tandem, this is really about how do we get the most out of those players within this community who can get the most done and can drive the most positive security outcomes.
Thank you. I think that's a very nice summary of how that works together. We've also seen, and we've been living for some period of time, where threats cut across sectors. They cut across critical infrastructure sectors. You see things that cyber attacks that can have physical results, physical impacts. How does CISA work with different critical infrastructure sectors to identify risks, help mitigate risks, and then also facilitate collaboration across sector to ensure that threats, to one aren't jumping over to others?
Yeah, and I think this is this is part of the unique role that CISA plays within this process, in that you have these various sector risk management agencies responsible for coordinating the activities within those sectors. Energy sector has DOE, and financial services sector has the Department of Treasury. But CISA is the one that's charged with, okay, how do these things cut across? When there are threats that propagate across these systems, how do we both identify that, and then how do we make those sectors and those companies within those sectors work together? And I think we try to do that in a couple of different ways. First is various planning initiatives we have, and we try to bring people together around specific topics to address specific operational plans and defensive plans. We did some of that work in the run-up to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, for example. We also conduct exercises with sectors working together. We participated in a fairly sophisticated one with energy, financial services, and communications, because there are really critical linkages between those three sectors where disruptions can easily move across between them. And we wanted to make sure that we were understanding those with the companies we were working with, and then how do we take the lessons out of that and drive that into operational activity across the other sectors. And I think also CISA serves as that representative. And so one of the things, and you've got a lot of folks from FEMA here when you start talking about building resilience in the aftermath of Hurricane Maria, standing up ESF 14 on critical infrastructure, not to replace the other ESFs that are focused on comms and energy and transportation and so on, but how do you examine the issues that are looking across those? CISA serves as that representative to make sure things are not falling through the cracks, and when we have our folks in the field that are sitting in JFOs and working with owners and operators, they can be that voice to make sure that those unique dependencies and interdependencies are both reflected and are helping to drive prioritization decisions when it matters most.
Yeah, and I think the Ukraine example is very interesting, because we've had a lot of companies come to us and talk about the work of the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative, or JCDC, early on in the fall, in the run-up to the war, as a really interesting channel through which the government was able to get information, declassify it, and then push it out to the companies in critical infrastructure technology to ensure that they were able to harden their systems and defend against potential Russian or other illicit activity. That was a really important win. It's a good model. And well, there are others. We'll get into them later. But talking about cross-cutting or cross-sector threats, a good example of this is the Volt Typhoon threat actor, and the work now that the U.S. government, NSA, FBI, and others have done to elevate this, make this public, and start to try to help companies figure out how to deal with the issue, detect it. So what advice would you give to people, or tell us a little bit about Volt Typhoon and how companies can take steps to inoculate themselves from it?
Yeah, so Volt Typhoon is a Chinese state actor, and we first talked about it last May and provided an updated advisory in February of this year. And let me just give you just a second of background in terms of the urgency of this issue. So if we look at the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the first shot fired was cyber. It was against critical infrastructure. A Russian attack against the Viasat communications network, which was used for command and control of Ukraine, but also supported civilian infrastructure throughout Europe. And Russia's disruptions of that network caused impacts on the ground for both commercial, civilian, and military assets in Ukraine. And it is very likely that the first shot in a future conflict with China will also be in cyber. And it is very likely that their pre-positioning on critical infrastructure networks, which is what Volt Typhoon is doing, embedding in these networks so that at the time and place they're choosing, they can conduct a disruptive or destructive attack. And it is front of mind for the government, which is why we've been so aggressive on the messaging. But I'll note that China's tradecraft here is very sophisticated, as we document in a series of advisories over the past year. And it does require companies that are concerned about this to take steps to really understand their network baseline, the kind of things that their administrators are doing, so that you can more easily detect anomalies because this is not activity that gives off a great degree of signatures. It requires fairly sophisticated logging on your network. It requires your SOCs to really understand when you have potentially malicious activity, what it might mean. And we have a series of specific recommendations related to kind of where you should improve logging, the kind of hunting you should do in your network to identify this activity. But I will note, China's doctrine has two priorities for its targeting. On the one hand, it's trying to disrupt our ability to support militarily our allies in Asia, so they're likely to be targeting of certain assets in the Pacific and the West Coast. But their second element of their doctrine is to cause societal panic in the United States, to induce this type of panic to affect our geopolitical decision making. And to achieve that goal, you don't need to go after very specific targets. You can go after opportunistically anything that can help further that goal. And so if I showed you the list of entities where we found China over the past year, there would not be things that would be automatically recognized, or if they were likely to be below the radar of where you thought that they might want to target. But that is because they don't care about hitting the biggest thing. They care about hitting a number of things throughout the country to cause that level of disruption. And I think it is why we are focused not only on what can we do to get on those sites and help remediate and provide advisories out, but how do we work this problem upstream? It's the reason why we push so hard for things like improved secure by design in the technology base, because vulnerabilities in edge devices and networks are the way in which China has gotten into every single one of those critical infrastructure sites. And those small and medium-sized businesses that they may be targeting are not as prepared. They're never going to have the same degree of cybersecurity staff needed. And the more they're relying upon service providers, we want to make sure that those service providers are deploying software and services that are secure and easily configurable by those companies. And so there's a lot of important work to do here. It is one that's going to require close collaboration with industry, and it is certainly front of mind for us as we work through the NSM over the next year. The threat posed by China to our critical infrastructure will be among the top of mind things that we do to ensure that that is sufficiently accounted for in our assessments and in our risk management plans that we have to create.
Thank you. So in our brief time remaining, we've got CISA at 5. So CISA recently turned 5 years old. You've accomplished a lot in that time, grown a lot, of course, and become more of a household name. Just some quick thoughts on what is CISA getting right, and what adjustments do you think need to be made going into the next 5 years?
I mean, CISA has really transformed itself over the last 5 years in a number of areas. In some cases, those are based on significant changes in the threat environment and things that we've learned, sometimes through hard circumstances. So post-SolarWinds, the activity that we've done to transform our security of federal civilian networks has actually been fairly amazing. Our improvement of operational collaboration with industry, as you noted, is dramatically improved, and our ability to actually grow our staff and continue to bring in high-quality personnel who are out there providing support to critical infrastructure, including significant growth in the field. Those people that are the ones that are normally making first contact with our critical infrastructure owners and operators every day. We now have over 600 people in the field who are out there being our security advisors. That didn't exist 5 years ago the way it does today, and I think it has been transformative, and it continues to follow the arc as CISA and its predecessors have met renewed challenges in the Homeland Security space since it was created back in 2003, from its early CT days to its all-hazard days to through the pandemic and today in cybersecurity. We have continued to grow to meet the challenges, and I think where we can go in the future, I think it's really going to come down to two issues. One, how do we ensure that we are harnessing all of the expertise that this country has on its most pressing problems, and can we actually use that expertise to drive positive security outcomes? And two, can we solve the problem of small and medium-sized entities, both public and private sector, local communities and small companies, who are, number in the tens of millions, and are kind of the soft underbelly, in part because many big companies rely upon them in their supply chains, their vendors. And this is a problem where we don't have a clear solution, but it's going to require really aggressive work between the government and the bigger companies to ensure that we are providing the level of support and assistance, and we're thinking through new strategies to get after it.
Well, a lot to think about. Thank you very much. Brandon, thank you for your time.
Thanks, Chris.
We'll see you soon. Take care.
Hey everybody, I'm Jen Easterly, Director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency known as CISA.
And I'm Deanne Criswell, the Administrator of the Federal Emergency Management Agency and Jen's partner in crime.
So we are here today to talk about critical infrastructure. And Deanne, did you know how much critical infrastructure powers our daily lives?
I did, Jen, and the part of it that's fascinating to me is how interconnected our infrastructure is. And when it comes to natural disasters, it's that level of interdependency that can create some of the most catastrophic situations we deal with.
Yeah, and you know, as a nation, we are dealing with such a myriad of threats. There are those natural disasters, hurricanes and fires that FEMA deals with on a constant basis, and the cyber attacks that we work at CISA to defend against. But you know, this full range of threats can really have an impact on a world that is so highly connected, and that's why we are so psyched to partner with FEMA to launch our Shields Ready campaign, which is all about anticipating threats, responding to them, and recovering. You got to expect that disruption because it's going to occur.
One of the things I talk about a lot when we think about natural hazards is knowing your risk. The risks we're facing from a natural hazard standpoint are changing. They're different than they were 10 years ago. The same thing with the Shields Ready campaign. It helps you know your risk because cybersecurity is infrastructure security, and it helps make us all more resilient.
Absolutely, and I'm excited because Shields Ready is a great complement to ready.gov.
It is.
So having that CISA-FEMA partnership, I think, makes the entire country and our critical infrastructure more resilient. So thanks for your partnership, teammate.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right. Well, good afternoon. My name is John Drake, and I am Vice President of Transportation, Infrastructure, and Supply Chain for the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. And I'm so excited to host this conversation this afternoon. Let me do quick introductions, and we'll get right into it. To my right is Matt Simple, who is currently the Senior Vice President of Manufacturer, Quality, and Replenishment Operations at Cencora. In this role, Matt leads the teams responsible for executing the inbound supply chain for a third of the United States drug distribution, including inventory management, replenishment operations, U.S. quality and regulatory compliance, vendor and product master data, product launch management, manufacturer vendor compliance, and implementation of DS-CSA requirements across Cencora. Matt was also responsible as the operations leader for Cencora's COVID-19 therapy efforts, including acting as a liaison officer for the U.S. government's Countermeasure Acceleration Group, as well as being involved in numerous other critical supply chain industry partnerships. To Matt's right is Bob Kolaski, who is widely recognized as an expert with over 2 decades of experience in supply chain risk management. He is currently the Senior Vice President of Critical Infrastructure at Exeter, where he directs the development of cutting-edge third-party and supply chain risk management technology for the critical infrastructure community. Bob is also a non-resident scholar at the Carnegie Endowment's International Peace, Technology, and International Affairs program, a CISA Senior Associate, and a Senior Fellow at Auburn University's McCrary Institute. Bob served as OECD's High-Level Risk Forum Chair and was a founding director for CISA's National Risk Management Center. And finally, retired Rear Admiral John Polovchek, who is a managing director at Ernst & Young. John has previously served as the Vice Director for Logistics to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, where he served as the White House supply chain lead on coronavirus task force to ensure healthcare workers got what they need when they needed it. The Rear Admiral was also brought in from the Joint Staff to stabilize the supply chain in response to the pandemic. A career supply chain and logistics professional with 34 years of experience across strategy development, information technology, financial and acquisition management. And I will tell you from speaking with him backstage, he's got quite some stories to tell. So fascinating stuff. Well, let's get right into it. I think many of you see a slide that's overhead, so why don't we talk a little bit about that? We'll direct this question to Matt. So with more disasters occurring more frequently, what proactive measures can companies take to safeguard their supply chains as a volatile climate seems poised to be a key driver of risk and uncertainty over the next generation?
Yeah, thanks for that question. And so for those that don't know Syncora, because we just changed our name, which makes it hard to know who we are, we were AmerisourceBergen, so we're a drug wholesaler distributor. So we represent about 1/3 of the pharmaceutical volume in the US supply chain. So for us, building a resilient supply chain is challenging because we don't own it. We're dependent on our manufacturer partners, we're dependent on the couriers, the logistics channels to be resilient so that we can service our customers. So what we think about is two things. How can we use data to make predictive decisions around where there may be risk? What manufacturer may go bankrupt, which just happened? What manufacturer may be at high risk for an FDA audit? Because those will drive decisions around having a supply chain being resilient. The other thing we do is we focus on the what if. What if something happens? And so the slide we're showing, this is something we've been investing in. And I know AI is pretty hyped right now, but we actually have a real use case for AI where we build a model to say if this facility that produces these molecules, so the facility in North Carolina that Pfizer had, what is that ripple effect in the supply chain, not just on Pfizer's products? Because when this happened, I remember nobody knew what products were there. Bunch of injectables, so all the health systems were worried. Was it my injectables? Is it the ones I use every day? Well, this allowed us to quickly identify all of the potentially affected molecules, not just Pfizer's, and put them on what we call lockdown, so you don't see hoarding, you don't see customers trying to buy up everything they could out of panic to keep that supply chain stable. So a lot of our focus, again, kind of to summarize, is we know we're going to have disruptions. It's important how quickly and how accurately we can react to them. And again, so this is just an example where we're actually using data, we're using real artificial intelligence to drive behavior and drive actions for us.
Thank you. Let me ask kind of a follow-up here to both John and Bob, starting with John. So modern supply chains are more global, they're more interconnected, and seemingly more prone to disruption than they have been in the past. You certainly experienced one of those big disruptions. What do you see as the biggest risk facing supply chains? And as a follow-up, how can businesses anticipate and mitigate those risks normally when under duress?
Yeah, so thanks, John. And first, I'd like to say that I completely agree with Matt. Visibility is very much a key. But and today we're living in a very tumultuous time. Whether it's Russia and Ukraine, tensions in the Indo-Pacific, Israel and Hamas, Iran, and all this incessant swirl of geopolitical tensions. And so I think those lend themselves to assisting in disruption. I think there's a lot of unknowns there. The COVID pandemic was a once in a 100-year flood event kind of thing. Those don't happen every day, right? But low water in the Panama Canal, that's one of those things that happen. So really, I think from my perspective, I like to think of resiliency in this equation, R equals V plus A, where resiliency is the product of visibility and agility. And I think we're going to talk more about visibility, and Matt's got a nice visual graphic up and talked a bit about some of what visibility can give you, right? Agility is simple things like having diversified sources of supply, not put all of your manufacturing in one spot, not putting all your warehouses in one geographic location so they all get schwacked by a tornado, right? There's a lot of things that go into agility. An agile workforce. We don't talk about the workforce enough in a lot of these supply chain discussions. So I think there's a lot to unpack in R equals V plus A.
Bob?
So this is not one of those panels where we're all going to disagree with each other, but we are going to come up at it from different perspectives. So Exeger is a data provider, and the number one thing we sell is supply chain visibility and transparency and illuminate supply chains. So I sit up here as somebody who's trying to make sure it is possible to bring data and analysis to bear to do what Matt's talking about it. And so I wish every company talked like Matt talked, because that's what we think we can enable companies to do to make the investment. We can get into a math discussion, but agility also includes what I put in brackets, A&I, alternatives and investment, right? And so having the ability to take that data, to have agility to do that, and then have alternatives that are available, and having the business incentives or the business reason to make the investment in that resilience is all part of the equation. So I don't know how it impacts your formula, other than those are elements of what you need to achieve. I look at it that there are a number of risks to supply chains that need to be taken seriously. Operational risk, like we talked about, deal with the contingencies, and to do that effectively, you have to plan against those scenarios and know what could be hit. Your plan's not going to be exactly right, but it's going to get you the muscle movement to do the kind of planning in supply chain. And then you need to, as part of that, identify what alternatives you have in place. Can you do substitutes, and put the business mechanisms in place to identify those substitutes, do alternative contracting, buy differently, or operate in a degraded environment where something that's an important supply, you can still conduct your business even if you don't have access to that supply. So taking the data, injecting the data into planning and starting to make decisions about what alternatives are available and what investments are available is a key element of supply chain risk management. And that then starts pushing into these public-private conversations about having conversations about, well, I don't see the alternatives be available. I'm not capable of being agile in this scenario, so let's do some joint planning about, can we create other alternatives? Can we use different authorities? We had a conversation over lunchtime. Can you create different ways to be agile in the middle of something going on? I think that's an important element of this.
Got it. How important is data to that discussion? I mean, you would think data is fundamental to a lot of this resiliency. Do you agree?
Not only is data important, but data is available. And so, yeah, anyone who says that if you have access to data to make data-driven decisions, grab it. Like, data's not perfect. You can't anticipate everything that's going to go wrong. There's data. But I did another discussion where a senior government official was basically like, in the case of whether you're doing business with somebody who supports forced labor or human rights violations, you have no excuse to say you don't know whether they're doing that, because that data is available. You can get data. I would argue that you have no excuse as a business not to get the best available data in your affordable thing to start to make smart supply chain decisions. And then with that, you work through the processes and what the alternatives are. But data is what's going to enable you to stay ahead of the game, so you should pursue it. Hopefully we and other companies that do the same things that we can do can put it in a way that is usable, can help make business decisions, because data is a business enabler.
Right. And this varies, right? I mean, how important is it to have common data standards that help provide visibility across? Maybe Matt?
Yeah, totally agree with everything he said around data.
I got to figure out some way to have you guys disagree a little bit more.
We might when we get to illumination, so hold on. Yeah. The challenge we have is getting data, not just getting data, even our own data, but getting data into a platform, a technology that can consume it. Our biggest issue is volume. We move 1.2 billion units a year. And so when you put all the data and systems and transactions behind it, that's pretty hard to crunch. And that's just our data. Where we really struggle, and this will be a lead into the illumination discussion, is health systems and customers in the US are erratic at best. a lot of emotion behind their buying, especially in the health systems. If they get a sniff that there might be a shortage, they are going to buy up, which is going to create a problem somewhere else, possibly creating a shortage in and of itself. So what we've tried doing with our customers, especially our health systems, is saying, hey, let me have access to your inventory. We'll help you manage it better, because this is what we do. You treat patients, we manage inventory. What we found is large health systems don't know where, I'm sure you can speak to this, large health systems don't know where their stuff is. They know they have it. And so that's problem number one. Problem number two is, if they knew it, how am I going to consume that data? There's no standards to share inventory data within the US health sector. So back to the, it'd be great if we could do it. We don't have a way to do it. So.
Can I add to that?
Yeah.
So that's a topic near and dear to my heart. So on the task force, after I bought the 230,000 ventilators, I asked a very simple question, because I'm not a medical professional. What does it take to put a patient on a ventilator? And the answer was, well, it takes these circuits and tubing and a bunch of drugs to intubate a patient. Okay, we just bought 230,000 ventilators. Do we have 230,000 doses of the drugs to intubate a patient? Crickets in the room. Answering that question took about a month and a half. Nobody really had the ability to say, were there going to be shortages, because nobody had the complete supply chain picture of all of those drugs. And I think it's ripe. So I have at Ernst & Young, I have a foot in the commercial practice, and I have a big foot in the federal practice. And in my experience with Health and Human Services and the Food and Drug Administration, I think there is a technology solution that can help in these regards. Because Matt's absolutely right. A sniff of a shortage, panic buying, and that's essentially what was going on a lot during the pandemic. I think there's a simple, maybe a blockchain solution that manufacturers produce a blockchain signal at manufactured, and then when it's consumed at a pharmacy or given out or whatever, there's another signal of consumption, and at least the network knows supply and demand, and there's truth in it, right? But we at lunch we talked about data standards. We're nowhere near that level of thing, but illumination, visibility, all these words, putting a bright light on something and everybody can see it and everybody knows what it is very helpful to make sure that we're all operating in with the same picture.
So its solution is out there. It hasn't been adopted. What are the barriers right now to adopting that solution? Is it money? Is it will? Is it?
I think it's certainly not money. There's resources to go do things like that. There's a trust piece.
Yeah.
Who's going to manage it? To what standard? To whose data? And I think I have my federal kind of hat back on again here, right? Coming from the Department of Defense and having to work this issue. Those are all solvable, right? But somebody in federal government has to work with industry to help put that together.
Well, that's something you have experience with.
Yeah, so I promise there's a gentleman out here, John Caton, who just wrote a thesis for the Naval Postgraduate School on supply chain intelligence and how the government should fix supply chain intelligence. I promised to give him a shout out. But part of it is the structural solution of what a supply chain intelligence function would look like. Is it a government function? Is it a public-private function? Is it a third party that would do that? Because some of the data issue is sharing of sensitive data, data aggregation, data protection, right? Liability, antitrust. So there are lots of reasons that data doesn't get shared that aren't just about standards and the like, that there are things like that. One of my hobby horses is we didn't as a country do a post-pandemic lessons learned strategic, whether it's a 9/11 commission or something like that. And I don't know that there's a piece of legislation sitting out there that is the Post-COVID Supply Chain Transition Act. And we could then all debate what's in that vehicle and how to do that. But something like that would presumably get to some discussions about how you take the lessons learned, where we were as a country. I was sitting there representing, in CISA, you just heard Brandon talk, working on behalf of critical infrastructure owners and operators to try to understand how to solve their supply chain problems within that. And just like you're saying, John, we just didn't have visibility both from the owners and operators what the supply chain issues were, nor could we tell them what supply shortages might be coming their way. And so I do think, you know, post the pandemic, we should be talking about a more comprehensive national solution to supply chain intelligence, how to do that so that, but it's done in a way that is beneficial to the whole community and not limiting the business competitive nature.
Got it. Got it.
Yeah, and I'll add, so my company have been involved in these discussions since COVID with the supply chain control tower was one of the efforts where a lot of private companies uploaded their information, the inventory. You know, it was primarily, I believe, limited to manufacturers and wholesalers. Goes back to the health system problem. They didn't know what they had. So we've had a lot of conversations. I think there's two areas where a private-public partnership with the government around illumination does make sense. I think first and foremost is really around kind of what we're showing here, but the manufacturer risk scale. When you think about the situation in generics, when you only have 2 manufacturers making 98% of the generics, and one gets knocked out, that's a national health risk. I mean, carboplatin, cisplatin, everybody's heard about it. You have one manufacturer shut down, 50% of the primary cancer drug is out of the market. So I think there's a lot there, because the challenge we have there is, that the US government could probably help out with, is tying all those chains together. Like, where is the API made? Where is the supplies made? Where's the components made? Because that's always been a struggle. USP's made some progress, but that's definitely one area. The other area where we've had discussions is really that inventory piece. What do I have in my warehouse? And this is where I'd say we'll have a little bit of contention perhaps, but the challenge we have with this is we're contributing to the supply chain control tower now, just keeping it, and we're supportive of that. Where we struggle is the question, what will that information be used for? Because the pharmaceutical industry has no trust whatsoever, period. And then you throw the government in and it gets worse, because the Defense Act could take my product, right? So me telling the government what we have, there's an inherent risk. There's also what we experienced with the control tower is the government came back and said, here's everything we gleaned from the information. Thanks, we knew that 2 months ago. So it's a matter of how you engage the private sector to use that data versus letting it all be managed from a public lens, the government lens, if you will. Right. So I think there's opportunity. This is just where we got to work really closely on the use, the protection of that data, the privacy, the confidentiality, and then how we're going to use it.
Got it. So trust.
Trust, yeah.
Yeah, it's all about trust and building that trust. Yeah, let's talk a little bit sort of just the international side of this conversation as well. So clearly there are challenges on the national side. How does that apply, or how does that play in the international side as well, on the trust side?
I mean, I can speak a little bit to my peers in Europe. I mean, they have the same problems. A little bit different dynamic over there with the amount of government oversight, government control pricing, government intervention, but when it comes to shortages, same problem. When it comes to what's where, same problems. We're a little better off in the US on how we categorize drugs and handle generics, but they have the same problem.
Got it.
And there's an inherent in the middle of crisis, right, there's an inherent possibility that there's a competition to get supplies that are critical, right? And that's natural, right? Each government's got to work on behalf of their citizens and their own national interest. But everyone running to get after the same things without coordination and without saying, hey, we've all got the same problems, and we've got to deconflict this a little bit, and we've got to think about joint mechanisms to incentivize the availability of more stuff. I think that's an important element of international collaboration, because you know, the investment of multiple governments and multiple incentives can help be part of the solution, but if not coordinated, it actually is just going to gum up markets more.
Yeah. And one thing to add is I now work for a very large global firm, so we have a global presence, and the dynamic that I think we're seeing, you know, again, this is somewhat of a generalization, but in a lot of these critical supply chains that people talk about, whether it be drugs, defense items, energy, minerals, I think we're starting to see a lot of companies having, you know, a supply chain for the Americas, a supply chain for Europe,
Right.
and then a supply chain for Asia. And sitting here today, I don't know if that's a positive for all those areas or a negative, right? I'm not trying to say that globalization is being unraveled, but it seems like most major firms are taking their operating model, throwing it in the air, and rethinking about where they're doing all of that is a major thing. So I think as that happens, the topics that we're talking about, whether it be the food supply chain, whether the energy supply chain, healthcare supply chain, I think that's going to, the solutions today might not be the solutions for the future as people unravel what happened during the pandemic and after, and how to be more resilient.
I'll add one data point to that, because I think we saw this.
You're not supposed to agree with me.
I totally agree with you. 50% of the U.S. generics are primarily finished packaged, finished dosed in India, right? And we saw some of these Asian companies restricting access to APIs. What if India took the stance of, we're not going to export any drugs, we're going to use it for our country? 50% of the U.S. generics gone. That's basically 50% of all U.S. prescriptions are no longer accessible. So I agree. I think that's a big topic.
I mean, so I don't know if it's a disagreement, but it's at least something that's worth unraveling, whether that's the right outcome from a policy and a security perspective that we actually want to get to, because there are people who would certainly argue that we can't trust the major source, the influence of China, and things from China, things that the Chinese government have control over in China's sphere of influence. Obviously, can make that argument about sort of geopolitical actions we took against Russia that we should have taken against Russia in terms of sanctions. And so you can at least argue that it's actually good risk management to do what you said and have multiple supply chains. The argument for globalization was always about efficiency and economic interconnected actually strengthened us and created global resilience, but we're at an inflection point where maybe global resilience wasn't created by interconnectivity.
The point I'm really trying to make is that I think we are at an inflection point. Whether it's good or bad will be seen. But nobody liked what happened during the pandemic.
Right.
And you have a lot of national efforts going on across many nations to go figure out what does a resilient supply chain mean for them. Right. So I think your choice of word, inflection point, is probably pretty close.
Let's take a recent example and talk about resiliency. So the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge up near the Port of Baltimore. Did we see resilience in U.S. supply chains as a result of that collapse?
We weren't impacted at all. Now, that doesn't mean, again, we have a good buildup of inventory in the States already, so maybe it's a leading tale. But we haven't heard any signals from manufacturers that there's any issues.
So, right, the definition of resilience: absorb, withstand, bounce back. It seems like, for the most part, supply chains absorbed and withstood the impacts of the bridge collapse.
Yeah.
And I think that's true at a certain scale. That doesn't mean that every business was able to do that at the exact same. The bounce back element goes to the economy, goes to Baltimore, goes to the regional impacts and things like that. So we still haven't seen that level of resilience where we bounce back, and the overall impact on the community of the area has been mitigated. And so that's I think the most important element of ensuring that resilience was achieved is the ability to bounce back and be better for it, and hopefully something happens from there.
But it definitely seems to be adding to just this, I think, list of risks that businesses are having to navigate, right? Whether it's geopolitics like in Russia or Israel or Red Sea, et cetera.
I tend to think we got lucky on that. And again, I think this is a visibility thing, right? So we haven't talked about other, I don't want to say technologies, but there's a high use of digital twins in commercial. People are using digital twins of their infrastructure to optimize flows, manufacturing processes, et cetera. We hadn't really done the modeling and simulation of what happens in that to that ecosystem and that network, right? Like there wasn't a digital twin of the Port of Baltimore, or then a digital twin of the Port of Baltimore and the East Coast ports to be able to really show that either we had resiliency or not. So I say we kind of got lucky. I think having, I live in Hampton Roads, and so I've noticed more trucks on the road as I drive back and forth to say DC, et cetera. There's been some of that. I can sort of see that. I think that volume was consumed by other U.S. ports, and I think that was more by happenstance than by planning, right? And so as we talk about supply chain resiliency, you used the word investment. I tend to think about it as in those things that you're going to manage and those things that you're going to mitigate, and mitigate is spend money, right? And so here, we got lucky, I think, by the Baltimore Bridge collapse being able to be consumed by other ports, not from any kind of master plan or data net analysis.
Right. Let's talk a little bit about the concept of illumination within the supply chain context. Assuming illumination refers to visibility or clarity, how can this be achieved and maintained in complex, multi-tiered supply chains? Bob, maybe.
So, we have a tool that we call Supply Chain Explorer, which gives you nth tier visibility into, particularly through contracts and shipping data, and then there's a cyber element of that too, software and what software's in there. But gives you the ability to see deeper to how your supply chain operates, who's in your supply chain. One of our number one use cases for that our clients rely on is the government's mandated for certain contractors you can't have Huawei or a Huawei subsidiary in your supply chain.
Right.
And the Defense Department certainly doesn't want Huawei ZTE or any of the Huawei subsidiaries in their supply chain. And so you want to have visibility of the defense industrial-based supply chain down to 4 or 5 tiers to get potential cyber vulnerabilities and adversaries out of your supply chain. And that's the law of the land, and that's good risk management if you have zero risk tolerance because you're operating a weapon system.
Right.
The other aspect of illuminations is more about, are there choke points at the bottom of your supply chain because actually everyone's depending on the same supplier sources, or further on down your key suppliers, they're all getting stuff from a certain geographic area or things like that. And so are there concentrations of risk that you can see by illuminating that and start to diversify, which wouldn't be obvious to you? Everyone should know who their first tier suppliers are, who they're doing, but that actually there's a concentration that you didn't intend to have or you didn't enter into knowingly, and that's a source of risk. And when something happens, you certainly want to know that, even if you didn't unravel that, you need to know that for business and operational purposes.
Yeah, so I'm not agreeing, but I'm agreeing. Bob's right. So you put it in context for somebody that has 2,000, 3,000 suppliers. The knowing of who is in your supply chain, and as Bob said, are they all relying on the same geographic area? So you're one mudslide away from not having product up your supply chain. Has to be automated, right? So if you're just thinking if you had 2,000 suppliers and it took you, a day to unravel each supplier in there, right? I mean, that's 2,000 days, right? And then you start over, right? I think you have to automate the who, right? To then allow you to get to other areas of the illumination of quality, on-time delivery, right? All of those other things that build resiliency in what you're doing. So I think you have to automate the who down to a very level, or the problem is just too hard. And there's you guys got tools, you got tools, a lot of people got tools. It's not an easy button, right? People are looking for easy buttons in supply chain risk management area. There's a lot of dimensions into it, and so we tend to we've latched on to the who, but then there's all these other areas in there to make decisions to make you more resilient.
Are those benefits across the board, do you think? Like, I mean, we're talking a lot sort of in the disaster complex, or disaster context, excuse me, the COVID context, but other opportunities?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at it in the commercial sense. I mean, honestly, I mean, everything I said, trying to map out, to his point, the who and the regions and, tying back to, are you guys all using the same API source in Kazakhstan? We might have a problem, right? So no, there's benefit across the board for this type of stuff, both within somebody's four walls as well as when you get into a pandemic or disaster broader. The one thing I will say, at least in the commercial sense, we're struggling with is what do you do with that information? What's really backwards about the U.S., one of the things that's backwards about U.S. healthcare, we don't actually pick the manufacturers that we buy from. 15%, 20% of the time we actually control that decision. It's usually our customers are actually the ones, or the GPOs picking the customers. So if I know that one manufacturer is at high risk of bankruptcy, or there's a lot of risk, so I go to that customer and then they decide to buy away, and now you just exacerbated the situation and they drove them out of the industry. So we do have a lot of debate around what do you do with that data once you know there could be a problem, because you don't want to tip the scale and artificially create an issue.
Right.
So we don't have the answer for that yet.
Let me I like to tie risks together. Let me tie something that's been talked about elsewhere at the conference. We haven't talked about Scope 3 emissions and the climate impact of your supply chain, and then we'll talk about climate impact on resilience, since the conference has been talked about. So part of illumination and visibility is also things like that, like, hey, I want to be a good steward to not contribute to climate change by not having a level of creating in my supply chain a level of emissions that are going to potentially harm the climate. Then, so there's other reasons for visibility as well in illuminating things, so that you can, if as part of your ESG program or part of your board objectives or part of what your customers want of you or your contracts want of you, you can also illuminate and eliminate other risks out of this, plus the ones we've been talking about.
I think we have time for one more question.
By the way, I think we actually all agreed on illumination. So, yeah.
Say that again?
Sorry, no conflict. We all sort of agreed. So, yeah.
I think we may have talked about this a little bit, but let's give it one more shot. I think from a stabilization view, look, we've talked about supply chain transparency is certainly beneficial to multiple stakeholders in the planning for, and also for navigating a crisis, and just resiliency overall. How can increased transparency in the supply chain contribute to greater resilience against disruptions? And what are the challenges and benefits of achieving full transparency for all stakeholders?
Yeah, I would just take a real quick from my perspective. And again, my lens is a DoD lens. I grew up, almost 40 years in the DoD. I had that opportunity to run a national medical supply chain task force. And I came out of the pandemic with a lesson learned of, you can't surge what you don't have. Right? And we did not have in the US, we did not have a medical industrial base of the things that our healthcare workers needed in the beginning of the pandemic. What's the next thing, right? So I think this conversation leads you to must walk down the path to understand the who, the where, the what, right? And go, okay, that's all relying on this one geographic area. This is all relying on this one person. What happens when all that falls? You can't surge what you don't have. And I'm not saying what I just said could sound very expensive, right? But I think you have to walk through that, because you can't surge what you don't have.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about, John, right? There are inherent vulnerabilities in our current supply base, and we don't have the mechanisms right now to identify critical supplies across the range of things that we need to do that, and then have a sort of score of how healthy we are, how healthy communities are amongst duress. And that's a concept we can talk about from a national level, but it's also a concept from a global company level, or whatever your supply chain is. What are the critical bunches of things that you're going to need to have to withstand stress? And what is your health? And do you know your health on a blue sky day, so that on the black sky day you can, and do you know what to do on a black sky day based on your health?
Yeah, I mean, I think thinking back to COVID and the idea of transparency, because I think it is needed. The next pandemic, hopefully it is truly a 100-year event. It is needed. I mean, my perspective sitting in the bunker, so to speak, I mean, we have the tools that could do some of this, knowing where we can surge from, knowing where we can't surge from, but we still have the problem of data. Getting the data, getting the accurate data, having the right relationships in place to ensure that that data will be used appropriately. I think circling back to, again, the idea of how do we build resilience with the public-private partnership, we've got to make sure the right private people are at the table, and those private people have to have the trust in the public people. Because we're not, to your point about we haven't had the post 9/11, etc., I don't think we've made much progress on it. I know we've had a lot of concerns, but I'm not sure we really moved the needle on taking that next step to build a better visibility into the risks for this country. So.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, thank you for this good conversation today, and thank you for your expertise and for being here. And I think with that, we'll exit the stage.
Thanks, guys.
Yep. Thanks.
Cencora provides healthcare distribution, a proficiency that extends well beyond healthcare logistics alone. Manufacturers create life-changing therapies. Healthcare providers work to improve patient lives. Cencora is the critical link between the two, driving efficient, reliable, and secure access to the medications patients need. Our commitment to supply chain excellence enables robust and nimble distribution networks that support critical business continuity and disaster recovery during challenging circumstances. But what would happen if distributors didn't exist? As a leader in healthcare and through our work in pharmaceutical distribution and product commercialization, we continually pursue our purpose. We are united in our responsibility to create healthier futures.
Jamil, I wore pants, man. I should have worn shorts.
Hello, hello. Kevin, can you see us? Hey. Hey, Kevin.
I sure can. Aloha.
Well, thank you guys for joining us for this portion of your day. We're going to spend the next 25 minutes with our wonderful small businesses here in person and online with us, who are also participants of the Readiness for Resilience, or you'll hear us say the R4R program. I'm April Britt. I'm with FedEx. I'm going to facilitate our discussion today. And we've teamed up with the U.S. Chamber Foundation to create Readiness for Resilience, the program, to empower small businesses to mitigate the risk that comes from disaster. You'll hear a lot about the program today through the real-life experiences from our small businesses. But the program provides quick-turn grants, $5,000 grants, for those that are prepared, eligible when a disaster is declared. So three steps. You complete a preparedness checklist, which we'll talk about. You register your company, and then if a disaster is declared, you're eligible to receive a grant. So we're going to get started. I'm going to ask each of you to introduce yourselves and to introduce your business. So Mitane, we'll start with you.
Okay. My name is Mitane Lewis. I am the owner and CEO of Peas in a Pod Daycare. I am an early educator. We provide early childhood education and high quality care. I'm nationally accredited. And I've been in business for 15 years in the Austin area in Chicago, Illinois.
Great. Samson?
Hey, good afternoon, beautiful people. My name is Samson Williams. I'm from Milky Way Economy. I'm the co-founder. We answer the questions you can't Google or you can't chat GPT. In that case, and so based out of Florida, we always have some kind of nuanced disaster, and so we really focus on being prepared so we can quickly get back on track and pick up our market share in case we lost any.
And Kevin, how about you?
Hey, aloha. My name's Kevin Schenk. I'm out here in Maui. Sorry I can't be with you today. I own a company called Hellevi Tours, and we specialize in connecting visitors with conservation efforts on Maui, both through education and hands-on work. We're in the CSR space. as well as the tours and event space. So we've been in business for 5 years, and seemingly those 5 years have been filled with disasters. So this resiliency grant definitely helped us out in a pretty big way just recently. So mahalo for that.
Well, Kevin, we're going to stay with you, and we're going to ask you the first question. Tell us a little about the disaster that your business has recently faced and how you heard about the R4R program.
Right. So we recently got pretty devastated by a wildfire in Lahaina. It took a lot of homes, a lot of lives, and kind of just ripped the heart out of our community over here. We also flew about 40,000 visitors off the island within just a couple of days, so it took our economy away as well, and we're still trying to recover from that. Now, the way that we heard about this was actually through a family member who works for FEMA. A lot of folks out here didn't really realize that this grant existed. We were all just jumping into help mode right after that fire happened. And my wife contacted her family member who works for FEMA, and she was giving us all sorts of advice that we were sharing with other people in the community. And she really jumped on applying for this grant quickly before the disaster declaration happened. So we were fortunate enough to be able to get it and use it in a really impactful way for our business. However, I don't know too many others in the area that received the grant. I think that there's more exposure now. I've seen some ads and such, but it definitely helped us rebound. We spent it mostly on marketing. So, but now that I know about it, I'm certainly going to share all that we know and make sure that, you know, we're out here so vulnerable in the middle of nowhere, and these types of things do really help small businesses like ours.
Thank you. Samson?
Oh yeah, so I'm based out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. We always have some kind of wet phenomena happening. And so our particular instance, it wasn't even a hurricane, it was just rain. But the ground is already saturated. We're seeing more and more severe weather events. I'll leave it to yourself to determine how you feel about climate change. The data says it's there. And so we have to be prepared. And so part of that is, in addition to cybersecurity and business continuity, it's how are we prepared for natural disasters? Because at some point, one of our clients is also going to say, hey, what should I do for this? A couple days ago in Tallahassee, one of our clients had a tornado tear up their house and put a tree in it. And so your individual resiliency will also impact your business resiliency if you're like a small business owner like those folks here on the stage and joining us remotely, because we already have 10 jobs. And so the grant helps us to say, oh, we have an extra $5,000 that doesn't have a spending restriction on it, right? We could use it as we most see fit. We spend it on marketing. But in that instance, if you need to get food, clothing, housing, because your house is gone, it's super helpful. So I'm betting it probably only took me 10 minutes to complete this process, because I'm extremely lazy, and I have those 10 other jobs I need to be doing. So it probably only takes about 10 minutes to actually complete the process, and I think it's so worth it.
Since we talk just a bit about the checklist and the types of questions that we're asking the checklist.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I can't remember.
That's fine.
We filled it out.
But it was an easy process for you.
It had to be an easy process because most of the bureaucratic forms, like to maintain your registration on SAM.gov, it's a pain in the butt. It had to be an easy process so that we could quickly do it, because I literally do have 10 other things to do. And so if you haven't yet checked it out, go through it. It's so simple, even I could do it, so you could definitely crush it.
Great, thank you. Mitane, will you tell us about your experience? And then also about receiving the $5,000 grant, and what did you do to use it to recover?
Okay, well, my unfortunate incident was a flood. It was not necessarily only the rain, it was because the water was actually redirected from one area of the city to ours. So everything in our community flooded up to nearly 3.5 to maybe some people experienced 5 feet of water. So my program was no different. Everything was underwater. You know, it was flooding in so fast, there was nothing we could do to stop it. So it was just something we had to watch go under, for lack of better terms. But we lost a lot. I had to replace rugs. Again, I'm running a child care facility, so we have rugs and toys and chairs and playground equipment and all of our curriculum and resources and materials that we have to hold on to for the children. In addition to record keeping, we're required to maintain records on every child we've had in our program for a minimum of 5 years, so that's a lot of paper that was just gone. So I live in our program is in a non-flooding zone. So this is something that we were not prepared for. Even with the most robust mitigation plan or risk management plan, we didn't plan for flood because it's not something that typically happens in our area. So when this happened, it was devastating. The grant was a beacon of light. I don't know what we would have done without the additional resources, like Samson said, to have additional funds that you're not restricted to how they're being spent. I'm able now to help some of my staff recover, because when you're shut down like that without notice, then staff can't come to work. So I'm needing now to help pad their income with some funds from somewhere, because the program is now closed. And it had to stay closed for a little bit so that we could recover and restore the facility back to a state of function. So this was absolutely amazing, and we learned a lot from this. Trust me, we'll be ready for the next one. I strongly recommend that every small business tap into this resource and prepare yourself so that you're ready for any possibility. Don't treat a disaster as something that might happen. Treat it like it could happen any day, because it can.
Yes, go ahead.
Can I just add about the process? I don't remember the checklist. However, if you live in Florida, your insurance rates are going up, hands down, probably 20 or 30%. Whether it's for commercial, residential, doesn't matter, they're going up. This lady's shaking her hand, she looks like she lives in West Palm Beach, down by the way. They're going up there too. And so this is a method of, I remember I saw the program and I was like, okay, I'm gonna fill this out. Because for me, it's just an insurance policy. We got funds in 2023. I don't remember exactly the process, but it had to have been super easy. And so we got this process as an insurance policy, because if we needed those extra funds, great. They contacted us, one less thing for me to do. They said, hey, what's your banking information? Are you impacted? Excellent, super simple process. So if you haven't taken the 10, 30 minutes, check it out, because again, fill it out once, it's just an insurance policy that says, if this occurs, these funds will be available for you and they will reach out to you. And as a small business owner, it's just one less thing I have to worry about.
Yes.
Yeah, one strong benefit of the program is once you complete the list and you're eligible, then they're reaching out to you. You've got so much on your mind during the event. Having someone call you because you're eligible makes things one thing better.
I don't recall if there's because I didn't respond immediately, because after every disaster you're doing something, those 10 things. I can't remember if there's like you must reply in 30, 60, 90 days, but I know it's a big enough window so that you can get back to some semblance of business as usual, and then be like, oh, there's an extra $5,000 around here somewhere. Because this is really what it is. There's an extra $5,000 around there, and you just have to complete the form so you can cash that check.
Kevin, will you talk to us a little about, as you were going through the checklist process, any aha moments about, man, these are some things I need to do to make sure I'm prepared in case of a disaster? What advice would you give to other small businesses looking to apply for the program?
Right. I always try to keep my businesses as cash friendly as possible. If you're really heavily leveraged, it's hard to be nimble, especially in a disaster situation where income just goes away and revenue stops flowing. I'm kind of in a similar boat where I don't necessarily remember all the individual questions, but I did fill it out with my wife, and it was simple. But you know, I've learned, especially through, like, basically my business started July of 19, so I had COVID right in front of me, and then this fire happened, and so it's just been a roller coaster. And through COVID, there was a lot of funding. There was a lot, and it was for everybody. But when these individual disasters happen in locales, there's not as much resources as there was for a full-on pandemic. And especially for small business owners, you know, there's ridiculous. I mean, we saw the federal government in full force over here, and it was really incredible the amount of resources that came to Maui, and we're super thankful. It's the small businesses though did kind of get, you know, just left. I mean, there was a lot of businesses that went under for this disaster that survived COVID. So even though you go through this resiliency step, every single small thing can affect a little business owner like us, and just $5,000 can really make a difference. And we used it to pivot, market a completely different company, and it kind of took off. And we've been planting a lot of trees. We planted 40,000 trees over the last 6 months. And this resiliency grant allowed us to put our product in front of people through a video that we wouldn't have gone through with otherwise. It would have just been too much for us to do. So we are trying to mitigate fire risk now by planting native trees, and we've planted about 40,000 of them just over, you know, since the beginning of the year. So always, my advice just would be to always be open-minded, always be nimble, always find different ways and be accepting to different ways of taking your business in a new direction. Accept help when it comes to you, you know, not being tied down to any big ticket items and big purchases through debt if you can. You know, I know that's a tough one, but small business owners have a big hill to climb. So, and things like this are very much appreciated.
Thank you. What a great story of redirecting and the trees that you're planting. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Samson, Mitane, any advice you want to give or share what you used the $5,000? I know you talked about what you used your money for. Samson, you said marketing. What did?
Well, coincidentally, one of the biggest benefits is that the commerce was like, come to DC. And I was like, you're gonna buy me a plane ticket? Schedule meetings with people who I need to talk to in person. So that's not a direct spin, it's a tertiary effect. But we were able to meet with a coffee company today from Ethiopia in person. And after the pandemic, face-to-face beats Zoom anytime. So we moved a little bit closer to actually making a deal with them. And that's just happened because I filled out a checklist that I don't remember. They gave me $5,000, and then they actually flew me up here so I could go to an in-person meeting, didn't have to pay for the ticket. So it's not a direct, it's an indirect effect, and it's super beneficial, because if you're a founder, you've had to bootstrap at some point. You've had to figure out, how do I do this? So after this concludes, I got a whole slew of other meetings so I can get the most out of this. So that's just one thing. I got to hustle.
I like that you don't remember the checklist. That means it was an easy process. What you do remember is the benefit of doing it, and that's the point.
Correct.
That's
so
great.
And we have to also eat our own dog food, because we tell our clients about cybersecurity. Everybody spends a ton on cybersecurity, disaster recovery, business continuity plans. We can't control the weather. And most of the times there's a disaster, it's weather related. We can't control that. And so if there is something, even if it's a small mitigation, if it's only $5,000, it makes such a big impact later. Because when that butterfly flaps its wings and a hurricane shows up at your doorstep and there's nothing you have prepared for it, then you just get to feel the full effect of that, of the negative impact. And so this is where, by completing the form, the simple form that I don't remember, it actually moves our business a little bit further along, just like that butterfly flapping its wings.
Thank you. Mitane, anything you want to share?
Yes, I would just like to say, in terms of preparedness, you have to be intentional. This needs to be a part of your systems. You know, not to treat it like it's something that won't happen like we did, because we're not in a flooding area, so we never considered having a plan for that. I'm just going to say that building resilience and, you know, having emergency preparedness is a necessity. It should be a part of your standard operations of your business. You know, rehearse it, train your staff, you know, do something monthly so that it's on top of mind in case something happens. No one's freaking out. You actually know what to do and how to execute. For me, that's what we learned. We learned that this is not, it's not a destination, you know, it's a journey. It's not something that you just say, okay, we got it, we're good, we know what to do. It's something you have to continue to build on and make it intentional, make it an intentional part of your business. It's not a checklist on the compliance form, just so that you can put it on the shelf and say, okay, we're good, guys. The risk management plan is in place. No, you have to literally do something and execute it and rehearse it on a regular basis so that your team and your staff and your business is prepared. We prepare to grow, we don't prepare to lose our businesses, but we should. Prepare to lose it.
Yeah. And so you asked me a good question about the form, and the fact that I don't remember it is actually a really good thing, because, show of hands, how many people have a sam.gov account? Oh yeah, right? They super suck, you gotta renew them. The application process is 28 pages long. There's a PIEE.gov, which is, if you ever have to call them to reset your password, prepare to spend 3 hours not doing your other 10 jobs. Same thing for grants.gov. In order to fill it out and register, you need a cage code. Congratulations, you're gonna spend, the first time you do it, it's gonna take you 2 weeks. And so I know those because those are just pain points that we just always struggle with, and we always hate when we have to change our password because of some cybersecurity issue. It's like, oh man, I hope this works. I hope we can actually bid on this opportunity. Now fast forward to the grant process for resiliency. It's so simple, I don't even know how it went. I just know it worked.
That's great. That's what we want to hear.
If I could chime in and just say one thing, I think that we forgot that we applied before and then we got the money, and I was like, oh my God, this is incredible. So it was like, you know, we were dealing obviously with so much in the disaster personally and with community, and business was almost secondary at that point. But once that grant came, it was like, oh wow, okay, let's even refocus a little bit, and it was kind of just this wonderful surprise. Yeah.
Well, I will share, it's been 11 months. 3,000 small businesses have registered for the program, 60 grants have been distributed, 15 disasters. It's going to get stronger and better and more efficient. We thank you guys, we thank the input that you've given us. We know that most small businesses don't survive disasters. No. Thank you for sharing your information with us, your story with us. And thank you guys.
Thank you.
Aloha.
Bye, Kevin.
Bye. Thank you.
Go back and get your book.
Hi, how are you? We are going to wrap up our conversations over the last couple of days with another conversation before we have our reception. So I wanted to provide a little bit of context for the conversation we're going to have. So each of these fine folks are experts in their field, and we have touched on a number of different aspects of building resilience through public-private partnerships, but partnerships of all kinds. And so from that standpoint, I'm gonna have to actually go back on stage because I forgot my clicker. And I will start with my good friend April to introduce herself, and on down the line. This is Resilience. We're gonna keep on working. Oh, there we go. Thank you. So I don't have to do that. So I'll turn to April first, and then on down the line, and then we'll get started with the conversation. Thanks.
So my name is April Wood. I'm the president and CEO of the National Voluntary Organizations Active in Disaster. We're the membership association of most of the disaster relief and organizations across the U.S. We focus predominantly on domestic coordination before, during, and after disasters. Even though more than half our membership does have international programming, we really focus on what's going on here in the U.S. and our territories.
I'm Dan Kanuski. I lead public sector at Marsh McLennan, and Marsh McLennan is the largest commercial property and casualty insurance broker. I also volunteer with NIBS, the National Institute of Building Sciences, and I see JQ is here. You'll hear me probably reference NIBS. And I'm former FEMA, like probably half of this room, so great to see all of you.
Great. My name is Catherine Day. I'm a director at Booz Allen Hamilton, which is a 30,000 person technology and management consulting company. I work in our climate and infrastructure practice, and in that role, I serve a lot of federal clients on all topics related to energy, environment, and infrastructure, and I'm excited to be here today, so thank you.
Well, thanks all of you for joining this conversation. Wanted to get your take, April, on how every session seems to be talking about the frequency and severity of disasters. And I think one of our earlier title sessions was how do we keep up the pace with all the disasters. Last week you held your annual conference where you gathered a number of stakeholders. Can you tell us a little bit more about maybe what were some of the topics of your conference and how that might relate to this one?
Yeah, thanks, Rob. I'm excited to be here today with all of you, and some of you did have the opportunity to join us last week in Phoenix. We had our third in a row record-breaking year with about 850 folks from across the globe that joined us in Phoenix, Arizona, mostly comprised of voluntary agencies, a lot of the private sector, and our government colleagues as well, which really is where partnership and trust is built. So we were united in our theme, United in Service. It's really neat to see so many folks in one place, all around the same unity of mission of helping others. And so we spent a lot of time talking about how we could collaborate and coordinate with one another. We talked about threats that we're facing, and we talked about the state of volunteerism and where we are in America right now. We know that our voluntary organizations are reporting that the number of volunteers has continued to decline coming out of the peak of COVID. But we also know that the volunteers that are volunteering are giving more of their time than ever. So we're seeing the individual number of hours, the average hours go up, but the overall number of volunteers go down. So that's something we're talking about and how we're going to do more with less and how we can continue to work together through our partnerships to be able to do more. We're also seeing the cash donations have decreased to our voluntary agencies across the U.S., but they're reporting in-kind donations are up, so that's the good news on that front. But just once again, recognizing how we can all work together, whether it's programmatic integration or other opportunities to collaborate and build trust with one another while we're here this week.
Thanks. Dan, you talked about a number of different things. I know we're going to talk about a couple more in a second, but you know, every year, particularly in January, some of us really look forward to getting the global risks report that Marsh publishes with the World Economic Forum. While you may not actually directly contribute to the report, you certainly are a consumer, like many of us, of what's in there. And so while many of our sessions talked about frequency and severity, we also talked about billion-dollar disasters in equal measure. So while you're no stranger to this conference or the challenge, can you tell us maybe some of the opportunities as we think about the rising cost of disasters?
Yeah, and I think that report is reflective of, it was supposed to be reflective of society's concerns, right? It's based on surveys. It's surveys of people all around the world, and with simple questions sometimes, saying, what are you most worried about? What concerns you the most? And I think what's interesting are the trends here. So over time, obviously, the top 10 changes, and even within different time periods. For example, if you ask someone what they're most concerned about today, it could be very different than what they're concerned about 5 years or 10 years from now. In an example, would be extreme weather. Extreme weather is a top concern. It's consistently a top concern every year in the global risk report. This year, it's the second highest perceived risk for the next 2-year period. And you say, okay, the top level risk. What are the other concerns? Well, things like inflation are right up there in the top of the list. Cyber in the top, up towards the top. Number 1, mis and disinformation. But now if you ask, what's your top concern 10 years from now, that list changes quite a bit. Instead of inflation being on a list, it's not even on the top 10, because I guess we all think that inflation is going away sometime soon, hopefully, certainly by 10 years from now. But number 1 on the list is extreme weather. So it really says to me that exactly what Rob said, which is we need to figure out strategies to deal with this today. Because public perception and probably our expert opinion would be, yeah, we agree. That is a top risk. So there are a number of innovative solutions I think we could talk about. And if you've ever heard me speak before, you know that I consider resilience kind of being a 3-legged stool: preparedness, mitigation, and insurance. And we can dive into those as you see fit.
Great. Catherine, from your perspective, Booz Allen works closely with federal clients on climate resiliency. In the last couple of days, resource availability and the need for industries and government to work together to invest in adaptation and resilience was discussed heavily. Where do you think the conversation goes from here?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you, Rob. So we all know, I think we're all gathered here as practitioners in our field, that climate is really a central, critical, global, and geopolitical issue. We've heard lots of panels. I was here today hearing about the humanitarian crisis from CISA. Costs that the government has to bear continue to rise, and we know that national investments are now needed to focus on resiliency. We also know there's never going to be enough money to fund what needs to be funded. We do a lot of work with clients with large infrastructure portfolios, rail portfolios, and we know we have to continue to get more and more creative with partnerships. We also know data and technology are going to be huge to where this industry goes and where all of us continue to focus. Some of the gentlemen earlier spoke a little bit about the use of digital twin in terms of scenario modeling, what can happen in different cities and geographies. We're very invested in sharing of data, so we're very behind the idea of an open data platform and how do you access and make data accessible to all. So those are some themes we see continuing as we advise clients and are very near and dear to all of our hearts from the conversation we heard so far today and yesterday.
Thanks for some of those other perspectives that maybe we'll talk a little bit more deeply next year. During the conference, we've highlighted a couple of areas for all of us to engage with each other. One of the ways that we are doing that is through the briefing center and some of the ways to share both in chalk or whiteboard, but also the cards. So I think some of us have carried some cards onto stage to kind of reflect on. So maybe Catherine, maybe we could start with you if we can. About so some of the cards you brought to stage, and perhaps what are some of the takeaways from your perspective?
So I can't tell if this is sharing information or chasing information. So we're going to go with a little spin on both. But we see this a lot where we work. We're trying to support some of the largest federal agencies with this idea of moving from science to operations. So how do you take authoritative data that is collected and used by many different kinds of folks? How do you bring social sciences into the equation? And all of that stems from data and information, and starting with an authoritative source. And so there's a lot more to focus on there, but that's been, and all of mine seem to be around data, so I just happen to pick the ones, I guess, that most excite me. But that's a big theme as we look ahead, and a lot that was covered in the last 2 days.
Yeah, the question, by the way, on the card is what makes an effective partnership? And so even today, while you're at the reception out in the briefing center, maybe before you go up to the top of the building, take the time to complete it, because we will be using this into the future. So Dan, from your perspective, you have a card, I think.
Yeah, let me take it out.
What makes an effective partnership?
Oh, let me see. Okay, yep. It says, this must be from Sam Medlock. It says parametric insurance.
Very specific.
So I think you probably heard a discussion about parametric insurance on the FEMA panel. And I guess that would fall into the category that I would say of an innovative risk transfer solution. Sounds complicated. It's a type of insurance that's event-based. It's based on something happening, usually something bad. A peril, like a flood or a wildfire or a hurricane. It causes, which is called a triggering event, and that triggering event causes something actually positive to happen, which is a payout. So a hurricane happening where there is a parametric policy in place will cause an immediate cash payment to the insured. The difference between that and an indemnity policy, not to go too far into the weeds here, is that it doesn't require damage to occur. It doesn't require any kind of insurance adjusting or arguing about claims with a federal agency that I won't mention about whether or not that qualifies as a claim. So I think we need to talk about innovative solutions in all of our industries. That happens to be an innovative solution in the insurance industry. And it's one that has broader applicability than, quite frankly, is being taken advantage of today. If we were able to have greater insurance coverage of any kind, including, by the way, flood insurance and earthquake insurance, which are not included in your homeowner's policy. I have to say that. If Dave Marstead was here, he'd be proud of me. Because you need to have insurance, you need to have financial protection of some kind against all of the threats that you face.
April, thank you for that parametric insurance. I will, this is a side comment. Dan always does a good job of taking really complicated things and making, like I was in the infantry, making it what I would call infantry proof. So I really thank you for making that easy to understand. So April, what's on the cards that you brought to the table?
Parametric insurance. I told Rob he could ask me anything but about that. I was going to defer to Dan. No, I grabbed a few cards off the board of, looking at what makes an effective partnership. Just hearing from you guys in the room, trust was coming up everywhere. Mutual benefit, mutual respect. And anybody that knows me knows that I love partnerships and I love multi-agency data sharing, and trust is core to both of those particular areas. But the one I really focus on, I grabbed, was talking about infrastructure building, community trust, particularly with vulnerable populations, and then collaboration and coordination, which just happen to be two of our core values at National VOAD, in addition to communication and cooperation. And so really, trust is a personal issue. It means different things to different people. And at a micro level, you're building trust with your neighbors. You're building trust with your community at a very local level. And at a macro level, hopefully you're building strategic alliances and partnerships with other organizations that provide that mutual benefit that everyone is seeking to be able to help people at the end of the day.
That's great. We also had a number of working sessions over lunch. Hopefully some of you got to actually eat your lunch. We have a couple of themes that emerged from them, so I'll share what the themes are, and then we'll get a reaction from the panel. And then in a few moments, we'll also share some of the data from the survey that we've been taking throughout the conference as well. The first takeaway, I guess, or theme is all disasters impact the economy and business. We really need to elevate the dialogue about small business resilience. Research shows small businesses are unprepared for disasters, with a large percentage of small businesses that experience a disaster will never recover. So making it crucial to have a plan to deal with the more frequent and impactful disaster. I don't really expect all of you to react to that, but certainly we did have some conversations, certainly with SBA. We just had a discussion with small business owners themselves. How to help small businesses with this challenge is a significant one. Any thoughts from the panel?
Yes, at National VOAD, we recently signed our very first agreement with Small Business Administration. We're really excited about that, mostly because that's not our target audience. So we're outside of our comfort zone. We're really focused on the case management process after a disaster, looking at individual recovery and family recovery at a community level. And so for us to be working so closely with SBA now around information sharing and resource sharing, and really helping to talk about the changes that are ongoing with policies and reforms with our federal federal partners, it's just a great opportunity for us to continue to be focused on the disaster survivor and ensure that they have what they need to help their small businesses recover, because at the end of the day, they are the owners of those small businesses in communities across America.
Yeah, there are a couple of other, these are some of the themes from yesterday. One of the other themes or takeaways was to really harness the collective capabilities of the private, public, and nonprofit sectors to build community resilience and lean on the strengths of different institutions. That sounds like common sense. Dan, do you have a perspective on that?
Yeah, I mean, just in general, public-private partnerships, that's what we all believe in. That's why we're here. I think what we have to continually do, especially now in this 13th iteration of us meeting every year, we have to continue to push the envelope. And so one of the ways that we've been thinking, and by we in this case, I mean the National Institute of Building Sciences and some of the work they're doing, is looking at how to drive resilience incentives and how we can do that as a public-private partnership. So stick with me here for a second. So right now, we think of a strong incentive would be a government grant. And there's a number of wonderful grants that we've talked about at this conference. We, in the private sector, also have ways to incentivize good behavior, right? Whether it be hazard mitigation, like the equivalent of a brick grant, right, at FEMA, there's likely something in the private sector that can also drive those hazard mitigation projects. Here's an example. If you as an individual or you as a small business owner take an action to strengthen your home or your business against the effects of a disaster, like strengthening the roof, for example, that benefit accrues to you as the owner of that structure, and you are safeguarding yourselves, your family, your customers against the effects of a disaster. But think about it. There are others that benefit from that one single investment. It could be the insurer, right? So I'm at a broker, not an underwriter, just to be clear, but that underwriter might look at that policy and say, you know what? You took those actions to reduce your risk profile. We're going to reflect that in your next year's premium. In other words, you're being rewarded for your good behavior because the insurer will have fewer losses. But we can keep extending that out. Think about the lender. The lender will benefit from that because there's a lower default risk on that property. So the lender might say, hey, we're happy to give you a reduction on your mortgage points. Or maybe we'll give you a low or no interest loan towards your future mitigation investments. Because we know, as the lender, we're going to benefit from that investment. And you could keep going and going and going. You look at the local government, the state government. Heck, us as federal taxpayers, we benefit from that investment because if there's a presidentially declared disaster, that's fewer dollars, fewer resources that will have to be expended for that particular home or that particular business. So in a sense, we're all co-beneficiaries. And that's the term I hope you can walk away here from thinking about, as we are likely benefiting from these resilience investments that are happening in our communities. What can we do to reward that behavior and encourage further investment so that not only are we co-beneficiaries, but we're co-investors?
And just to add to Rob's points here, I think we think a lot about, and this was covered by some of the panels that I sat in today, how do you build the most powerful team of providers and know what your core strengths are as a member of that team, that small business, that scientific organization. We spend a lot of time thinking when we bring solutions to the government, how are we making sure we're doing it in a way that's tapping into sort of the collective strengths of the team, whether it's the tech provider, whether it's someone that knows the mission intimately and has been working in a certain geography for 30 plus years. So I think that's another piece to think about too, and has come up in a lot of the discussions that I've been a part of as well.
Yeah, and this is the theme of this conference is predicated on building trust before, during, and after a disaster. So we did have a conversation about promoting the business investment and building resilient infrastructure, and importantly, the need to show business their return on investment so they don't prioritize cost over resiliency. I think we heard some of that from the Fireside Chat this morning with Allstate, but also in the how to build a business case for resilience roundtable yesterday. Dan, I think from your perspective, you probably have a view of this. I think all of you probably have a view of how to build a business case for resilience. Any thoughts here before we might move on to some of the takeaways from today's roundtables?
I mean, the good news is the research has been done in many of these areas for particular perils and particular hazard mitigation investments. We can now tell you what that return would look like. You know, we all know the number, I hope. Every $1 invested saves $6 when a disaster occurs, again, citing the National Institute of Building Sciences. But what you might not know is that 6-to-1 number, it references the investment of federal grants, right? So those are federal grant dollars have that kind of return. What we need to also, we need to take a step back and look at, and if you've ever seen the NIBS chart, it has, you can Google it, it has basically by peril and by hazard mitigation kind of intervention. And you can see that those numbers actually really, is quite a spread. They can go, quite frankly, as high as 13-to-1. So I would encourage you to think about what perils are you concerned about, see where you might get the best bang for your buck, and you're likely going to get a high return on that as a result. And I'm citing NIBS. You can also look at the IBHS data, so the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety. Great resource that will show you some in many cases, low-cost hazard mitigation measures that have a very high ROI.
Thanks for that. And so we do have a couple of takeaways from the lunch sessions that occurred, and not everybody can go to every single one. So, and this is, again, a common sense one. Build trust ahead of time. If you're not a trusted voice or a trusted source, your audience will not cooperate when you need them. That's a takeaway from the conversation about information confidence. Any thoughts along those lines, or just, yes, that makes a ton of sense? The second one, we had a discussion to go deeper into the community disaster resilience zones. Following the Brooks's panel from this morning, FEMA's goal of supporting implementation of the zones and targeting investment opportunities really puts the ball in the court of the private sector for increased investment and attention. Really interested in some thoughts there around what private sector investment might look like for these community disaster resilience zones.
I think it probably goes back to the partnership theme we were talking about in terms of where are there areas where it makes sense to bring together private, nonprofit, government together. I think that's something we explore a lot, and I loved hearing more today from FEMA colleagues about the advancement of that program, but maybe you guys have some other thoughts.
Last week at conference, Maryland VOAD won the Innovation Program of the Year. They're looking at raising homes in Crisfield, Maryland, that have continued to reflood over and over and over again. So from a mitigation standpoint, they have raised 2 homes now using volunteer labor. And so it was a cost savings of about $30,000 per home, with the goal of raising 100 homes over a period of time. And this really came from proof of concept after Hurricane Sandy, where they raised some homes then with some of the long-term recovery funding, and most of that was donated by the private sector. So I think there's great opportunities, cost-efficient opportunities for those investments to be made to support mitigation efforts.
And we hear a lot of these good stories. I'd say in the breakout sessions, you'd hear examples, really tangible examples of how this has worked. One that stuck with me yesterday was an emergency manager from the state of Maryland highlighted that he had applied for a BRIC grant for a project in the state of Maryland, and they ended up getting 50% of the project cost covered by the private sector, by businesses, I presume, in the area who saw it in their best interest to contribute to this community-wide investment.
In a more strategic sense, that really came out on the discussion today with, we were on a virtual meeting with Brussels and then also Finland and Sweden, and just about the NATO alliance, and we spent some time talking about that on the stage today. One of the takeaways was around not just collective defense, but collective resilience across both public and private sectors, and that it really depends on a shared responsibility, some shared policy structure, voluntary agreements, and then also known ways of sharing information and data, and then just really leveraging the structures that you have and adapting them as needed. So an acknowledgement that there are already existing coordination mechanisms and ways to share information, but how to get better, how to connect those systems together, both of people and processes, and certainly IT, really, really important. we have just a few more minutes, and what I'd like to do is share some of what you all shared with us with the QR codes. Those are going to still stay active here as well, but some of what we're going to see in a second, this is a little bit raw, so just bear with us, but feedback is a gift. So the takeaway from what is the biggest gap in trust that inhibits building resilience? So this is a ranking. Public-private partnerships, 15%. Information availability is next at 29. 41%, lack of clarity. And so I think as we're looking at what we just heard from some of the takeaways, how do we actually get onto the same page? So, what is your role? How do you work with each other? What do you not bring to the table sometimes is just as important as what you can bring to the table. Any reactions from the group are welcome. I'm not going to sprint through 17 slides or anything like that, but I will take a pause from here and there. So if there's something that catches your eye, please comment. Otherwise, I'll just walk us through that. Any thoughts on this specific idea? It's the same one up there.
It's blocked.
And it's, okay, yeah.
I think the lack of clarity struck me, and it comes back to, again, the partnership theme and making sure just sharing of information is happening. I think we're seeing a lot of creative arrangements being used actually by the Department of Defense, and some of it came up earlier in some of the panels today, like cooperative agreements, intergovernmental support agreements to plan, design, and protect its infrastructure. Some of the bases across the US and worldwide are critical to the defense mission. And so how do you think about leveraging local nonprofits, state government, as you're thinking about rebuilding in the wake of pretty massive destruction that comes from hurricanes or other major weather events? So we're seeing some really good things coming out of the Defense Department, just in terms of creative ways of working to form relationships and partnerships, and hopefully minimize some of the lack of clarity of whose role is what in executing against the mission.
That's great. One of the other questions that we had, and you can see that there's quite a bit of feedback here, there are more severe and costly disasters each year, and what are some of the ideas that need to be included in a national strategy to adapt society to become more resilient? So these are some ideas that we'll take a deeper look at after the conference and see, perhaps how they could be actioned or, become programmatic opportunities for us, or just engagement opportunities. I think that's one of the things that we're looking to do at the foundation is we don't necessarily just want to convene once a year. We want to convene as much as we need to, and certainly tomorrow we're going to have an exercise to talk a little bit more about how to be prepared for hurricane season. Greatest barrier to small business resilience. So I know that going into this, I thought that access to capital might be the first, but I also thought time constraints might be actually a more pressing matter. However, resource awareness was the second barrier that was identified, and insufficient employee training was identified as the fourth. I know none of us up here, I think, are small business owners, but I wanted to just pause to see if there was any kind of reaction from you all on what this meant to you. I will tell you from my perspective in both being a former small business owner and then also talking with a number of small businesses, the access to capital, and when that access to capital can just provide resiliency ahead of disasters, is one of the reasons why you just heard from FedEx and their program, and that's one of the reasons why we're working with them on that. Most significant barrier to disaster resilience across the United States. So we just saw small businesses and access to capital. Now we're looking at just a very broad swath, big question. Financial constraints was the #1 barrier to disaster resilience across the United States, which is a little surprising given the billions of dollars from the federal government right now focused on resilience. And then really quickly, fragmentation of tools and strategies. Also not surprised that that's high ranking. Technological adaptation and social factors, 4th and 5th, and then certainly capacity constraints 3rd. It is a little surprising to me that financial constraints is the #1 barrier to disaster resilience across the United States. Now, this is one that we asked about disaster management and where there's a greater opportunity for focus. Preparedness. From this group, people think that preparedness is really where we should be investing, along with prevention. When this conference started, I would wager that preparedness aspect would probably be response. And I don't think, statistically speaking, anybody voted for response, and very few people voted for recovery. So I think that this is a little bit of a good sign that we're focused on potentially the right things.
That one actually surprised me, Rob. I thought mitigation would be a little higher on that front than the preparedness and prevention piece.
Well, considering that there are, even from the SBA, there are funds for mitigation from the SBA as well for mitigation, I would agree. And then we asked a question, there's I think one or two more slides to this, really about how to encourage people to become better prepared. Excuse me. The clear takeaway is influencing people where they are the most. Will be building awareness of preparedness and risk at school and at work, as opposed through PSAs or websites or toolkits or any other number of different kinds of methods that we all probably have used at different points of time to raise awareness about a program, around preparedness, or about risk. I think this is really interesting. I don't know if any of you have any reaction to that.
I certainly agree, the school and work, like your routine every day and the trusted individual that's going to convey the message. Many of our voluntary agencies use houses of worship as another mechanism to be able to build trust within the community and really encourage people to be prepared.
Yeah, and look, not a statistician, but I did take a couple courses. I know that this is not statistically valid, but I do think it's really interesting to see for those that are conversant within the disaster space across sectors, that this is some of the takeaways. Now, the trusted institution, this is also related, peers far outweighs any other source when it comes to information, and I think this kind of bears out the latest research from Edelman on their trust barometer. And then where we should be building resilience over the next couple of years, investing in strong and resilient communities. That's the clear takeaway winner here. And the second would be building trust with stakeholders before, during, and after disasters. So I think that again helps us. It's an advertisement for preparedness, for training and exercises, and some collaborative planning. The last thing was around the following risks by impact over the next 5 years that concern you or your organization. So my eyes are not as good as they used to be, unfortunately. I know that number 10 is war. And so for all of that we had talked about in terms of NATO, we heard about, I think slightly about the conflict in the Middle East, the war in Ukraine. For those that are in the NATO alliance, I think this is a real, in other places, this is a very real risk and real concern. For those of us in the United States, it's less so. But at the same time, I think we heard throughout the conference, the contested information environment and how our networks of systems, particularly infrastructure and technology, are under attack all the time. The number one risk, and I have to look up here, is infrastructure disruption or failure. So that was the number one risk of everyone that participated in completing this survey. We're probably going to turn this into some thought leadership after the conference. So with that, I just want to say thanks to the panelists here today, and also thanks to all of you. We're going to wrap up the conference now. So this is not the last part of the conference either. So I think I alluded to the fact that we're going to have a reception after. And I look forward to joining you for conversations there. But tomorrow, we're going to start with an exercise. It'll last from 9 o'clock in the morning until around noon. We're going to hear from Dr. Brennan, who is the director of the National Hurricane Center. He's going to give us an overview of what the Hurricane Center preparedness looks like from his perspective, as well as some of the changes that the National Hurricane Center is making to its products, how it's sharing information, also including different languages and some other aspects of really making sure that for a very probably sporty and vibrant hurricane season, to the maximum degree, people are aware of the risk at the right time so they can make the right decisions. As we are wrapping down this conference, and I'm looking out not only at all of you, but also the logos representing the federal participating agencies. You know, I think I've heard a number of times that disasters are a team sport or something of that effect. So is putting on a conference or any kind of program. So certainly really appreciate the sweat equity of our federal partners in working with us on the agenda and making time. And then certainly grateful to our sponsors of this conference that are working with us, the Chamber Foundation, to make events like this and other programs possible. Thanks to them, but also to all of you for taking a couple of days or hours out of your week to network with each other and also to spend time with us. So with that, thanks very much, and hopefully we'll see you next year at the 14th conference. Thanks very much.